Chapter 2283, Rumble. The green beam continuously pushed its dark counterpart back. It didn't take long before the point of contact reached the border of everlasting. Blood offering. The Elder Lord noticed the unfavorable situation and had no other choice but to let caution go with the wind. Blood offering. The 25 high ancestors shouted after hearing this. Boom! The light of everlasting turned into a red glow before blood oozed out. Ah! Half of the disciples in Everlasting Kingdom turned to blood. They initially used their true energy to move the momentum of the kingdom, but it ended up taking their vitality and lives. This was a colossal and frightening number of casualties. Their lives, Tao Foundation, and flesh turned into the purest power for the black hole. Rumble. After this blood sacrifice, the black hole spun at an unprecedented speed, seemingly turning evil with a bloody glow. Its power naturally erupted. Boom! The black hole devoured more power from longevity, doubling the size of the beam. In this instant, the world collapsed. The black beam was no longer losing and maintained a stalemate with the green beam. So cruel. People gasped, sacrificing half of their disciples in one go. This was a terrible massacre. My God, the sect masters that supported everlasting dropped to the ground. If this Elder Lord could kill his own disciples, they would be ruthless against anyone in the future after taking over. While the crowd was frightened by this cruel display, numerous divine trees descended around the border of everlasting. They instantly locked down everything. What's that? No one knew where they came from. Buzz. These trees stabilized and sealed off the power of longevity, preventing the black hole from further absorption. Multiple figures also appeared. They were the summoners, using these trees to destroy everlasting's foundation and current momentum. As these trees were destroying the Tao Foundation, the momentum began to collapse in multiple places. The power of the black hole weakened as a result. Its longevity sage and a group of ancestors. A big shot activated his heavenly gaze and saw everything. People didn't know where they come from, but this ambush was definitely effective. The problem is that everlasting is still on longevity's ground. The valley in charge could still control everlasting's Tao Foundation. One ancestor murmured. People understood that although everlasting's Tao Foundation has been blessed by true emperors and sages to the point where it was virtually independent from longevity, it was still built upon this system. The valley could still destroy it using the power of the progenitor. It didn't take long before others understood why the valley maintained a low profile all this time, not interfering with the development and expansion of other sections. In fact, they weren't afraid because they were the ones truly in charge, possessing the Tao source of the system. Even if a sect's Tao Foundation were to be extremely tough, the valley could still tear it apart. The valley's aloofness stemmed from complete confidence. It wasn't afraid of any betrayer. Stop. Everlasting Elder Lord was furious to see Longevity Sage and her group pressing for the capital of Everlasting. Boom! Despite the massive distance, the Elder Lord still unleashed a star-destroying palm strike. The borders of Everlasting exploded, but his opponent survived. The Sage and the Ancestors worked together to wield a weapon exuding an ancestral aura. It sealed off the area like a sky curtain, impossible to penetrate. An ancestral weapon from Alchemy Immortal. The crowd jumped from fear. Ancestral weapon. The Elder Lord was shocked. This was something they couldn't have, but the valley possessed some of them. It was just that they never used it publicly. Creak. A door suddenly opened in Longevity Valley. Behind it was a bright expanse with the power of a progenitor, no different from one being present. The Elder Lord was still an eternal and could instantly felt the danger. He turned towards the valley for a look. Buzz. A bow with an archaic presence suddenly emerged. A giant grabbed it and pulled the string back. Not good. The Elder Lord wanted to flee, but it was too late. An arrow dashed out with the power to slay gods and devils. It crossed through the domains and emerged right in front of the Elder Lord. It was fatal, impossible to dodge. Pluff. Blood jetted to the sky. The arrow pierced the old man's throat and he fell down instantly with his eyes agape in astonishment. He didn't expect to die to an ambush at his level. "It's you," these were his last words after recognizing the assailant, but it was too late. His corpse finally landed and broke through the ground. Everything became quiet. This all happened so quickly, the valley breaking the momentum of Everlasting and killing the Elder Lord. This was swift, decisive, and merciless. Li Qie laughed and said, "So rude, I'm here working my butt off and all of you steal my thunder. Well, all of you better run fast." Boom! The power of the green beam intensified while the black hole weakened. This allowed the green beam to instantly reach the Imperial City of Everlasting. Retreat! The sage and the others didn't make it there yet. They noticed the green annihilation and the sage gave the order. Not like this. On the other hand, the 25 high ancestors and the masters of Everlasting shouted in horror. Boom! Not only was the black hole destroyed, but their entire Imperial City also exploded. Only a crater was left behind. Everlasting was still there, but without its ruling city, it only existed in name now. Chapter 2284, The Sage and her men were already retreating. After the impact, a torrent of debris scattered everywhere. They had to muster some power to destroy the flying rocks and mud waves. It ended with them looking quite pitiful while climbing out of the mess. But this was still the best-case scenario. If they didn't run fast enough earlier, they would have been annihilated just like that Imperial City. Of course, they were angry at Li Qie, but there was nothing they could do. The spectators were shocked. This madman didn't care about friends and foes, merely killing the sage and the ancestors. Since the Imperial City was rendered to ashes, the momentum of Everlasting crumbled in whole. The disciples who became one with it were released and became paralyzed on the ground. Some looked at the crater where their capital used to be. They felt despair and hopelessness. Everlasting would cease to exist from now on in longevity system. These survivors didn't know how to feel. If the capital didn't go down, perhaps they would have suffered the same fate as the victims before them, turning into blood. Alas, this was also the end of their kingdom and home. They looked up at the sky with an empty gaze, uncertain of what's to come. At this particular juncture, the entire system fell into a hush. All eyes were on the crater. People were coming into terms with the death of a kingdom. Everlasting was the strongest military force here, but it didn't even put up a good fight. Nevertheless, Longevity Valley had made it obvious about the stability of their reign. Contrary to the notion of declination, the valley's power and resources far exceeded their imagination. The portal back there was gone now, same with the Biyao user earlier. No one knew which ancestor this was or how strong. Serenity and peace returned to this reclusive sect. No. After a long time, Everlasting Emperor regained his sanity and bellowed like a mad beast. Though he was still alive, his life was meaningless since his kingdom was gone now. Moreover, he was the one who started this coup. He became the sinner, the true criminal behind the kingdom's demise. How could he face his ancestors in the afterlife? He roared and jumped off the altar. It didn't take long before a bang was heard at the bottom. The guy committed suicide and became mincemeat. No one really said anything at the moment. The supporters of Everlasting didn't have the courage to run. Fleeing was useless right now. A monk can run but not his temple. Their sects and kingdoms won't be able to escape the incoming retribution. It was best to stay and await their punishment instead of making it worse. No one could touch the valley right now after an example was made of Everlasting. Attempting to do so would end with utter demise. Li Qie sat back in his chair, assuming his lazy pose. The Wudong phoenix tree on top of her plucking was gone too. A stark contrast indeed, the destroyer of Everlasting versus this fella resembling a lazy kitten. People found it hard to connect the merciless, mass murderer to the current him, someone akin to an ordinary mortal. They became frightened. Perhaps destroying a kingdom was no big deal to him, no different from enjoying a meal. The three sisters waited on him again, spoiling him like maids treating an emperor. Eventually, he asked the crowd, "Okay now, tell me, who is the leader of longevity?" "I'm all ears." Both the usurpers and loyalists glanced at each other. They didn't wish to anger this madman after seeing his terrible means. This was a tyrant, and a murderous one at that. Negotiation wasn't his forte either. "First brother, you are." One expert kneeled and shouted. "First brother." The crowd kneeled down, including the usurpers. They could have the courage to oppose Longevity Valley, but not enough balls to refute this guy. "I see, we are of one mind then." Li Chia chuckled, "But I'm not interested in being the leader at all. Someone else will do it." "Oh, they're here now." Longevity Sage and the ancestors landed on the altar just in time. "Valley Lord." Many disciples kneeled to greet her. The sage was still the master of the valley, so all the representatives of the other systems performed the necessary social formalities. Some shuddered while looking at her. There were rumors of her grave injuries a while ago, but she looked perfectly fine right now. This was clearly a play. Even if she was ambushed, her injuries were heavily exaggerated. The ancestors' attempt at saving her was just a show as well. Because of this, Everlasting thought that this would be the best opportunity to attack and seize the reign. Alas, the real victim here was Everlasting. They fell down the pit, and the saddest part was that they were the one who dug it. If they didn't start this war, Longevity Valley wouldn't have been able to do anything despite being aware of this potential threat. But now, a rebellion was an unforgivable sin. No one would say anything if the valley were to destroy Everlasting. The real schemer here was the valley, not Everlasting. Those who understood this felt a chill running down their spine. "All right, Beauty, I've dealt with the disaster and toiled as an errand boy while all of you are reaping the benefits." Li Chia looked at the sage and smiled. "The play is over." The crowd was stunned and stared at the two of them. Keep in mind that in terms of status, she was his master. But now, he called her Beauty, lacking the respect a disciple should show his master. One's master should be treated as one's parents. Such a lack of filial piety deserved punishment or even expulsion. Chapter 2285. The sage didn't become angry at Li Chia's frivolous attitude and simply went to sit close to him. The crowd held their breath while watching this strange pair of master-disciple. They felt something strange because Li Chia was too domineering, acting above everyone, including his master. She seemed to be overshadowed before him. "You are the first brother, capable of accepting the valley's legacies and shoulder great responsibility." The sage smile blossomed like 100 flowers. The three sisters looked more ordinary with her around. Such beauty could sway the soul. However, upon closer inspection, one would find a resemblance between her and Lan Miaozhen. Both were quite wily. "Forget it, not interested." He smiled and reached to touch her gorgeous chin to have a better look at her face. The atmosphere became frozen. This was the Lord of the Valley and his master. Others wouldn't dare to be disrespectful around her, yet Li Chia did so publicly. The guy was ungovernable. Nevertheless, the whole thing seemed so natural. Whatever this ferocious man did, it felt just right and not surprising at all. Once he chose to step up, he could exceed everything, all bent to his whims. He pulled back before the stunned spectators and smiled. "I'm not someone who minds playing the bad guy or do some labor, but there is a price for everything. Are you ready for it? It is all up to fate. Isn't this what you wanted anyway?" The sage smiled, revealing a beauty on par with the untethered. It was just that the two of them had a different style. The latter was cold and supreme, rarely showing off her smile. "Very well," he replied cheerfully, "then it is time I take what is owed. The rest is up to you." Having said that, he stood up and teleported to the top of herb plucking. Before the crowd could respond, he disappeared from sight. What is going on? People exchanged glances of confusion. He had destroyed everlasting, thus his contribution exceeded everyone else in Longevity Valley. The situation had stabilized, so next was the celebration. He certainly deserved his moments of glory, the preamble before his ascension to being a leader. Alas, he left all of this to everyone's astonishment. He would have been able to do whatever he wanted in the system after doing so much. It would have been the right opportunity to establish his status. Instead, he didn't care about the rewards or authority. The three sisters sighed after seeing this. After interacting with him for the last several days, they realized that he didn't care for ruling Longevity Valley, and that he wouldn't stay for too long. This was a dragon, one that would soar across the 9 firmaments. The sage took back her spot on the throne and told everyone, "Many things have occurred, but it is still the date of the ceremony. Disciples of longevity have the responsibility to protect the peace. Our system has allowed for the races and sects to coexist with freedom and individual sovereignty. This, in turn, promotes growth, so I'm sure no one wishes to see the flames of war." The sage spoke softly, but the message resounded across the entire system. All experts heard it clearly. She was reaffirming the valley's status as the ruler in the system, just like the last millions of years. Sects have come and went, but the valley's position has never changed regardless of the crises and dilemmas. No other sect could replace this main branch, not in the past, present, or the future. May longevity lasts forever. The members of the crowd kneeled on the ground and shouted. The ceremony commences. The sage initiated the ceremony just in time. Peace had finally returned. With the smoke of incense wafting in the air, the group worshipped their ancestors. Next was the offering gifts. The sage stood in front and offered these items. Despite the usurping attempting, the ceremony still happened on an auspicious day with the valley in charge. The only thing different now was that the great everlasting had been turned to ashes. The order of power would change in the system, but the valley remained firmly on top. Sad and happy feelings were mixed in the crowd. The supporters of the valley naturally celebrated. Their stance during the conflict had determined their future position. The sad ones obviously picked everlasting. Even if the valley wouldn't eradicate their sect, it still would carry out judgment. Their role in the system would start a rapid decline. Ultimately, the ceremony this year was quite exciting. One step to either hell or heaven, one misstep to lose it all, not only in a personal sense but also by implicating their sect. In the end, the party ended and everyone went home. The representatives of the other systems said their goodbyes. The Untethered was the last to leave. She and Longevity Sage were the last two around. The atmosphere was quite calm. These were the two great beauties of myriad lineage, both from the Taoist doctrine. Their Taoist robe made it even more interesting and tempting. The sage was free and friendly while the Untethered acted cold and imperious. Two different styles, beloved all the same. They reigned in myriad lineage not just because of their status and power. The two of them also possessed great insight and ideas. Do you know that your first disciple is in charge of Insane Court? The Untethered looked at the sage. Her cold voice was strangely pleasant. I'm aware, it's not a secret or anything. The sage smiled. Have you thought that he could also do the same to your system, controlling its Tao source? The Untethered continued. I have. He's talented enough to do anything without facing difficulties. Don't forget, Insane Court is still not completely clear of being a heretical sect. It's not wise to let longevity system falls into the hands of someone else. The Untethered put on a serious expression. I do recall that all systems have signed an agreement, recognizing Insane Court's legitimacy as a system. Are you so sure that the same madness won't return? Your valley will be the first to face opposition then. You underestimate my disciple. The sage shook her head. That virtue true God isn't qualified to be on the same level as him. Our entire world can't get into his sight. You sound quite confident. I simply believe in my eyes. Have you ever seen me misjudging someone? Chapter 2286, The untethered stared at the sage for a bit before continuing. Nothing in life is so certain. One day, your confidence might be the valley's undoing. Sounds like you wish to have a contest with me. The sage smiled with a hint of provocation. To which the untethered responded, contest? In what manner? Your system against mine? The two Taoists had a special relationship, friends and rivals. Though there hasn't been a big fight between them, the competitive aspect was always around. Normally, they would prefer to have a bout of strategy instead of a physical duel. Fighting is so uncouth. The sage replied, how about betting on my disciple? If you lose, I'll decide for him and take you in as his concubine. And if you lose? The always expressionless untethered actually provoked. The sage had a playful expression unseen by outsiders. She grabbed the untethered's chin and chuckled, if I lose, I'm fine with being your bed warmer. You don't lose either way. The untethered glared back, looking both arrogant yet cute. Then what do you want? The sage blinked one eye, resembling a little devil. One would find it hard to recognize her right now. No need for that. The untethered said, defending traditional moral principles is our duty. If your disciple falls into the heretical path, I will be the first to take him down. If that actually happens, I don't think you will be able to stop him. He'll just take you in as a concubine, of course. This is predicated on him being interested in you in the first place. The sage smiled. We'll see if he has the ability to do so. The untethered's coldness made people want to conquer her. Don't worry, he's definitely capable. The sage smiled deviously, but if he doesn't, I'll make him take you in anyway. The two bantering women looked too alluring right now. Are you still sleepy? The untethered said flatly, it won't just be my sect at that point but all of myriad lineage. Vermilion Martial Court, Coiling Dragon, and many others. You won't be in charge at that point since your own system won't follow you. She warned the sage, no longer joking around. The sage stretched forward, revealing all of her enchanting curves. Unfortunately, no one was lucky enough to see them. She didn't seem to mind at all. My little sister, even if he's insane, he's more rational than anyone else and no one can control him. His eyes should have told you this. The untethered stared at the sage's curves, unaffected. Regardless of what you say or how much you trust him, I'll remain cautious. Also, you're younger than me. Watch your honorifics. So that's your sect's stance on the issue. However, I trust my intuition more. The sage shrugged and smiled. Then you better take care of yourself. A few things will be out of our control once it escalates to that level. The untethered warned. True. However, the one you should be cautious about is not my disciple, but that Mu guy. The untethered became attentive right away. What did you found during your trip to the martial court? Nothing, but the court is too close to this guy right now. He is definitely scheming something. The sage's expression turned cold with a rare murderous intent. It was hard to imagine someone like her being murderous, so something was going on below the surface. So, he played a part in urging Everlasting to attempt the coup? The untethered's eyes narrowed. Despite their rivalry that could be too heated at times, the two also had an implicit understanding. Everlasting couldn't have access to a few things we saw. The sage said. What does he want? The Mu clan up there can blot out the heaven. The untethered wondered. I'm sure it isn't simple. Whatever reasons he used to come down here will be a lie. The storm will start from him. The sage believed. People from Imperial are coveting our world? The untethered came up with this possibility. I don't think so. In my opinion, just certain individuals. The sage chuckled, though our myriad isn't on the same level as Imperial, we have also produced many progenitors. If anyone wants to take over, they must look up at the horizon first. The untethered nodded, agreeing with this comment. Someone is playing with fire right now. The sage continued, and this person can influence our entire world. That's why you should worry about him instead of my disciple. And maybe, in the future, your sect will ask my disciple for help. He's the only person who would dare to destroy the Mu clan without any scruple. This is blind confidence. The Untethered said, "You haven't been to Imperial but still know of the Mu clan's power. Just imagine the consequence of killing anyone from there. His clan might even come down for a killing. No one dares to provoke them in Imperial, let alone our world." The sage smiled again. "My disciple will. Trust me, everything is ephemeral and fleeting in his eyes. That Mu guy can only do whatever he wants here because of his clan's reputation. But my disciple will treat Mu as just another last name. Your plan is to urge the tiger to eat the wolf." The Untethered said. "Little sister, don't put it like that. Leave it all up to fate. Certain things will be ended eventually by the destined ones. Once again, I'm afraid you're not the one to decide the players and the chess pieces." The Untethered remained skeptical. "No, I'm not a player but not a chess piece either, only a spectator. Little sister, you're taking this too seriously because of your great responsibility. We are different since you need to maintain your sex status in myriad lineage. But as for me, it doesn't matter since the valley is only a third-rate sect. Let the world competes for status and wealth. For example, so what if Everlasting wants to take over? We would have let them if they were capable and right for the job." The sage spoke with such freedom while staring up at the horizon. This further exposed her beautiful, white neck. Yang Radiance must still stay as Yang Radiance. The Untethered concluded. Yang Radiance was different from Longevity Valley. It was considered in the top 3 of myriad lineage, perhaps even number 1. It wanted to maintain a worthy status and authority. The valley was the opposite, hence the common belief that it had declined. They didn't care much since unlike Yang Radiance, they didn't care about protecting its spot in the world. Again, be careful, the Mu clan might have control over the martial court and your sect will be next. When your sect is gone, myriad lineage is as good as theirs. Are you ready for this? The sage smiled. It's not like your valley will be able to escape either. The Untethered said. That's fine, if sects like yours can't handle it by then, we wouldn't be able to change anything either. The sage was much more carefree, but I'll give you an idea. Just follow my disciple and let him be in charge of your sect. His domineering attitude and your sect's power will be able to handle anything. Daydreaming again. The Untethered gave the sage the side eye again. Chapter 2287, Gurgling creeks populated this mysterious area with a tree next to a bigger river. It was quite old with many branches falling down and floating downstream. Wudong Phoenix Tree, its branches were naturally the famous alchemy wood that would eventually go down the waterfalls and into the lake. Li Qie meditated beneath the tree while opening his fate palace. His primordial tree became dazzling while the Dao fruit swayed with the wind. Its movement filled with the Dao forced the myriad worlds to shake along. The Wudong tree poured down a green light filled with life onto the primordial tree, making it even more beautiful. But this wasn't a one-sided affair. Li Qie's tree exuded a primordial energy to open a pristine world for the Wudong tree, granting it all the necessary nutrients and fertilizers. The Wudong tree seemingly grew younger by a significant amount. The Dao fruit continued to mature, almost ripe enough to fall to the ground. When it touched the ground, it wouldn't be strange if 1,000,000 more new Dao come into being. If this were the case, it would be a magnificent scene with many new worlds coming into fruition. Of course, this Dao fruit would never fall since it was eternal. On a different verdant branch close to the tip, a tiny sprout was forming as if another Dao flower would come out. This would be the second Dao fruit. Alas, the time wasn't right. This process would be quite smooth and herald an unprecedented transformation. Who knows how long Li Qie has been sitting there? He eventually opened his eyes after a long while. He spread out his hand with an action like turning a knob, seemingly wanting to open space. Buzz. After he turned far enough, a door indeed appeared. One person came in with her Daoist robe fluttering, Longevity Sage. The door disappeared afterward. She became emotional while standing before the Wudong tree. The legend is true, our progenitor did leave something amazing behind on herb plucking. All the ancestors wanted this tree, but none were successful. In the last few days, the sage was busy with stabilizing the system. She knew Wuxia hasn't left, so she decided to climb up this mountain to wait for him. In the end, he opened this portal for her. It's because all of you have desires. Wuxia leisurely said, occasionally, it's not about what you can gain from it, but what you can do for it. This is the foundation of a sect, built from the accumulation across many generations. If you all want to benefit from it, then even more resources would eventually be depleted. Your progenitor was quite smart, not leaving everything to the valley but spreading it out across the system so that it won't run out. True, the sage nodded. Their valley once had true emperors planning about herb plucking. Some of these sages believed in the legends of the tree and wanted to bring the whole place back to the valley. After all, Alchemy Hut belonged to everyone, so there were things outside of their control. This wouldn't happen if they were to move it back to the valley. Unfortunately, in spite of their immense power, these ancestors couldn't find the mysteries of what alchemy immortal left behind, let alone finding methods of bringing the tree back here. Is it withering? She noticed signs of withering, such as a lack of branches and leaves. Right. Wuxia nodded. It has lived for far too long, so it's about that time to die of old age. Of course, it'll still last a long time compared to cultivators even in this state. Is it salvageable? We have a lot of medicines and materials, maybe they can save it. She asked. She was a master alchemist and her sect specialized in longevity. Perhaps they could save the tree due to their great experience. Good question. Wuxia said, as I have said, think about what you can do for it. When the opportunity arrives, saving it is not impossible. What should we do? She humbly asked. You all should come up with the answer, not me. He sat there and shook his head. The sage only sighed and could only leave it up to fate, true to her favorite quote. If it wasn't meant to be, trying was only a waste of time. The sage coolly sat down next to him, hands on knees while resting her head on top and looking at Wuxia. Not bad acting. Wuxia stretched and chuckled, everlasting, those fools thought their plan had succeeded. It's not acting. She chuckled, I was truly wounded, it is thanks to you that things unraveled in this manner. We simply went along with the flow. It's fine, it is my responsibility after accepting the role of first disciple. But I wonder if you all are ready, it is time for the payment. Wuxia looked at her and said. She sighed and knew that there was no free lunch in this world. The guy didn't care for this position. What do you want? Since she was here, she was well prepared for whatever absurd demand he wanted. After all, this was a twist of fate for their sect, and it was time to pay up. I want the longevity root. Wuxia calmly said. Impossible. We can't do that. She instantly jumped up in astonishment. Nothing is impossible. Wuxia nonchalantly replied. She couldn't maintain her perpetual calmness. Her expression kept on changing as she stared at him. In the end, she shook her head. You surely know how important this root is to us. No, it is only a medicinal root to your sect, you all can't comprehend and figure out its profundity. It won't grant you immortality and indestructibility. Wuxia elaborated, you are only wasting it by plucking some leaves to refine nonsensical pills. But it is also our symbol, our defining treasure personally planted by the progenitor. It carries great significance. She said seriously. I know, but so what? It is in essence just a medicinal plant for your sect, but that won't be the case in my possession. He shook his head. It won't be a longevity root there, just a simple plant. If you change your demand, anything is negotiable. She didn't know what to do. Despite being prepared for an outrageous demand, she still didn't expect for him to ask for their defining treasure. This particular plant was too precious for them. As he said, it couldn't grant immortality to their ancestors, but something personally cultivated by their progenitor must have an amazing secret behind it. Moreover, the pills refined from its leaves were no joke. It is the only thing I want. I don't care for the rest. He calmly said. She felt a bit breathless after hearing this. She thought for a bit before giving a serious answer. I can't decide this matter on my own, not the ancestors either. One can even say that no one can because in a certain sense, the root can only change master with the destruction of the valley. I'm aware, that's why I'm talking to you right now. If I were an unreasonable person, would have taken it already. You think your sect is capable of stopping me? He flatly said. Chapter 2288. The sage took her time thinking before quietly speaking. I still don't think it's possible. This root is too significant to us. Our valley will only exist in name after losing it. How so? Li Chia smiled. If a system relies solely on an immortal medicine, then what's the point of the Tao source and other foundations? Missing the Tao source is the only way a system exists in name only. Plus, this isn't a negotiation. I'm simply telling you that if it is impossible, make it possible. The sage shook her head. That's pushing it. Why must we go this far? Not far at all. Li Chia chuckled. I need it not for longevity but rather, its origin, roots, and profundities. All of these are beyond your level, so I will have it. It is useless in your sect right now. Even if I'm willing, the elders might not be. She eventually said. Then I'll just forcefully take it. Don't blame me for being rude then. He said. Her expression darkened as she glared at him. That's an exaggeration, we're still a system. So what? Li Chia smirked. I don't mind fighting against all of myriad lineage, let alone one system. When I make up my mind, I don't give a damn about anyone, even across all of 3 immortals. If you are insightful and know when to back off, then your future will be bright. Doing the opposite is courting death. You think our sect can be bullied so easily? She angrily glared. No, I don't think so. I simply think that I will kill whoever in my path, regardless of how powerful they are. He said with gravity. Anyone else would have erupted in anger right now after hearing such contemptuous words. Moreover, her sect had just destroyed Everlasting, so they felt quite confident. Others would think that Li Chia was boasting and being ignorant. She, on the other hand, knew that he wasn't messing around. His next action could be earth-shattering. Though she was still bullish about her own sect, thinking that they could deal with any problem despite not being as strong as Yang Radiance and the martial court, she wasn't quite confident when their foe was Li Chia. She wasn't sure of just how monstrous he truly was. I'm a reasonable person or I wouldn't have become your first disciple and help you destroy Everlasting. Be generous and I shall do the same. If I take your longevity route, I will also present a gift. Having said that, a poof came about along with a flame jumping in his palm. Myriad flame, she gasped with a changed expression. This is the fate between us. Li Chia said. A supreme fire seed, greatly related to our fire race. She nodded. She was also a fire kin, so this flame was precious beyond words. It could derive their race's true profundity, such as the fire shield used by Li Chia earlier. Moreover, that shield was only one part. They could create many more mystical abilities and items after obtaining it. She wasn't the only fire kin at the valley either. Plenty of disciples came from the fire race because their progenitor was also one. That's why when she met him for the first time, she felt a unique fire seed. That's why she mentioned the fateful connection between the two of them. It wasn't just a random statement. I don't need to blabber on about its value, this is something your progenitor desired but couldn't have. Li Chia said, if I were to leave it at your valley, which is more precious, this or the longevity route? This prompted another contemplation session for the sage. Their root had ties with immortality, but this was strictly a legend. No one in their sect could understand its true mystery, not even their progenitor. This resulted in the root's limited effectiveness. It would be an entirely different story if they were to have myriad flame. Outside of having many firekins, their main business was pill making and alchemy. This flame was very precious for alchemists. They could come up with materials meant for making pills at the progenitor level, or their alchemists could reach the level for making the top pills, but without the right fire seed, they couldn't do anything. This problem would be solved with myriad flame. Moreover, this flame would also improve the existing fire seeds in the valley. This would allow for their alchemists to reach the next level. It was an improvement in all aspects. Their alchemists and fire seeds greatly benefited from this. Their alchemy would be even more untouchable than now. So, in terms of usability, Myriad Flame was superior to Longevity Root. The latter was mainly important for symbolic reasons. At this moment, the flame was traveling from Wuxia's hand towards the sage. It eventually fell into her grasp. Go back and tell your ancestors that everyone will be happy with this and the future will still be bright. Wuxia said, but if you feel that you can try to go against me, then that's even better for me. I'll gain more than just that root. The sage only sighed without responding. Of course, I don't want war either because the girls in the valley are so beautiful, including a master like you. It would be so sad if I have to stain my hand with blood. He smiled. The sage put the flame away. This conversation was over now regardless of her sex intent. She sat down again in the same pose as before. I don't question your abilities, but I do want to warn you about something. Be careful, people are watching you. Oh. He smiled, not giving a damn. The sage continued, the attempted rebellion isn't a coincidence. Someone was working in the shadows, perhaps a young noble from the Mu, someone from up there. He is quite influential here with numerous followers, but more importantly, his clan is unbelievably strong. Whatever, just a bunch of dogs and cats, can't reach the apex. He casually responded. Good. She lightly smiled before speaking, however, I've heard that Vermilion Martial Court wishes to have a marriage alliance with them. I see, you wish to have the tiger bite the wolf again. Li Qian knew what she was doing. I don't dare, I'm just stating the truth. She went on, plus, I don't need to egg you on about this matter since you want to kill whoever is in your way, so that phrase doesn't apply here. That's true. Mu clan or not, I'll kill them all. The two of them chatted for a bit before the sage left. Li Qia went back to meditating beneath the wudong tree. This Zen state made a single moment seems like 1,000 years. Chapter 2289. As the old branches of the wudong tree rustled to the wind, the world became eternal, seemingly the same for millions of years. The peacefulness was accompanied by the vibrant force of life. Longevity system enjoyed this quiet moment as well. After Everlasting was destroyed and Longevity Valley took care of the rest, order returned. No one dared to say anything at this moment. In the past, a few sects were scheming in the background, wanting to challenge the valley's authority. But now, the valley destroyed Everlasting with lightning speed, letting everyone see their true power. That's why all of the sects killed their ideas. On this day, paper boats suddenly appeared and broke the serenity. The sky came together along with spatial fluctuations. A portal with the shape of a black hole appeared. It wasn't spinning and lacked a sucking force found in black holes, it had a greater resemblance to a black mirror. Amidst the confusion, ripples appeared on the surface. Tiny boats from the black hole flew out, not made of wood but rather layers of black papers. These boats started scattering towards different directions with incredible speed. They crossed through one system after another in the blink of an eye. In just a short time, they filled the entire sky. Many were stunned, especially the young ones. Money fall. Someone from the previous generation shouted. It's coming to myriad lineage again, this is great news. The older ones knew the significance behind this. Moneyfall is here, go, tell everyone and let's get ready to go in. One of them told the rest. Moneyfall is here? An ancestor saw the black paper boat flying in the sky and became excited. This fortune is finally coming to our world, I didn't think I could see it during my lifetime. Prepare now, I'll take you all there. One sect master told his disciples, open the treasury, We want as many true coins as possible. This development spread across all of Myriad lineage and everyone became excited. What's Moneyfall? A newly debuted cultivator didn't know what was going on with the boats flying everywhere. That's one of the 6 great redeeming grounds. An older expert explained, with money comes chances. It might make you rich with an abundance of resources. Really? Skepticism reared its head. Of course. The senior responded instantly, if you are lucky, just throwing 1 coin down can get you a supreme treasure, allowing you to sweep through the world. It's that amazing? Another junior swallowed his saliva, then what are we waiting for? Let's pack up and go. Stop daydreaming. The senior smacked his head, someone unlucky as you wants to get rich off 1 coin? The chance is very low. Exchanging 1 coin might get a devil to come out and devour you. A devil. This frightened junior felt his dream being shattered. Not necessarily a devil, but other dangerous creatures. Exchanging coins can result in luck and treasure or danger, such as a powerful monster. These monsters will only look for the one who threw the money down. There's no escaping them. The senior elaborated. Then why the hell are we going? The juniors lost their excitement right away. Idiot. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If you just want an easy life, then stay home and forget about it. A cultivator lives his life next to the blade. The senior glared at them, plus, the chance for fortune is greater. Moreover, I guess you can try to run as fast as possible from these monsters. A true emperor once spent a lot of true coins there and then swept through everything to find treasure on top of helping his juniors. This is a chance to leap to the Dragon Gate. Things like this have happened in the past before. Then let's go, I'll just follow your master. Another disciple found hope and blurted out. Calm your ass. The senior playfully smacked this junior too. First, we need to ask the sect master for true coins. Moneyfall is a place where the more coins you have, the better. It can even save you. Really? The junior didn't buy it completely. Duh. Of course, I'm serious. This is a world where money talks. Everything is easy with money, but if not, it's hard to do anything there. The senior said, we just need to ask for as many true coins as possible, or we can't even board the boats. It's finally our turn. We can't let Imperial and Immortal lineage get all the good stuff. Another added. Moneyfall was a special place, one of the 6 redeeming grounds. It would appear randomly without any set of rules. It could appear once every generation or several, in Myriad, Imperial, or Immortal. When one dropped coins down in this magical place, it could summon a treasure, immortal weapon, or even a divine beast. Of course, being unlucky would probably mean death. Not only would they lose their coins for nothing, but the summoned danger could also end their lives. Nevertheless, the appearance of this area brought about excitement each time and people came in droves. Opportunities and danger were together here, so many became rich overnight while many lost their lives. How do we go in? A youth was eager to try. Board those black boats, that's the only way. One experienced senior cultivator said. Coincidentally enough, one black boat was actually above them. The youth jumped up and sat down. Let's go to Moneyfall. The youth shouted. However, the boat didn't react and continued flying on its initial trajectory. Go, to that portal. The youth tried to change the direction of the boat to no avail. Pay the fee or you won't go anywhere. His senior immediately shouted after seeing the youth trying to use brute force. But it was too late, the bottom of the black boat split apart and the junior immediately fell down. Boom! He slammed heavily on the ground, face first to the mud. Another older expert was well prepared. He jumped on the boat and immediately dropped some true coins. Clank! With that, this boat immediately turned around and headed for the black portal. Some youths copied this and successfully changed the course. However, after some distance, these boats suddenly stopped. Keep on dropping, the longer the journey, the more coins. One coin alone can't take you there. His senior reminded. What a scam. We still have to pay after the initial one? The youth had no choice but to continue dropping his coins. The boat naturally continued towards the portal after receiving the payment. Chapter 2290, Myriad lineage became lively with many impatient souls climbing up the paper boat and offering their coins. Plenty of black boats was available since so many came out of the black portal. It could be said that no matter where one was in Myriad, even in the most remote region, they would be able to see these boats. That's why as long as one's pocket was filled, they could climb up these boats and reach Moneyfall in the shortest amount of time. Of course, the longer journeys required more coins. Li Qiye descended from herb plucking not long after Moneyfall's appearance. The three sisters had been waiting for the entire time, an order from the sage. Senior brother, are you going back to the valley now? The quiet Mu Yalan was the first to ask with a wanting expression. Though they didn't know what he and their master talked about, intuition told them that there was a rift. Of course, they truly wanted for him to come back. The valley needed someone like him. Plus, they enjoyed the time spent together in the last several days. No, not right now. Li Qiye shook his head while staring at the boats in the sky. He then turned towards the direction of the black portal, peering through the great distance to see through it. You want to go to Moneyfall? Miaozhen knew right away. Yes, I've been wanting to go there, so its appearance now is saving me a lot of time. He spoke, eyes slightly batted. Others were there for treasures and fortunes, but he wanted to meet an existence in that place. I'll go with you then, it's nice to have a companion. Miaozhen blinked and smiled cutely. Us too. Both Mu Yalan and Qin Xiaoyao wanted to tag along. No, if you're going to go, do it with the Valley Lord. Li Qiye looked at one boat and said, I still have some business that might be a bit troublesome. You want to go to Imperial Parish? Miaozhen was smart enough to deduce this. He was someone who wasn't afraid of anything, so something troublesome must be quite horrifying. She immediately thought about a place that fits the description, Imperial Parish. Indeed. Li Qiye's eyes became profound. He knew that he must go there due to all the memories he had obtained. Imperial Parish, both the other girls naturally knew this place. That's too dangerous. Xiaoyao's expression turned pale. There's no leaving that terrible place. Several true gods have died there, even Sacred Heel progenitor never returned. All eyes were on Li Qiye now. All the girls have heard from their seniors about this horrifying place. Not to mention true emperors, even one progenitor have died there, the creator of Sacred Heel system. A progenitor was an invincible existence, virtually unmatched outside of their peers. Alas, Sacred Heel never came out. It wasn't because he was weak, but rather, that place was too much to handle. No one tried to do so later on. Thus, the three girls were justifiably concerned. Li Qiye smiled, it's fine, just a quick look. I don't have plans to stay there for long. The girls smiled wryly. Just taking a look at Imperial Parish? Nevertheless, this was Li Qiye they were talking about. Go back to the valley now. He told the three, if you really want to go, the Valley Lord will pick a good time. They could only nod their heads since they needed to report his journey to Imperial Parish to the sage. Senior brother, the reserved Yalan called out and hesitated for a moment before continuing, Will you still be the first brother of the valley? All three stared at him with hopeful eyes. Though they didn't stay together for that long, he left a deep impression on them. In fact, they benefited greatly from the interactions as if he was a real first brother. Though their master didn't say anything, they knew that things have gone south and that Li Qiye was only the first disciple in name. He could leave at any moment or worse, a fight could break out. He chuckled after seeing their glimmering gaze before answering, that's not important whether I'm the first disciple or not. At the very least, we are indeed connected by fate. Everything is possible in that case. Having said that, he flashed into disappearance and emerged again on top of a black boat. He casually threw a coin down as well. Clank. The coin melted, causing a ripple on the ground before disappearing. The boat turned and shot out like an arrow towards the portal with amazing speed. It was crossing through the spatial fabrics. One would be left wondering how a paper boat could have such power. The girls watched his boat fade out in the horizon before withdrawing their gaze. Let's go back. Miaozhen sighed and told the other two. Their sect won completely during the ceremony and destroyed the ambitious everlasting. They should be happy right now, but alas, their mind was heavy, aware that certain things were wrong between Wuxia and the valley. They saw their master's expression and perhaps a fight could even break out. This was something they didn't want to see the most. After all, they have fought together with Wuxia before. The boat brought Wuxia towards the portal. Along the way, many other boats were doing the same thing. Some had one passenger while others carried large groups. The more people, the more coins were required. Both the young and old were excited, eager to try for the treasures and fortunes at Moneyfall. The boats arrived quickly to the portal. Still more boats were coming out while some from all over the world were about to come in. When these boats touched the black hole, they seemed to be swallowed up, a bit of a daunting scene. This horrifying scene instead stirred the crowd into excitement. One youth actually shouted, "Here I come, Moneyfall." Meanwhile, Wuxia was as nonchalant as ever inside his boat. Poof! His boat entered the portal. A black tide suddenly engulfed him as if the portal was an ocean instead. Chapter 2291. Chapter 2291. Measuring this world. Entering the portal wasn't a suffocating ordeal, only met with a dark expanse that could cloud even heavenly gazes. The timid and weak would certainly be afraid, but fortunately for them, this process didn't last long. A light eventually came about with a pop. The black boats successfully traveled through the portal to reach Moneyfall. Poof! The paper boats ignited and turned to ashes. There were people as far as the eye can see. They have left their boats and stay in this place called the Crossing. This area had around 10,000 cultivators now from systems all over myriad lineage. Even the famous sect leaders or the lords of systems were here too. Some have never met each other before until now. After all, myriad lineage was too vast, true to its name of having 10,000 lineages. But many of these masters were here today just for Waterfall. Brother Mad Sky, it has been 5,000 years since our last meeting at War Shore. I didn't think I could see you again. One ancestor was excited to see a friend. Yes, I thought I would only see you at my funeral, Brother Treasure Void. His friend, an ancestor as well, heartily laughed. Though many came for the treasures, seeing friends after several thousand years was also a great occasion. Schoolmaster Soaring Crane, your reputation precedes you. I heard that your crane dance is supreme. People tried to make friends as well. Your reputation also precedes you, Sect Master Roaming Dragon. Your sword has slain numerous villains, I'm a big fan. These social exchanges and reminiscence went on for quite a bit. As long as there was no conflict in interest, the atmosphere remained friendly. Alright, let's go find a true ground. There were those who couldn't wait any longer. This was a vast land with majestic mountains and rivers. Even a pinnacle of a single mountain was as massive as a regular plain at any other place. The geography here wasn't much different from myriad lineage. Let's go. People started trying to find their own places. We don't need to travel on foot. Someone reminded and pointed over yonder. Can we use the ascension platform to take us there? Maybe the first stop will be a treasure ground. Everyone followed this direction and saw a place resembling an altar with many engraved runes. Where can it take you? Someone had to ask. Luck-based, but the more money you give it, the farther it will take you. Some ancestors believe the quality of the location is proportional to the offering amount too. I don't know if this is true or not. An older cultivator said. I'm off then. Someone got up there and threw true coins up there. They disappeared once they touched the ground. Boom! This person was shot out like a cannon and disappeared into the horizon. Kids, get on there so we don't have to walk. A senior and his juniors offered the coins and were blown flying as well. In a short time, everyone wanted to save time and climbed up the platform to reach the other locations. Rumor has it that the farthest place in this land had the best treasure grounds. Well, we'll walk. The cultivators from the smaller sects didn't have as much money to use the altar and needed to spend them wisely. Thus, their seniors started leading the way. Come, I know a place. One ancestor had records from his ancestors and didn't need to use the platform. Li Chia was also too lazy to walk and got on the platform. He casually threw one coin down and was shot up like the rest, no different from a shooting star. Boom! Li Chia finally fell down on a towering peak. He looked around and it certainly didn't look like a treasure ground. His luck was rotten, so he was taken to a bad location. Of course, he didn't mind at all since he just wanted a quiet place. He looked around and noticed that he was the first here. He smiled and took out Heaven Reckon. It dazzled like the gathering of 1,000,000 stars. This brightness only intensified with time as if more stars were gathering. The flowing runes became richer and more diverse as if they were relaying some information. Heaven Reckon could measure everything in existence, including the future or the will of the heavens. This land was its target at this moment. This ability was the reason why the ruler was so magical and precious. Li Chia seemed to be one with the ruler, accepting the ocean of information transmitted to him. Extraordinary, this place can't be measured in entirety. Those things. Li Chia became slightly emotional. Keep in mind that the ruler was a heaven-defying item, one of the greatest treasures in the Buddhist epoch. One epoch was so long and prosperous, so it produced plenty of treasures. A treasure from a grand emperor wasn't that exceptional in the grand scheme of things, no match for Heaven Reckon. Even if it wasn't on the same level as a paragon artifact, its abilities were actually on the same level. But now, there were things here that the ruler can't gauge completely. This was quite frightening. Now it's interesting. Li Chia chuckled. The burial grounds seemed less colorful in comparison. Buzz. The ruler became even brighter. It was just a concentration of light, no longer possessing a physical form. This ray looked like an edge sharp enough to cut through everything. Time to see what thing is stopping my will. Li Chia pinned the ray into the ground. The thick ground seemed as thin as paper and was instantly penetrated. The ray penetrated the underground mantle completely. Li Chia sat down in the meditative pose and turned into a supreme grand Tao. It quietly flowed like time and became one with everything else. This allowed for Li Chia to become one with Moneyfall. The world lost all sounds. The purposely obscured locations in this area became brighter. Some things were moving a bit too. Though no other cultivators could detect this minuscule change, a monster seemed to be coming back to life in the depths of Moneyfall. Chapter 2292, Li Chia slowly re-emerged after some time had passed. Strands of light came out of the ground and gathered on his palm, eventually forming Heaven Reckon again. The ruler changed quite a bit, its light became more luminous with signs of returning to the origin, changing from complexity to simplicity. Everything became part of a singular scale, easy to grasp. He seemed to have fallen asleep while the ruler continued to exude rippling radiance. All mysteries were hidden within. When he opened his eyes again, they profoundly glared at the far horizon. I see. I'm a reasonable and cultured person, so I'll start with peaceful measures first. Having said that, he set off with a smirk. This place was far bigger than any single system. No one knew of its exact size. At this moment, people were coming and going to find treasure grounds and fortunes. Over there, it's an official ground. A senior looked at a mountain ahead and told his group of disciples. These juniors didn't notice anything special at all. One of them asked, "Master, what is an official ground?" "It's a place with a marked price. As long as you pay it, there is a chance." The master responded. "And if there isn't?" The disciple inquired again. Those are wildlands with no known price. People can throw money there and get nothing in return. Of course, if one is lucky enough, they can become rich by just spending one coin. A lot of people gamble there. The master patiently explained. That's the only difference? The disciple continued. Official grounds are much safer and easier to escape from. The master answered. We want to buy that mountain? Another question came up. We don't have that much money, only that little area. The senior pointed towards the east. Who do we buy it from? The disciples saw that it was deserted. No, from anyone. The group got there and the master said, see that sign? If there is a sign, it's an official ground. No sign means that it is a wildland. The juniors looked down and saw a symbol of a golden coin on the ground. It seemed like it originated from an ancient era. The carvings have faded for the most part. How much is it? A different disciple looked at the symbol but didn't understand anything. It hasn't appeared yet, we need to ask. The master shook his head and smiled. With that, he threw a coin at the symbol. Clank. The coin disappeared right away. The symbol lit up and revealed a number after a buzz. What the hell? Wanting true coins for a price check? It wants to squeeze us dry. One of them complained. That's why the rich do very well here. Without money, taking a single step is hard, let alone finding treasures. The master smiled. It wants 30,000 true coins at the true warrior level. One disciple stuttered. The group looked around and became speechless. This land had less than 10 fields yet it wanted such a high price. It's too expensive. They shared this sentiment because they weren't from a big sect and had limited money. Have to try. The master gritted his teeth and took out a spatial pouch. He counted the coins and took out exactly 30,000 true coins of the true warrior level. He naturally didn't want to spend so much because it wasn't easy for them to save for it. Get back now, if something bad happens, just run. You're not strong enough to handle anything dangerous. The master told his disciples. After the youths retreated far away, the master finally threw down the coins. Clank. All the coins disappeared after touching the ground. Crack. This area suddenly cracked in many places. Finally, an item underground came out in the same location as the symbol. It emitted strands of lights with an ancient aura. Yes. Looks like a treasure talisman. The group saw this talisman and didn't know what it was. Nevertheless, its aura was quite impressive. Quite a profit, 30,000 true coins for this item. The master became excited. Master, we have to put it away lest others notice. A smart disciple rushed over to take the talisman. Watch out. The master noticed a disturbance underground and became startled. Alas, it was too late. Blood splashed everywhere. A long tentacle dripped out of the ground and penetrated this disciple's chest, resulting in instant death. Master, the boy's eyes widened in disbelief. His master couldn't save him. Second brother. The others screamed. Don't come over. This master decisively pushed everyone back right when more tentacles came out of the ground. They surrounded the talisman. Each was as black as ink with scales and thorns, quite a terrifying spectacle. People didn't know what kind of monster was underground after seeing them. Go call your first uncle and the others, we'll fight our way in together. The master didn't want to lose this talisman and told one junior. This youth immediately went to ask for help. These things happened quite often in Moneyfall. The result and the accompanying emotions varied as well. On a particular flat mound, someone was dropping some true coins. This stimulated some cracking noises before a beam shooting to the sky. Lotus lamp, this is an ancient artifact. The expert became ecstatic and left right away with the treasure. Others would become greedy after finding out. So lucky, spending only 3,000 true hero coins for an ancient artifact, that's some heaven-defying luck. Greed and envy engulfed the area. Clank. Someone else spent a massive amount of coins and the place suddenly collapsed. Before people could reach, a howl came about. Long teeth appeared before a massive bloody jaw. It swallowed everyone instantly while biting down on their bones. No, some people managed to scream before being eaten alive. After devouring everyone, the jaw retreated back to the ground. Shit, aren't official grounds safer? A spectator in the distance shuddered. Yes, relative to the wildlands. But the higher-priced areas are proportionally more dangerous. An older cultivator explained. Chapter 2293. News came every second at Moneyfall about successful treasure hunts and death. Opportunities came with risks. It didn't matter the fierce monsters appearing at a particular treasure ground. They couldn't deter greed, so people continued trying. Southern Border Mountain got one disciple using 300 stones at the true disciple's 6th level to trade for a magical fur with a consciousness over at the wildland. It's going to be worth so much since this is something that belongs to a legendary beast, even its fur and skin are sentient to an extent. The sky's the limit with such an item. An old cultivator spread this message. That little coins for a magical fur? Eyes turned red instantly after hearing this. Let's go to the wildland, that's the real gamble, maybe we can exchange one coin for something earth-shattering. People rushed to find the wildlands. Clank. 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 This crisp sound of coin dropping resounded everywhere, almost a tune of waterfall. A disciple from a great sect threw a considerable amount of coins inside a valley. They dissolved and disappeared right away. Brother Wu, let's stop now. You have thrown away 3 million coins and got nothing out of it. A few friends asked this youth to stop. No, it's not easy finding a piece of wildland, how can I give up? 2 more millions. The youth continued. Clank. This large amount only took 1 second to disappear. Crack. At this moment, the valley had multiple fissures. It's coming. My treasure. I'm about to ascend. This youth became ecstatic and rubbed his hands in eager anticipation. Boom. The cracks emanated across the entire place before something made it out. The guy excitedly dashed over and grabbed the thing. Alas, his smile quickly froze after seeing what it was. What the hell? Is this a joke? I spent 5 million coins for a silver ore worth 10 coins? A shitty one at that. Fuck. The disciple cursed and threw the ore on the ground. Motherfucker, give me back my 5 million. He stomped on the ore to vent. Brother Wu, forget about it, this is a wildland with no price, unlike an official ground. 1 coin can give you everything here or 1 million can get you death. It's already lucky that you're coming out unharmed. His friends laughed and consoled. The more experienced ancestors didn't waste money like this. One ancestor brought his disciples across multiple thickets before seeing an old tree. He bowed, then prostrated before taking out a pouch of coins. He gently poured it into a hole on the tree. Clank. The coins disappeared inside. Matron tree, oh matron tree, please tell me where the best wildland is. I only wish for an ancient diagram, nothing more. The ancestor begged. His disciples were astounded since their master was a famous true god. They would never believe this if they weren't here to witness this in person. Rustle. The old tree actually stretched out its brand to show the direction. This guiding act shocked a few disciples, not expecting for this to work. Thank you, matron tree. The ancestor bowed again before leaving with his disciples. What tree was that? His disciple inquired. A matron tree, a very unique and rare type in this land. It will serve as a guide after you give it enough coins. The ancestor answered. What a place, everything here wants money. The disciple smiled wryly. Is it accurate? Will we be able to find a good wildland going that way? Not necessarily. To which the ancestor responded, this tree will not be that exact when picking the wildland, but it's better than going in blind. Moreover, the danger level is far less. I see. A different disciple thought about something else. Moneyfall is a strange place. Money to get on the boat, money to ask for the prize and direction. What do they need money for? That's why it's called Moneyfall. You can go everywhere here if you have enough coins. The ancestor said, many don't get this logic. Give coins to a frog and it might give you a fortune. It's all dependent on luck. His disciples could only smile about the bizarre nature of this place. The wildlands weren't the only dangerous place here. Official grounds were just as perilous. Some ruins were insane as well. There was a massive temple built on a flat plateau. Its golden glow was apparent even from far away. Thus, it naturally attracted the attention of numerous experts. They started palpitating with excitement. That temple must have treasures. One expert wanted to run over. Don't go. His senior dragged him back and said with a serious expression, that's going to your doom. Why? The young expert stared at the temple and asked. It's a ruin. The senior elaborated, rumor has it that 80,000 years ago, an expert used a calling the land method to summon a treasure ground. However, he didn't get the items inside. Later on, many people came and died in there. Calling the land? This was the first time the youth heard this term. It's calling out a prime ground. The senior explained, throw a coin to the sky and let it circle around to determine the size. For example, if you want to call out a place with a 1,000-mile radius, then let it circle for that much. Everything inside will be yours, provided that you can pay the sky-high price shown after the coin lands. Moreover, the items in this place will be the finest, but you must be capable enough to grasp them. After hearing this, these disciples realized that paying for official grounds was only child's play. Calling the land was truly going all out, buying an entire area. Back then, an ancestor of pure Yang system called the land here and paid the high price. What he got was this plateau. Unfortunately, he couldn't obtain the treasures and even died here. The senior pointed at the temple, look over there, there's a devil inside. No one really knows what it is, but many true gods fell victim to it. Sure enough, the disciples looked over and saw a large shadow presiding over the entire temple. Any intruder would be torn to pieces. These prime grounds are different from the treasure grounds that we buy. The latter would eventually regain its original appearance after a purchase as if nothing had happened. This isn't the case for the prime grounds. They would stay like this, so people also call them ruins or historical remains. Only true emperors and eternals would dare to call the land. Anyone else would be courting death even if they can afford the price. The senior continued. Meanwhile, the rest of his disciples was still shuddering because of the shadow in the temple. At the edge of a great desert was, strangely enough, a shattered ocean. The central area had been penetrated and turned into a maelstrom. This resulted in unwelcoming and raging currents. The experts near this place naturally felt apprehension about approaching closer. Insane ocean. An ancestor said with reverence. Why the strange name? An expert next to him asked. Because insane ancestor called it out. The ancestor replied, according to the legends, insane ancestor called out the land here and paid a monstrous sum, resulting in this ocean. A maelstrom of blood was the opponent here, but the furious ancestor directly killed his way in and annihilated this maelstrom, crushing this ocean completely. He took out an amazing treasure here, and from then on, people called this place Insane Ocean. Insane ancestor is incredible. No wonder why he was able to create a lineage of the immortal level. This expert showed admiration. Chapter 2294. Surprises were to be expected at Moneyfall, plenty of winners and losers being made every second, not to mention the casualties. However, something caught everyone's attention in the last 2 days. There's an idiot below a cliff to the west. This story spread around. What do you mean? People naturally became curious. Well, the insane guy is feeding true coins to ants for several days now. There's no curing him. The storyteller laughed. This particular story traveled across Moneyfall and many people came for a look. Sure enough, a youth was squatting down. He wore a full robe, a nondescript fella that no one would give a second glance to. This so-called idiot had a spatial pouch in his hand. Who knows how rich he was? There was a line of ants coming from a gap in the rocks all the way to the youth. He would take out 1 coin for each ant. They would bite it, then return to the gap. A while later, these ones would come back out with something resembling a speck of sand. They placed these specks down in front of the youth and were rewarded with another true coin. The cycle would repeat from then on. People took a good look at these specks of sand. They were the size of a rice grain with a craggy texture. They weren't special at all outside of a slight glow. However, this youth was so interested in it. He was trading true coins for them, quite an unbelievable spectacle. What the hell is he doing? The crowd was lost. One curious soul even copied him and got a speck of sand. An ancestor tried as well, but they couldn't notice anything special. It's just sand. One ancestor used his heavenly gaze for a full sweep and found nothing. It's infused with a little mineral, that's all. Even the ancestors failed to know what was going on, let alone everyone else. How long has he been here? Another question came up. A few days now. One passerby shook his head. He used several pouches of true coins already and probably got a small pile of sand in return. Hey, what are you up to? Someone finally asked the youth. Just having fun. He chuckled and didn't stop feeding the ants. Strange enough, the ants worked hard and didn't stop at all, continuing to move the coins back to their nest. The cultivators were speechless at this answer. Spending several pouches of coins just to have fun? Young people are so confusing nowadays. One old man shook his head and left. Damn, if you buy wildlands with this money, that's more acceptable. At least you might get lucky from this. But feeding them to the ants, there's something wrong with you. Are you stupid? Another looked at him with doubts in their eyes. Wasting your chance here in Waterfall. I have plenty of money to do whatever I want. The youth answered flatly. Okay, you have plenty of money, but also stupid. People began to leave. This famous person, albeit not for a good reason, was naturally Wuxia. He didn't mind the insults thrown around about him and continued exchanging coins for sand. Due to his fame, waves of people came and went to see him. They didn't know that he was the first disciple of longevity, only aware that he was the stupid ant feeder. One felt such indignation at this act. This world is so unfair. How can an idiot have so much money? If I have that much, I would probably get really lucky at a wildland. Eventually, Wuxia finally stopped and whistled. He put away the sand and smiled. Okay, little friends, I have to go now. The ants actually turned to look at him as if they didn't want him to leave. Of course, he had spent so much coins in the last few days. In fact, people even thought about robbing him out of greed. Ultimately, he was quite pleased with himself after gathering enough crystal sand regardless of the public sentiment. He left the cliff and continued northward until he reached a large river. Oh, that rich ant-feeding idiot is here. People recognized him right away. This comment incited a wave of laughters. Those who haven't seen him before still have heard of his nickname. Hey, rich guy, why don't you try land calling since you have so much money? Someone tried to persuade him. Wuxia only smiled and headed for the shore of the lake, looking over yonder. Going north requires crossing this lake. Many people were looking across the lake as well, not just Wuxia. Can we fly? A cultivator asked a friend. No, flying is impossible, we have to pay up. Fish, turtles, or boats can take us over. The friend shook his head. We have a big group, so let's get a big boat. This cultivator looked at his dozen companions and said. You're joking. A big boat is expensive, around 80,000 true coins of the true hero level. The friend shook his head again. Damn, really? A boat costing that much is insane. The cultivator became startled. Everything is expensive at Waterfall. The friend smiled wryly. What's the cheapest way then? Let's do that. The cultivator was helpless since they weren't that rich and needed to save as much as possible. The golden fish are the cheapest, just 3,000 true warrior coins. The friend said. Then let's do that, we need to go offer some incense at the shrine too. Need to keep costs down. No, we need to ride the turtles. The friend disagreed, the fish are very dangerous, we'll die for sure if anything unexpected were to happen in the lake. The group debated and settled on using turtles. Clank. They threw down coins and a turtle rose from the water. The coins touched its shell and disappeared. Let's go. The group jumped on the turtle and barely had enough room. The turtle began taking them to the other side. One cultivator chose to spend 3,000 true warrior coins. A golden fish jumped out of the water and ate the coins. He jumped on it without any hesitation and started his journey. Chapter 2295, Li Chia gazed at the other side of the river. His eyes narrowed with enough acuity to see through everything. Storm, no storm, storm, no storm, a soft whisper came about after he finished looking. He turned and saw a girl standing in an inconspicuous part of the lake. She wore a simple, gray dress with an old iron sword tied to her back. She wore no makeup and couldn't be considered extremely beautiful. Nevertheless, there existed a graceful bearing and a pretty pair of eyes full of determination. This culminated in an unyielding aura. Her hair was loosely tied to the back. As the wind fluttered by, some loose strands flitted on her face. She was holding a flower and began taking off the petal while counting quietly, storm, no storm, storm, no storm. This was a sort of divination and it amused Li Chia. He said, there will be a storm today, and a big one at that, no need to test your luck. The girl isolated herself from the group so she was surprised to hear someone speaking to her. She became embarrassed since her silly act was exposed. She took one step back and quietly said with her head hanging low, I'll come back tomorrow then. I'm afraid it will last for a while. He shook his head. The girl looked over at the lake, overwhelmed with emotions, hesitation, helplessness, and unwillingness. Li Chia only smiled and didn't say anything else. The silence was interrupted by loud footsteps. Another group came to the shore with an oppressive aura, forcing everyone to make way for them. They had the same uniform, weapon of choice was a long sword, clearly from the same sect. The leading member was a young woman, pretty and flirtatious with incredible curves. Moreover, her gown was an imperial one, showing off her noble status. People from Sword Grave System. People were startled with whispers, that's Regional Princess Ya, a younger cousin of the Sword Sovereign. Looks like the Sword Sovereign will come too then. Even the older cultivators were surprised to see the woman. This regional princess immediately looked around and noticed the girl who played with the flower petals earlier. Oh. Isn't that the daughter of the Ling? You also came to Moneyfall, how unexpected. She smiled and said. The other girl wanted to leave after seeing this group but the princess had already spotted her. I'm only here to take a look. She started with her head slightly drooping but eventually mustered enough courage to look straight at the princess. The girl was clearly afraid. The Ling clan? Some older cultivators looked at this girl right away. Moneyfall requires money every step of the way, looks like you have spent quite a lot. The princess said with a mocking tone despite keeping up a friendly facade. I can handle it. The girl spoke with little confidence. It's not that simple. The princess shook her head, where are you going? Perhaps we are going the same way. I'm just looking around. The girl avoided the princess' eyes. It clear that she didn't want to reveal her true intention. The princess showed a bright smile, why not come with us then? Senior brother Sword Sovereign will be coming too. Since we're from the same system, we should work together. The girl's expression changed after hearing about this sword sovereign and staggered backward. She tried her best to stay calm, but her emotions betrayed her. The princess naturally caught all of this. She told her men nearby, "Let's go then. Ask Miss Ling to come with us so it'll be good when senior brother sword sovereign arrives." The men started walking over. The girl tried to run, but it was too late. The spectators could see the complexity of this situation. One older cultivator knew the story clearly and sighed, "What a shame about the Ling." Nevertheless, no one dared to say anything. Sword Grave was a very powerful system in myriad lineage. No need. Suddenly, Li Qie reached out with his hand and stopped the incoming group. The group paused and took a good look at him before uttering coldly, "Brat, scram to be the side, this is Sword Grave's business. Run before I change my mind." Li Qie nonchalantly said. The princess immediately stated, "Looks like our Miss Ling has been seducing men outside, no wonder why she dares to come here. With a man around, she doesn't need to spend a single coin, and if that's not enough, then 2 men." The girl turned red but couldn't come up with a response. "Keep on talking and I'll cut your tongue." Li Qie threatened with a glare. How audacious. The princess' eyes showed murderous intent. "Brat, do you know who I am? Daring to talk like this, doesn't matter, you're just a fool." Li Qie interrupted her with haste. "Ignorant fool." Her group became furious. Some even unsheathed their weapons. "Oh, a fight?" A straightforward laugh came about. It was a youth dressed in green with a large burlap bag behind him, completely filled. He grew up to be quite dashing and always had a bright smile on. Conqueror young noble. Many recognized him right away. The experts near the princess recognized this youth as well and signaled for the group to come back. Conqueror, one of the 3 young nobles. People naturally heard of his title before. He was famous alongside Miracle and Coiling Dragon. However, Miracle was dead, so there were actually only 2 young nobles now. His appearance naturally surprised the crowd because he rarely left his sect. "Conqueror young noble, your reputation precedes you." The princess cupped her fist, remaining graceful and noble with a hint of amicability. "Princess Xia, long time no see." The young noble smiled. "I saw Sword Sovereign a while ago and even sold him a sword. Are you about to fight? Would you like to buy one as well?" "No, we're just about to leave." The princess hurriedly said, "Come visit Sword Grave sometimes." "Very well." The young noble became disappointed after hearing this. The princess threw out many coins and a large wooden boat appeared on the river, taking in the money. "Let's go." The princess jumped on the boat along with her group. She didn't wish to trouble that girl any longer in order to keep certain things under wrap. "How about you, would you like to buy a sword?" Conqueror asked with a bright smile right when Li Qie wanted to cross. Li Qie glanced at the guy. This young noble was very enthusiastic and took down his bag. He opened it and revealed densely packed bamboo swords, very well made. "These are good swords, personally carved by me. Would you like one, brother? It's good for self-protection." The young noble marketed. The spectators here weren't surprised at all because Conqueror has always done this. He would try to sell his swords to all the big shots, many of whom would buy it just to make him happy. The truth was that these bamboo swords were useless at their level. Chapter 2296. Li Qie smiled back at Conqueror, not interested. "Brother, no, big brother, my bamboo swords are #1 right now. When you use it, you will be able to sweep through the entire world and anyone in it, I guarantee it." The young noble didn't give up. "This sword is the symbol of a master. 1 is worth 1,000,000 coins, 10 can protect your region with ease, 100 will make you the richest of all." He continued on and on boasting about his swords. The experts here didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was a great genius of Myriad, so he shouldn't be lacking money. Nevertheless, he loved the thrill of the sale. "Young noble, I'll buy one." A beautiful cultivator was won over by his peddling. Such insight, my fairy. Conqueror laughed, showing off all of his charisma and charm. This is definitely fate. Come to Conqueror City later on and I will be the best host, showing you all of its beautiful scenery. Thank you. The girl smiled. After all, Conqueror wasn't a regular merchant. He was a famous genius, so hearing these flowery words from him was enjoyable to her. No need to thank me. Conqueror smiled. You're unbelievably insightful and wise. Someone like you is suited for dual wielding because of your great hand-eye coordination, I presume. Who will be able to stop you then? He immediately tried to get her to buy a second one. I've already bought one, is that still not enough? The girl coquettishly pouted. Oh, I suppose I assumed too much, please excuse me. Nevertheless, it is so nice to meet you today. If you need anything in the future, just come to Conqueror and find me. The young noble immediately conceded with sincerity. His smile easily won people over. I guess I can buy another. The girl was touched. You're definitely my best customer. No wonder why early this morning, I could hear the birds chirping, a good omen. They were telling me that I would meet a beautiful and kind fairy like you. It really is the blessing of 3 lifetimes. Thank you for your business. If you need more swords in the future, just come to me. The young noble joked with a serious tone. You're such a smooth talker. She playfully protested after chuckling. Conqueror, are you selling swords or flirting? An old cultivator who knew him shook his head and said. Elder sure, please. The youth answered formally, of course I'm selling, but I'm also willing to befriend everyone in the world without any ulterior motive. Everyone was amused by his serious expression. He has always been like this. Of course, he certainly wasn't flirting. Given his reputation and handsome appearance, plenty of girls would come running. Li Qia also chuckled. He then threw out a bunch of coins into the river and out came an elephant. It was different from ordinary elephants since it absorbed and spewed out clouds and mists with a sweet fragrance. It also had a bright and holy aura, quite an impressive appearance. It accepted Li Qia's coins and would take him across the lake. A fragrance elephant. The crowd was astonished at this extravagant showing. What a spender, calling a fragrance elephant for just one person. Even the successor of a system might not enjoy this privilege. Someone enviously said. You don't know anything, he's an idiot with a lot of money. Someone next to him quietly said, don't tell me you don't know about the ant-feeding kid? The guy is rich, he can throw money away to ants without a problem, let alone calling out this beast. Many didn't know about Li Qia's identity, but they were aware of his reputation. Everyone agreed with the previous speaker. Li Qia could throw away coins to ants without batting an eye. Calling out the most precious beast to cross the lake shouldn't be surprising. He got on the elephant already and told the girl from the Ling clan, you want to cross? The girl hesitated. If you wish to ride the golden fish, then wait longer. There will be a storm for the next several days. He said flatly. The girl finally gritted her teeth and accepted, well, then I will have to trouble you then. She got on and sat behind him. Big bro, how about another person? Your elephant can handle 10 people just fine. Conqueror shouted. No. You call one yourself. Li Qia refused instantly. Big bro, you can't be so unfair just because she's a girl. Conqueror protested with indignation, our meeting is fate, not to mention that calling a fragrance elephant is so wasteful. A poor child like me doesn't have enough money to call one, how many bamboo swords do I have to sell? While the guy was blabbering on and on, Li Qia had already set off with his elephant. In the end, Conqueror could only watch while lamenting. Sigh, the wise sage says that desires are instinctive. I guess I can't blame men nowadays for doing so, one ancestor suggested with a smile. Young noble, you can cross the lake with us if you don't mind. He summoned a big boat afterward. Of course I don't mind and I very much appreciate your kindness. Conqueror smiled and got on the boat. He was different from the other young nobles. Both he and Coiling Dragon were from the same system, but Coiling Dragon had more influence and fame since the guy was the direct successor. He also didn't have any alchemy abilities like Miracle, making others want to ask for favors. Nevertheless, the fact that he could still be considered on the same level as them should speak volume of his talents. Strangely enough, he didn't act imperious or unreachable like the other two. This guy was not only friendly but also gave the impression of being very playful. Plenty of people in Myriad wanted to befriend him despite his inferior background. Some thought that he had a chance of becoming a true emperor as well. Any cultivator would view befriending a future emperor as a good thing. Moreover, this young noble never had conflicts with anyone. At worst, he would only bother people to buy his swords. That's why there were smiles everywhere he went. They usually reciprocated his bright smile. The current of the lake ran strong with loud splashes. When on shore, the spectators could think that one step alone was enough to cross this lake. Alas, this wasn't the case. Once actually riding on top of it, they would find that an ocean was the more accurate classification, very easy to get lost in. This was why people needed to ride beasts and boats in order to cross. Li Qiye was on top of his elephant with the girl from the Ling clan. He didn't say anything, looking quite comfortable. On the contrary, the girl felt awkward and didn't know what to do. She didn't really know him outside of rumors about him being too rich. "My name is Ling Shima." She found it appropriate to introduce herself. She wanted to cross the lake earlier but didn't have that much money, only able to call a fish at best. Moreover, her cultivation was weak. A storm would definitely end her with only a fish, so she hesitated before. Luckily, Li Qiye invited her to cross the lake together. He actually says Confucius here, but it wouldn't make sense, so I replaced with sage. Chapter 2297, Li Qiye. He answered flatly while sitting upright on the fragrance elephant. Ling Shima didn't know what to say before eventually thanking him. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't have known how to cross this river due to the great danger of using a golden fish. "You shouldn't have come here." Li Qiye shook his head and casually commented. The truth wasn't easy to hear. This girl was weak on top of lacking money. "I know," she wore a sad expression with her head hanging low. Nevertheless, the pessimism turned into determination. "But, I still want to try. There are only a few of us left." The girl also came from Sword Grave. Her clan once ruled this particular system, but not anymore. There were only a few of them left after a swift decline. She was responsible for its prosperity. The fact that she made it here already was impressive due to her current status. Alas, she had no other choice. If she didn't do something now, they would lose the system forever. "Finding the sword tomb still won't save your clan," Li Qiye stated. This shocked the girl. She took one step back and blurted out, How do you know?" Li Qiye said, "That one princess also saw through your intention. It's no secret." She became frightened because only one person in her home knew about it. But after thinking it through, even the princess figured it out. This princess dynasty, Linxia, was in charge of Sword Grave right now. They wouldn't want the Ling to successfully find the sword tomb. She felt a chill, realizing that the princess probably wanted to take her life at that moment. "You are holding some key things for the sword tomb." Li Qiye continued in a casual manner. "When people find this out, more from your system will want your life." "What do you want?" Her soul nearly fled from her body in fear. She darted backward because Li Qiye was right about her being in possession of certain items. "Don't worry, I don't care for them," he said while she debated about jumping off the elephant. "I'm just letting you know. That sword tomb is not enough to get into my sight." She was stuck in a daze for a while. Perhaps the princess knew that she had these items too. Crossing to the other side meant impending doom. There were no allies here, no escaping from the gaze of Linxia. "Thank you." She expressed her gratitude after taking it all in. Li Qiye didn't only take her over but also stopped the princess to save her life. Let's pretend that you can find the tomb and take the treasures left behind by your ancestors without facing ambushers, but with your cultivation and talents, will you be able to gain its acceptance to bring it back to your clan? He said. Well, Shima opened her mouth but no words came out. Her heart grew heavier. It was hard to hear the truth. How was she going to take the tomb away without help? This was the seed of their Tao source containing the most profound grand Tao. Back then, their progenitor, Sword Saint, left this tomb behind along with a sword intent. How could she be able to comprehend his sword intent? She grew more depressed after thinking it through. The Ling clan was the Sword Saint's descendants. They have been in charge of Sword Grave all this time, but one day, the tomb inside the Tao source suddenly flew away. This tomb was their biggest backing, the very core of the Tao source. Without this sword intent, they fell into an immediate decline. The system was taken over by Xia dynasty. Later on, their ancestors painstakingly found out that this tomb might have flown to Moneyfall. It wasn't until this generation did this area appear in myriad lineage. Thus, as one of the few remaining members of the Ling, Shima had no choice but to embark on this journey. She was optimistic in the beginning, hoping to bring back the tomb to revitalize her clan and retake their system. The difficulty in this task exceeded her imagination. Ultimately, she wasn't talented enough to comprehend the sword intent in a short time. I'll have to try my best. The answer was without confidence, and so was her tone. Futility it might be, but she needed to try, unable to sit and watch the destruction of her clan. Trying despite knowing the inevitable failure would still grant her peace of mind. You're throwing your life away. Li Qie went on, Moneyfall is a place where the strong eats the weak. Only the very lucky few would find the fortunes here. She took a deep breath and said firmly, I know that I might die, but it is my responsibility or I can't face my ancestors and descendants. I'm the successor of the Ling, this is my mission. She knew this was throwing her life away but still chose to do it. Climbing up the mountain despite knowing the tiger's lair. Commendable courage. Li Qie chuckled, nevertheless, the world is unpredictable. Nothing is hard as long as there is a will. Opportunities will open up, but if one doesn't even try, there is no chance. She sighed, thinking that he was consoling her. The atmosphere became quiet since the conversation came to a halt. Only the splashing sounds of the current could be heard. They were passing through many cultivators who left before them. Those riding the fish and turtle couldn't keep up with the speed of the elephant. My God, so rich, that's a fragrance elephant. A cultivator riding a golden fish said with envy while watching Li Qie's elephant passed by. Don't you know him? That's the ant feeder, this isn't surprising at all. A turtle rider next to him laughed. They tried to put him down to feel better about themselves, but this didn't change the fact that Li Qie was moving ahead with lightning speed. You really fed true coins to ants? Shima grew braver and softly asked. After arriving, she had also heard about these rumors. A poor girl like her couldn't understand why he would do so. She tried so hard to save money, but Li Qie was throwing them all away. The world of the rich was beyond the imagination of the poor. Indeed. He casually replied. How extravagant, she sighed. In life, there are mysteries hidden beneath the surface. Use your eyes to see and your mind to grasp. Li Qie chuckled. She was surprised and carefully mused about this comment. Chapter 2298, Splash. The elephant carrying the two pressed onward. It passed by many fish, turtles, and even boats that have set out earlier. A bit later, there was one gigantic boat ahead with incredible speed, also passing by the rest. It's regional Princess Xia. Ling Shima quietly said while staring at the boat. She was still afraid of this group. Though Linxia had taken over completely and the Ling was done for, this dynasty still occasionally sent people to bother the Ling. After all, the Ling clan was the descendant of the Sword Saint. They were the orthodox branch, so as long as they were around, Linxia would never be able to rest easy. All in all, Xia didn't dare to kill the Ling completely. The reason was very simple: Sword Grave wasn't the only system started by Sword Saint. In the beginning, he was a progenitor from myriad lineage. Eventually, he rose to the pinnacle and also started a system up in immortal lineage. Thus, just imagine, if Xia dared to kill these descendants in immortal lineage were to catch wind of this, they might send people down for revenge. 1,000,000 Xia, that point wouldn't be enough as an appetizer. More importantly, legend has it that the Sword Saint is still alive. Though this was a blessing to the Ling, it also showed the pitiful effort they have put in. To have all of these advantages and still manage to decline? There was no excuse for this. The elephant was fast enough to catch up to the boat right away. Princess Xia and the others spotted the duo. The princess scowled at this sight. Even her noble self could only ride a boat. But now, that wretch and a nobody were riding an elephant? She naturally became annoyed. It's little sister from the Ling again. Did you manage to seduce a wealthy man? She sneered. I suppose being loose is good in this day and age. It's fine to be ugly and poor, as long as your skirt is easily taken off, men will follow. Huh, true. The disciples on the boat rowdily laughed. Shima was furious and pointed at the group with her trembling finger. You all are speaking nonsense. There is nothing between young noble Li and me. Of course there isn't anything. For a few women, sex is no big deal. The princess smiled charmingly with her peach blossom eyes. Shima continued quivering, on the verge of tears. Her weak cultivation prevented her from doing anything. Suddenly, the elephant raised its front hooves and stomped down to create a massive wave, causing the boat to rock back and forth. Watch it. The group on the boat was shocked and grabbed the railings. Brat, what are you doing? After stabilizing, the princess angrily shouted while glaring at Li Chia. He clearly commanded the elephant to do so, nearly causing their boat to capsize. Just a warning, any more nonsense and I'll bury you all here. Li Chia nonchalantly said. Fool. Some disciples shouted, eager to take him down. Brat, do you not know who I am? I am a regional princess of Sword Grave. Sword Sovereign is my senior brother. Provoke me and not even your seniors will be able to protect you, the princess cried out, borrowing the prestige of others. Splash. The elephant stomped down again and waves assaulted the boat. The princess group was bellowing with a pale expression. The audacity, the princess was frightened. Her entourage didn't dare to say anything else. Boom. The sound of thunder interrupted this squabble. Black clouds filled the sky and turned into a maelstrom. Watch out, the storm is coming, hold on tight. A cultivator shouted at this ominous scene. More thunderous detonations came about. The storm came right away with massive waves and howling winds. No. One expert couldn't hold on to their fish and was lifted up by a wave before falling into the lake. This wasn't ordinary water. He wasn't coming back. Sit tight. The more powerful sat straight on their turtle, seemingly becoming one with the beast. The ravaging waves couldn't blow them away. Don't let go. The princess and her group also shouted. A large wave lifted their boat, but it didn't capsize. Brat, I'll deal with you on shore. The princess didn't forget to shout at Li Chia, unable to swallow this anger. Scram. Li Chia gave her the side eye. The elephant stomped again, adding to the torrential onslaught. The boat was blown flying far away and disappeared in the overflowing currents. Their fate was unknown. If the boat went down, they were certainly dead. Shima was shocked at this sudden ruthless move from Li Chia. Oh man, that brat is merciless. The cultivators nearby became jolted as well. They quickly ran far away from Li Chia, not wanting to become victims to his elephant. He ignored them and continued forward. The advantages of riding an elephant became clear during the storm. It was as tough as Mount Tai and continued to ride the waves towards the other shore, completely unaffected. No wonder why it was much more expensive compared to the other animals and even a large boat. Shima was afraid of the storm in the beginning and became nervous, holding tightly to Li Chia. She finally heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the elephant's capability. It didn't take long before the two of them make it to the shore. The elephant shook its body and the two of them were forced down. It went back to the lake and disappeared. Shima's legs were still trembling despite standing on solid ground now. "We're here." Li Chia wiped his wet clothes. She became quite grateful, understanding that she would have died by using a golden fish. "Thank you." Li Chia nodded and began walking away. Shima stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Despite reading many ancient scrolls in her clan and have been taught the way, she only knew about crossing the river, not the exact location. She looked back at the lake, wondering about the princess' fate. She mustered courage out of nowhere and chased after Li Chia. She felt that following him was the safest option. He wasn't especially fast, so she managed to catch up. He stopped and looked back at her. She lowered her head, not knowing what to do. After all, they weren't acquaintances or friends. Anyone else wouldn't let her tag along. She eventually spoke with a timid tone. "I don't know where to find that place, only that it is on this side. I wonder how far away it is. Follow me, maybe we'll take a look if time permits." He sighed before agreeing. She became ecstatic and bowed. "Thank you again." He continued to walk and ordered, "I will not wait, be ready." Chapter 2299. Li Chia marched forward with Ling Shimo right behind him. She followed quietly without sparking a conversation. He didn't go all out because she wouldn't be able to keep up. Alas, his slow speed remained a struggle for her to keep up. Nevertheless, she didn't groan at all as beads of sweat dripped all over nor asked to stop for a break. He was aware of her physical limit and would discreetly slow down or stop for her sake. Just like that, they made it to his destination, a place of verdant hills and rolling mountains. Plenty of ancient temples were around, 128 of them for the 128 peaks upon careful examination. Furthermore, these peaks were arranged in an orderly manner, from small to big then back again, resulting in the shape of a fan. The one in the front or the shortest had a palace at the base with a stone pathway leading down. Cultivators sat around waiting in this spot. Some were walking down the path, looking quite unhappy. Others sat on the stairs and bemoaned their lack of success. "What is this place?" Shima asked. "Bewildering Palace." Li Chia said flatly. "Bewildering Palace?" She was startled. "The legendary palace that is impossible to get through because everyone will be lost?" Li Chia shook his head. "Not quite, the chance is just low to the point of being negligible. Only progenitors can get through, normal people can't comprehend its mysteries." More and more people gathered in front of this palace. The group hanging their head dispiritedly far outnumbered those with hope and excitement. "Brother Biyao, how did it go?" An old cultivator waiting outside saw a friend leaving and asked with concern. "Sigh, let's not talk about it, greed made me lose everything. It was hard enough to enter the third hall, but I got too greedy and wanted to get to the fourth. It's over right then. I should have just left with the item from the third. That's not too bad, I entered 3 times and spent so much money to make it to the 5th hall, aiming for the 6th then stop, but I got chased out anyway." The friend answered. "Come on now, stop talking about this." A gray-haired old man shook his head while walking down. "At least you both still have some money left, I'm done for. I brought 80 million true coins, outside of betting once at a wildland, the rest got thrown away here, so now I have to borrow some money to get back." "Sigh, Brother Mao." The old cultivator earlier shook his head. "If you don't change this habit of yours, you'll be done for. It kicked you out 4 times yet you still didn't give up. Each entry costs 10 times more than the previous, that's just insane. And Brother Yi, heed my warning, Bewildering Palace is not bad, but don't be too greedy. In my opinion, stop at the 3rd hall. He went on, "With our power, we can see through a few things from the first 3 halls, but that's tough enough. But for the rest? Let's stop daydreaming. I think even a progenitor can't reach the 128th hall. Senior, please don't say that. Back then, one youth made it to the 100th hall in one go and became an amazing character. A youth interjected. Xian Xiao, who else can be as lucky as him? More cultivators joined in. I heard that at the 100th hall, he found a coffin with an immortal woman inside, right? This topic drew the interest of the crowd and a group formed to talk about it without any hesitation. An immortal woman? Do they actually exist? I don't buy it. A youth remained skeptical. It's true, at least the part where Xian Xiao made it that far. As for the immortal woman, that's tough to say. He indeed found a coffin though. One older man mused. No, that part is true too. Well, there was an incredible girl inside, but who knows if she is an immortal or not. All I know is Xian Xiao ascended to immortal lineage in just a short time because of her. Just imagine, the guy was a nobody beforehand, and he soared so quickly. That's abnormal. One ancestor added. His luck is truly heaven-defying, probably the record holder for this place, at least on paper. Some even believed that he had made it to the 128th hall. If it were me, I would be so content with just the 50th hall and would ask for nothing more in life. A young one started daydreaming. Stop. His senior slapped his head and playfully scolded, 50th? Just the 10th is enough for an amazing treasure. The conversation eventually waned down. Some left while others started coming to the palace for the first time. Meanwhile, Li Qie stood on a stone step and looked up above, immobile like a statue. Is this place truly that difficult to enter? Shima had a good time listening to all the tales just a while ago. Li Qie withdrew his gaze and chuckled. It's one thing to test your luck, but in order to understand the mysteries within, the more capable will have a better chance. Of course, some actually got lucky, but this number is so few in history, maybe just 1 or 2 people. They said that Xian Xiao made it past the 100th hall in one go. Shima quietly spoke. Li Qie only smiled and looked at the first hall then the last. Bewildering Palace consisted of 128 halls. Anyone could enter the first. In there, they could pay up and have a chance to pick the key. There were a total of 128 keys, and only one is correct. In other words, the person needed to pick the right one before entering the second hall. At the second hall, 2 choices were available. The first was to take an item and leave. The second choice was to repeat the key-picking process again. This would be the same for the third and preceding halls. Naturally, the treasures deeper in the palace were more precious. After reaching a certain level, they were heaven-defying artifacts. Ordinary experts, including true gods, would find it hard to get past the 10th hall. Reaching the 30th or 50th hall meant that they were immensely powerful or got really lucky. Across the ages, the most renowned case was a youth named Xian Xiao. Rumor has it that he was a nobody back then upon coming here. He was lucky enough to go past the 100th hall, but the exact number remains unknown. Some records stated that he had made it to the very last one. He found a coffin with an immortal woman inside and she took him to immortal lineage. Thus, his name became analogous with luck later on. Just imagine, many true gods would never be able to reach immortal lineage after trying for a lifetime, yet he was brought along up there. Of course, there were other known lucky cases of humble background, managing to reach the mid-level halls. From then on, they became wealthy and successful. The truth was that these cases were far and few in between. Those who could reach the higher halls were quite powerful, using their abilities to analyze the changes in the palace. That's how they managed to pick the right key. Most youths disagreed with this, believing in fortune as the main decider instead. They came here with true coins to try, only to lose everything, lacking money to even return home. Chapter 2300, We're going in. Li Qie said before climbing up. Ling Shima regained her wits and gave chase. She didn't have high expectations for Bewildering Palace. First, before even thinking about her own abilities or luck, she didn't have the most crucial requirement, true coins. At the top of the steps was the first hall. All were met with an archaic breath as if they have entered a place battered by time. In fact, Bewildering Palace was old indeed, existing alongside Moneyfall during the latter's inception. It could accommodate several thousand people. The walls were unadorned with needless decoration outside of stone pillars and a few unknown statues. There were carved portraits and paintings around, some of beasts and birds, people from the past, and the Celestials. This wasn't a treasure hall at all, more like a museum of sorts. These statues and paintings were work of art, seemingly left behind by the great masters. In fact, a few travelers came specifically to look at the arts in this place. Li Qie seemed to be one of them. He wasn't in a rush to test his luck, only scanning through the statues and paintings. Shima also did the same but didn't gain anything from it outside of astonishment. There were many creatures that she had never seen before. She even wondered if they came from someone's imagination. Li Qie, on the other hand, took his time appreciating certain ones. They actually contained hidden history due to their age, old beyond imagination. Alas, only a pitiful number of viewers could understand them. Li Qie was one of them, so he had a better appreciation for these arts compared to the rest. Bewildering Palace wasn't only a place to test one's luck like a gambling hall. It served a different purpose in the past. Other people and Shima simply didn't understand them, so they only gave it a quick glance. Of course, some ancestors spent more time trying to understand them. Meanwhile, the majority had begun to test their luck after entry. The process was very simple, they just needed to pick a statue or a painting. One ancestor stood before a statue and began scattering true coins on the ground. They quickly disappeared. Creak. The chest of the statue actually came apart from the middle like a treasure chest. It exuded strands of light, revealing a line of golden keys. Each key had plenty of ancient runes stacked on top of each other like an old language. This ancestor hesitated for a moment before spreading his palm. Dao laws gathered and gently poured down onto the 128 keys. The glow on the keys also resonated with varying intensity. He was trying to understand the golden key's profundity in order to figure out the real one. This one. He eventually picked one and took it out. Buzz. Contact with his hand made the key turn into powders, scattering into the ground then dispersing into nothingness. Damn, wrong one. The ancestor cursed. Forget it, Brother Lin, you have tried 3 times already today and got something from the 4th hall, that's good enough, what more do you want? His peer suggested, the price will increase tenfold each, so if you keep playing, you might lose everything. Fine, fine. The ancestor smiled wryly and left while shaking his head. In this palace, losing wasn't the end as long as there was still money left. For example, after coming out of the 3rd hall, one could still start again at the 1st hall. However, the price would be 10 times greater than the previous, then another 10 times if they were to try again. Thus, some ancestors brought a monstrous sum here only to lose everything in the end. Pick the Immortal Sage painting, I heard the probability is better. A senior brought his fellow disciples here to widen their horizon. They came before a portrait of a gray-haired old man, looking just like an immortal. The senior threw plenty of true coins at the painting and the painting also opened up, revealing 128 keys inside. The seniors didn't pick a key right away. He first bowed towards the painting and murmured, Immortal Sage, please give me your blessing. Having said that, he offered more coins to the painting. After a buzzing noise, half of the 128 keys turned into powders, leaving 64 behind. You can do that? The first-timers here were astounded. If you pay double, it will help you eliminate half of the keys. An older cultivator smiled. Damn, you can really do anything with money in this place, even something like that. The first-timers replied. After careful musing, the senior picked out a key. It didn't turn into dust and imprinted into his palm instead, leaving a key mark behind. He picked the right one. The crowd nearby came closer right away. "All right, hold my hand, we'll go to the second hall," the senior said. Once his disciples grabbed his hand, the key mark exuded a golden light encompassing the entire group. They disappeared from sight and have gone to the second hall. Though there was only one chance to grab a treasure, one could still bring along their companions after picking the right key. "That guy is quite lucky, picking correctly the first time," an envious spectator said. "So strange, I've done it 3 times and still got it wrong. I'm done, spending all of this money for nothing," another youth furiously shouted before leaving. This was a common occurrence in this place. People would come and waste money, never even getting the chance to see the second hall and needing to leave empty-handed. Luck actually played a very small role in this place. One just needed to be powerful enough to comprehend the secrets behind each key, then pick the right one to go to the next hall. This would become increasingly powerful, so it was amazing for someone to reach just the 10th hall. Despite being aware of the difficulty, the treasures here were too tempting, so people couldn't help spending their gold. Right here. Li Chia picked the painting of a sun rising from the ocean and spent his coins. Buzz. The picture opened to reveal 128 golden keys. Chapter 2301. Ling Shima looked at the keys and held her breath. She knew that it wouldn't be easy picking the right one from the bunch. "Brat, be careful," an old cultivator kindly reminded Li Chia. "This isn't about luck, look carefully since each key is different. Look at the runes and symbols on them, these are text. If you can understand these texts, you will be able to read the keys. Doing so would let you find the right one to the next hall." This experienced old man didn't want Li Chia to waste money for nothing. "Elder he, that's easier said than done. Not to mention little characters like us, even progenitors might not be able to understand these keys' mysteries. They are too profound and bottomless." His friend shook his head and smiled. Li Chia chuckled at the goodwill and answered, "Thank you for reminding me. Unfortunately, I have no knowledge about these ancient texts and will only be testing my luck." Having said that, he picked a key without even looking. After taking it, the key actually imprinted itself onto his palm. "Shit, what kind of luck is this?" The old cultivator was in disbelief. "Whoa, looks like luck can work too." His friend's eyes widened. Old men like us have been thinking about what makes each key unique and deriving the meanings of the text. Of course, we only saw the bare surface, but now, you picked it right away. This thing is still luck dependent to an extent. Well yeah, otherwise, Xian Xiao wouldn't have been able to do it. Everyone knows about his heaven-defying luck and legendary tales. A different expert laughed. "Let's go." Li Chia grabbed Shima's hand. A buzz came with a golden glow from the seal. The two of them immediately entered the second hall. "I'll do it too." Many cultivators here saw his success and tried to replicate it. They didn't bother looking at the set of keys at all and just picked one at random. Unfortunately, these keys turned to gold powders. "Why can't I be that lucky?" Others felt that the heaven was being too unfair. Luck is not something everyone possesses, otherwise, Xian Xiao wouldn't be the only one truly recorded in history. If everyone was lucky, they would be wealthy already, no need to come here. An ancestor said disapprovingly. The sceneries changed before Li Chia and Shima. Once everything became clear, they were in the second hall. She immediately looked around and saw the similarities between the first and second hall. The main difference was that these works of art were changed. Moreover, the first hall was filled with people. Some locations were densely packed. This number decreased in the second hall, only a few hundred people. This crowd wasn't in a hurry to live. Some were thinking about how to get to the next one, others thought about picking their treasure here. It wasn't easy for them to come here, so some took their time to enjoy the arts, something they had been looking forward to. "Master, do we want to go to the third?" Li Qiye saw the group of cultivators that went here before them. No, don't be too greedy, I can only handle this much with my cultivation, so the second hall is the limit. Only true gods can see more at the third hall and above. At the higher levels, such as the 40th hall and up, even true emperors would have problems. This senior knew his own capabilities. Then what treasures should we pick? The disciples became excited since they were going to stop here. Here. This senior clearly had experiences with this place. After a moment of contemplation, he picked a portrait and placed his palm with the key seal on it. Creak. The painting opened, revealing a stone chest inside. It was sealed so no one knew of its content. I wonder what it is. The disciples became rowdy, stretching out their neck for a better look. However, their master was much more cautious. He took the chest and stored it in his fate palace before telling the kids, "Let's go, we'll look after returning home." A portal existed in the center of the second hall. This was absent in the first, allowing people to teleport back to the entrance of the palace. Of course, many didn't want to leave like this. Though the treasures were before them, they still wanted to gamble to make it to the next. Are we taking it? Someone asked his friend. No, let's keep going, maybe we'll get lucky and get to the 30th hall. I heard someone got a painting there comparable to an ancestral weapon. The moment this painting is unwrapped, it could take in the heaven and earth and anyone else in the way. This eventually became the defining treasure of a system, so damn magical. If we can get there, we'll be so rich. Becoming an emperor after coming back is a sure thing. His friend spoke with such conviction. He then chose a statue and placed his marked palm on it. His golden key mark moved on to the statue. Creak. The statue opened, revealing the 128 keys inside. The youth hesitated for a while before picking one. This one will make us rich. Unfortunately, it turned into powder and disappeared without a trace. Shit. The youth blurted out, full of regrets, I wasted this goddamn treasure. He didn't need to gamble again and could have left with an item. Now, he lost coins for no reason. I got it. Someone else in the corner heartily laughed. He picked the right key to get to the next hall. His hand started glowing and he was taken to the third hall. It didn't take long before the place was filled with waves of laughter and curse. The former naturally found the right key while the latter lost completely. Some also knew their limit and decided to cash out on their treasures instead by exchanging the key, not wanting to reach the third hall. Meanwhile, Li Qiye repeated his observation from the first hall, enjoying all the statues and paintings. After getting his fill of arts, he raised his hand. Are we exchanging the key or moving on to the third hall? Shima quietly asked. We're moving on. Li Qiye smiled and moved his key mark to a painting. It opened to show off its keys and he instantly took one without thinking. This key naturally imprinted itself onto his palm. All right, to the third. He held her hand and the duo disappeared inside a golden glow. There were even fewer people in this place, but Li Qiye didn't care. He continued to do his own thing, meticulously going through each item. Chapter 2302, Did you guys hear? That ant-feeding brat made it to the 6th hall. People still didn't know Li Qiye's name by now, only his nickname. Some weren't surprised to hear this, so? The guy has enough money to feed ants so he could probably get into the 10th hall without any problem. He should last for a while. Sure enough, another news came about. Li Qiye had entered the 10th hall. Just how rich is he? The youth started to salivate with envy. For many cultivators, just reaching the 5th or the 6th hall was amazing enough. How many redo has he done already to reach the 10th hall? This question came up. In fact, everyone guessed wrong. They assumed that he had failed many times because it took him a while to get from the 5th to the 10th hall. They didn't know that he took his time appreciating the works of art on each level. Shima shared the same confusion, wondering if he was here for the arts instead of treasure. Anyone else would only care for the latter, but Wuxia showed no sign of this. She copied him and also carefully judged these paintings and statues. Alas, she didn't understand the symbolism behind most of them. Young noble, what's so magical about these items? She couldn't help but ask. They are records. He calmly explained, existing in all eras and epochs, such as ceremonies, battle deeds, or just fantastic anecdotes. However, writings would disappear with time, so statues and paintings are the best preservation method. Do you mind elaborating? She remained curious. They are pieces of history that can solve mysteries, far more precious than merit law or treasure. Of course, the prerequisite is being able to understand them. He chuckled. She didn't quite agree with this statement since merit laws and treasures held a great position in her mind. History wasn't worth a single coin in the eyes of many. No one cared enough to waste time and effort recalling the past. He didn't bother explaining why since the gap between the two was too high. They didn't have the same starting perspective. After seeing more of them, he sighed and quietly murmured, ancient beyond traceability. Eternal life, desired by all, has certain origins. They are just unaware of the terror within. The ant-feeding brat got to the 15th hall. Someone else brought up Wuxia. That guy is a badass. Just how much did he spend so far? Wait, is this even true? Someone remained skeptical. Of course it's true, Regal Dusk True God met him there. A knowledgeable person revealed. 15th hall, the guy is going to be rich. Another youth became envious. He must not be here for wealth cause he doesn't look like he gives a damn about true coins, feeding those ants without batting an eye. One more speculated. News about Wuxia stopped after this. Those who met him at this time were ascenders and ancestors, not people who interact with the public. They also chose their conversation carefully. In fact, after reaching the 20th hall, the crowd thinned out completely. More often than not, only the duo was around. Shima was rightfully astounded by Wuxia's abilities so far. She knew that treading through Bewildering Palace was challenging, especially later on. This applied to true emperors and eternals as well since only progenitors could derive the mysteries later. However, Wuxia didn't need to do any calculation. Only one glance was required before he picked the correct key for the next hall. No one would believe something like this, but she had a first-hand experience of this surreal event. Young noble, are these shortcuts? After moving through dozens of halls, she asked with trepidation. There is no shortcut in this world. He smiled. But it looks like you don't need to guess, young noble, you only need a glance to pick the right key, that's so magical. She quietly said. Wuxia smiled. Use your heart and mind to gauge the boundless grand Tao and endless laws. It is impossible to see the end, and even if you were capable, time is the limiting factor. Only the Tao heart can break through all illusions and maintain one's original goal. Everything starts here. Tao heart? She couldn't understand due to the simplicity of it all, as if just having a strong Tao heart makes everything easy. She hasn't reached the right level just yet. It required pain, time, prosperity, and decline. All were required to build an immovable Tao heart. Meanwhile, Moneyfall was lively all over. As time passed, the big shots who came were more influential than the last. All the famous Tao systems had members present. I heard Sword Sovereign has arrived. If that's the case, maybe Saber Devil Crown Prince will be here too. After all, the rivalry of the sword and saber continues. The Crown Prince will not let the Sovereign steal all the spotlight. Not just him, Coiling Dragon Young Noble and the Martial Goddess are here too. I heard Young Radiance will send someone as well. An older cultivator had a good information network. Another youth came bringing news that would shock many systems. Isn't that Young Noble Chu? The moment this fella came to Moneyfall, cultivators crowded around him like the stars circling around the moon. He looked quite smug from this treatment. However, the younger ones didn't know who he was. Plus, his cultivation was mediocre at best, so they became confused, wondering why the older cultivators were treating him so well. "Who is that guy? Look at how smug he looks." One youth snorted while watching from the distance. "Zhou Jikuan, very famous recently." An old expert replied. "Is he strong?" A youth didn't think the guy looks like a genius or master at all. "No, he's just a regular disciple from a tiny sect in longevity system. The guy managed to suck up to a big shot and became a messenger, that's why he can act like this." The old expert revealed. "Young Noble Chu, how is the young lord doing?" An old cultivator greeted Jikuan and also asked about his backer. "The young lord is doing very well, and he's coming here soon too," Jikuan arrogantly said. "Young Lord Mu is coming?" A few ancestors shuddered upon hearing this. "That's right, young Lord Mu is coming and he wants to see the ancestors of the big systems. I hope everyone will show up then," Jikuan declared. Just imagine, this was someone who would need to kneel before the elders, let alone the ancestors. But now, after becoming a messenger of young Lord Mu, everything changed for him. Even the ancestors became polite when dealing with him. All this felt impossible to him in the past, so now, his confidence and arrogance soared. He could speak to anyone with his chest arched forward. Chapter 2303, Moneyfall and the depth of bewildering palace contrasted each other, one lively while the other quiet, devoid of people. Even if some have come here, no one outside would know anyway. Buzz. In the final hall, or the 128th one, Li Qia and Ling Shima appeared after a bright flash. The 128th hall. She became emotional and shuddered. As they traveled across one hall to another, she grew numb to the whole ordeal. Alas, this last one struck harder. There were no words to describe her current feelings. Perhaps no one has ever come this far before, or only existences at the progenitor level. Now, she was standing right here, something that others couldn't dream of. Though she followed Li Qia and wouldn't be eligible for any treasure, it was still the luckiest and most glorious moment of her life. An insignificant character like her alone would never have the chance to be here. An archaic breath drowned them for a greeting. She felt that she was lost in the old ages. She found this hall to be unique. While looking above, a ceiling was certainly lacking, taken place by a starry sky. This seemed to be a vast galaxy. Everyone would feel as if they were a mere speck of dust before its grandeur. After looking around, she noticed that there were no paintings here, only 36 statues of unimaginable size. Each was as large as a mountain. They stood there, seemingly capable of upholding 3,000 worlds. In fact, 3,000 worlds would seem small before them. The most shocking thing was not their size, but rather, their aura. The material was just rock without any blessing, but this aura was still frightening. It crossed through time, older than all creations. Perhaps they were already around even before the initial inception of the world. She dropped to the ground instantly, feeling inferior to an ant, not qualified to look up. Her breathing became ragged. Li Qia protected her with his own aura, allowing her to breathe. She felt that being close to him was the safest spot in the world. It took a while before she mustered enough strength to look straight at these statues. She didn't recognize the majority of them. "What are those things?" she asked in astonishment. Perhaps a true emperor would feel the same way. Primeval beings. If possible, one could find clues of immortality here. He slowly said. Immortality. She murmured, never having thought about this unreachable topic before. Li Qia's eyes became incomparably profound as he gazed at the statues. Who is the real mastermind? The true horror? The absolute bringer of darkness? Time seemed to be frozen. Shima didn't dare to breathe loudly. He eventually withdrew his gaze and smiled. "I'll be coming for it. Is time to end this, not only to find an answer for myself, but also for all the other beings." She had no clue what he was talking about. What answer was he looking for? "Are there invincible weapons here?" Of the progenitor level? She thought about something else. The mid-level halls were frightening enough with peerless treasures. But now, they were at the 128th hall. Perhaps the treasure here would be at the progenitor level. Progenitor level? Li Chia laughed. I wouldn't need to come here for just that. You are underestimating this place. Even stronger than ancestral treasure? Her mouth gaped with surprise, unable to imagine something stronger than progenitors. In her eyes, even true emperors were untouchable, let alone progenitors. Materials are not worthy of being in this place. Li Chia shook his head. Here, what you will get is a single opportunity. Opportunity? She didn't understand. Wasting so much effort for a single opportunity? Li Chia walked up to a statue and raised his right hand containing the key mark. Now. He smiled and reached forward. Buzz. Strands of light emanated from the statue and gathered in his palm. Eventually, the light disappeared along with the golden key mark, leaving behind a badge. Time-worn beyond recognition and made of unknown material, it had but a single word carved on the surface, decree. It was written from a long-lost language, unknown to modern people. Not bad. Li Chia nodded while looking at the badge. She was flabbergasted. This was it after coming to the final hall? One badge? Perhaps true emperors and progenitors couldn't make it this far, and all Li Chia got was this item? Strangely enough, he seemed to be quite pleased with it. That's it? But progenitors themselves might not be able to come here. She asked in a daze. Only 2 or 3 people have been here in history. Li Chia revealed. Is this badge a treasure? She inquired. No, it is an opportunity. He shook his head, one that could bring about damnation, depending on the choice made. Few could handle it. Is there any other significance behind it? A chance that could bring about damnation? She thought that the trip was not worth it at all for him. In order to truly know immortality, one must find out what had happened in the far past, the circumstances during the start of time. Otherwise, it would only be in theory, a fool's dream. Li Chia looked at her and said. She only smiled wryly, unqualified to talk about this matter since she was only an ant struggling to survive. Eventually, he opened this hall and the 2 of them were transported back to the first. They left Bewildering Palace and returned to Moneyfall. You're Li Chia from Longevity System? A cold voice sounded, stopping them from walking down the steps. The chilling tone depicted aggression. This was no greeting. Chapter 2304. The sudden cry attracted the attention of the spectators. They saw a youth climbing the steps with many experts behind him. He looked high and mighty, looking down on all. It's Messenger Zhou. Someone whispered. People found his inquisitive tone quite strange along with the news that Li Chia came from Longevity System. They didn't know his identity or what happened in that land, unaware of the feud between these 2. Plus, Jikuan was also from Longevity. The 2 were brethren and should be on a friendlier term. What? Li Chia didn't give a damn about the aggressive youth and only stared nonchalantly at him. You killed my junior brother. Jikuan drew closer with a chilling glare. No idea. Li Chia became bored. He is Wu Xianyi, another messenger of young Lord Mu. The guy increased his volume. People glanced at each other after hearing this. The big shots were aware that after Jikuan joined the young lord, his junior brother followed suit. Whether Xianyi was a messenger or not, Li Chia seemed to have antagonized young Lord Mu. Don't know him. Li Chia waved his sleeve. I've killed too many to count, and who would keep track of how many ants they have killed anyway? Damn. Some gave him a thumbs up after hearing this since they looked down on Jikuan. This was mainly due to his change in attitude after sucking up to young Lord Mu. He even looked down on the ancestors when speaking with them, so people naturally hated him. They just didn't say anything due to his master. Jikuan's face turned red. Everyone has been giving him some face after he became a messenger. Even an ancestor would courteously refer to him as virtuous nephew Zhou. But now, a junior was looking at him with contempt. Li, you choose the hard way instead of the easy way. Jikuan shouted, killing a messenger is a big crime. Not to mention your insignificant life. When young Master Mu send down his wrath, longevity system won't get off easily. Where did this ant come from? Li Chia interrupted him, Mu or Wu or whatever, only a bunch of ants. Don't raise your fangs in front of me because if I get in a bad mood, I'll trample that Mu clan. Scram right now whilst I'm feeling merciful. The rowdy palace became silent right away. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. They all heard him clearly, hence their shock at someone daring to utter such words. They certainly agreed that Zhou Jikuan was an ant but wouldn't say it openly. Even if he managed to suck up to young Lord Mu, he himself was nothing. This wasn't the case for the young lord. His name alone instilled fear because he was someone from above. The ancestors with information on the Mu clan knew even more about this monstrous existence. They had absolute power, far superior to any system in myriad lineage. But now, Li Chia called this young lord an ant and even talked about taking care of the Mu clan. Such a ridiculous notion, a true god wouldn't make this statement. The big shots here exchanged glances, thinking that the guy was insane. Such impudence. One expert next to Jikuan shouted, ignorant brat, young Lord Mu isn't someone you can talk about. Fool, insulting the young lord is a crime worthy of dash, Jikuan bellowed. Boom. He slammed into the wall of the palace before he could finish and got stuck there like a piece of paper. Li Chia simply raised his palm and this was enough to suppress Jikuan there. He slightly closed his fingers and broke some of the youth's bones. Blood immediately stained his robe. Ah! Jikuan screamed in horror. What are you doing? The experts accompanying Jikuan immediately took out their weapons and glared menacingly at Li Chia. Just a single glance from him made them shudder, needing to take one step back. Though they wanted to save the youth, they have lost their courage for some reason, an instinctive fear making their legs weak. After all, they weren't under young Lord Mu's camp and only wanted to befriend Zhou Jikuan. It wasn't at the point where they would risk their lives for the guy. At the same time, the crowd was caught off guard. They didn't expect for Li Chia to attack so fast, not giving a damn about Jikuan's status. What a monster. Some trembled because of his fierceness, doing whatever he wanted. You, what do you want? Jikuan cried out before death. Nothing, just crushing an ant. Li Chia closed his fingers ever so slightly. More bones broke and blood gushed out. I am a messenger from young Lord Mu. Touch a hair of mine and there will be no place for you in the youth shrieked. This ended up with more bones of his being crushed. Blood flowed like a spring all over. He became pale and didn't dare to say anything else. Not speaking anymore? Li Chia sneered. Jikuan knew that he had met a madman and didn't dare to speak. That's better. Li Chia continued, sparing your dog life right now so that you can tell that young Lord Mu to scram back to his place, or I'll hang his head in the sky of myriad lineage. Oh God, the crowd became frozen after hearing this public declaration of war. He must not know young Lord Mu and the Mu clan, because if he did, he wouldn't dare to boast like this. An expert quietly stated. Jikuan was no master so he lost his cool instantly, unable to speak. Are you going or not? Li Chia smirked and increased the pressure, torturing the bones even more. Ah! The youth couldn't handle the sharp pain and conceded, I definitely will. He didn't care about reputation and face, no longer acting as imperious as before. Very good. Li Chia smiled, I'll wring your neck if you don't send the message. With that, he released his grasp. Bang! The youth fell down from the wall, paralyzed on the ground with blood all over. Li Chia patted his hands and left without looking at the guy. Shima standing nearby didn't say anything either. An inexperienced and weak girl like her had never seen anything of this nature. She quickly followed him down the stairs. Young noble Zhou. After he left, many quickly helped Jikuan up and tried to cure his injuries. Jikuan calmed down and immediately said while gritting his teeth, "Help me find Elder Fan. I will ask him to take action against those who dare to oppose young Lord Mu." "Elder Fan is here too?" Some were startled. "He is nearby, please go invite him," Jikuan repeated. Chapter 2305. Leaving bewildering palace left Li Qia in the desolate region of Moneyfall. "Young noble, where are we going now?" Ling Shima asked timidly. "If time permits, we'll go somewhere that might let you find your sword tomb. But whether you can get it or not is up to you. You must be able to connect with it or it will only be a flower in the dew or the moon in the water." Shima hesitated for a moment before taking out an old box. She handed it to Li Qia and said, "This is something our forefather left behind. He said it is the key to taking back the tomb. Can you use it, young noble?" Li Qia opened it and was met with a massive sword energy. He took a good look and said, "This is indeed the meaning of the sword, but it won't be that simple. You will need perseverance in order to succeed." "I will try my best." She stared straight at him and said firmly. Despite knowing the difficulties lying ahead, she was ready to pay any price and her eyes showed her determination. "Good." He nodded, then mentally prepare, pain will be unavoidable. Shima left the box with him. It was more important than her life and pertained to their clan's survival, so she shouldn't be handing it to anyone. Moreover, she didn't know Li Qia for that long, but for some reason, she trusted him more than anyone right now. She felt no anxiety leaving it to him, not worrying that he would take it for his own. It was safer in his possession anyway. Li Qia didn't say anything and put the box away. "Swords for sale here, 5% off if you buy one, 20% off for two, 40% off for 10, or 100 for a very good price." They didn't get far before hearing a familiar voice. On a beach shore, someone was carrying a large bag and peddling his bamboo swords. Who else would do something like this but Conqueror young noble? "My fairy, my bamboo sword will make you even more transcending and graceful." He latched onto a group of young female cultivators and went to work with his bright and sincere smile. "You are the young noble from Conqueror?" The girls smiled back at him. The guy was quite famous for many reasons, his status, talents, and looks. Moreover, his amiability made many girls want to befriend him. "I am, pretty ladies such as yourselves should visit our humble sect. It's a tiny location so our citizens will certainly be amazed by your beauty. It is a blessing of 3 lifetimes." His words were flowery indeed but didn't sound off-putting. Other passers-by shook their head and smiled. They have grown used to his strange behavior. "Let's buy one each then." His smile won the girls over. The truth was that these bamboo swords weren't worth the listed price. They only bought them in order to make a friend. "Stay safe, pretty ladies. Come to Conqueror when you can." The young noble remained enthusiastic after the successful sale. "Ah, big bro, we meet again. How about buying some of my swords?" Conqueror went over to the duo as they were about to cross the lake. Shima wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. She didn't understand why someone of his status would act as a merchant. "No." Li Qia refused again. "Big bro, friendship starts upon the first meeting, brotherhood blossoms on the second. This is our second, so we are brothers." Conqueror put on sword into Li Qia's hand and sincerely said, "Well, consider this a meeting present." Li Qia chuckled, finding the youth amusing. He then took a look at the sword. It was made entirely of bamboo. Nevertheless, Conqueror meticulously carved and paid attention to the little details. "I personally made each one, they have their own aura and are unique," Conqueror said. "Not bad." Li Qia traced the sword's edge with his finger and nodded approvingly. Conqueror's face was beaming after earning the praise. His smile became wider and brighter, 1 sword to own the world, 2 swords to be unique in history, 3 swords for an unstoppable formation. Despite the grandiose and funny rhetoric, Shima still wasn't buying it. She didn't see what was so special about these swords. Big bro, do you want to buy one? Buy one, get 2 free, how about it? Conqueror offered. They are made from our ancestral bamboo, the very foundation of our sect, a great treasure and the symbol of coiling dragon system. It once connected to the very veins of the system. He continued bragging. If it wasn't for him bringing coiling dragon up, people would have forgotten that he was part of this system, and his sect, Conqueror, was only an old city there. Humph, such a big tone. A snort came about. How can Conqueror represent coiling dragon? This interjection drew the attention of the crowd. An old man with a group of experts got off their boat. He didn't give any face to Conqueror young noble at all. He wore an imperial robe, a saber was his weapon of choice. His chilling aura belonged to the true god level. His unforgiven eyes deterred others from staring straight at him. The king of 5 saints. So many experts from that kingdom are here. Many recognized him and talked among themselves. Miao Lei of 5 saints, looks like we'll have quite a show to watch. An elder was ready to have fun. Isn't 5 saints a kingdom of coiling dragon system? Conqueror young noble is from there too. Why the animosity? A youth asked his senior. It pertains to the origin of coiling dragon. The senior smiled. What, Royal Lord Miao, our conqueror can't speak for coiling dragon. Only your kingdom can. Conqueror retorted, still smiling. Coiling dragon is under the rule of 8-armed dynasty. They are the only one who can represent our system. Miao Lei uttered coldly. Talking about the Premoon sect? They are only parasites of the system. The only reason I'm not demanding sovereignty is that I don't want to bring war to the people. Miao Lei's expression shifted. Some understood what was going on while the young ones were confused. What's happening? One youth asked about this conflict between members of Coiling Dragon. Just a debate about the orthodox branch. His senior said, the current sect in charge, 8-armed dynasty, is not the descendants of Coiling Dragon progenitor. What about Conqueror young noble? The junior inquired again. Who knows? The senior shook his head. Rumor has it that Conqueror was the founding location of Coiling Dragon, but it's still just a rumor. Chapter 2306. It didn't take long before gossiping began in the courtyard. Miao Lei naturally wouldn't like Conqueror young noble due to the political scene of Coiling Dragon. Coiling Dragon was naturally created by the progenitor with the same title. In the past, it was under the rule of his lineage. Later on, this branch weakened and gradually lost control over the system. Then came a sect named Premoon. The progenitor was from the 8-armed tribe, same with many other descendants. This was also the case for the members of Premoon. The main problem was that this sect didn't belong to the system at the beginning since they were nomadic travelers. No one really knew of their true background. They had their own merit laws, but for some reason, they decided to abandon everything to restart using the merit laws of Coiling Dragon. They worked hard and let go of the past to become real disciples of Coiling Dragon. With the decline of the orthodox branch, Premoon defeated the direct descendants of the progenitor and took over. They called themselves the 8-armed dynasty and used this bloodline to connect them with the progenitor. The system had a different master from then on. Premoon successfully carried out what the world would proverbially refer to as a dove stealing the magpie's nest. The main branch disappeared in this land. Some even believed that they have died out completely. Later on, Conqueror and his city broke this belief. Rumor has it that this was the birthplace of the progenitor. Conqueror was a nobody in the beginning. Later on, his talents manifested along with his surging cultivation. The 8-armed dynasty didn't pay any attention to him. After all, there were billions of disciples in the system, who had the time to care about an insignificant youth? As his fame rose, more mouths began to run in the system, topics such as Conqueror being a descendant of Coiling Dragon progenitor. Moreover, he had never talked about his background, only that he had learned many merit laws from the system. More and more began to believe that he was a true descendant of their progenitor. He didn't bother confirming or denying these rumors. Nevertheless, the dynasty couldn't sit still because they weren't the real descendants, only usurpers. If Conqueror was the real thing, it would be too dangerous to their rule. They tried several times to kill him to no avail. This only served to increase his reputation and fame in Coiling Dragon. Many sects and countries actually had close ties with him. On the other hand, Five Saints was the biggest supporter of Eight-Armed Dynasty. That's why this king had such animosity towards Conqueror during this meeting today. All eyes were on the two of them, especially the older ones. They were especially curious about whether Conqueror was a direct descendant or not. Miao Lei scowled. Stop spouting such heresy to trick the crowd. Insulting Coiling Dragon system is unforgivable. The death penalty is warranted in order to uphold the system's prestige. You think you alone can do it? Conqueror smirked. I've seen what your kingdom can do already, just a bunch of ambushing tricks. Your sect's existence is the real disgrace to the kingdom. These two had skirmishes before. Five Saints had sent numerous assassins to kill Conqueror under the order of Eight-Armed Dynasty. Unfortunately, it ended with failure and death. The royal lord had plenty of experts with him right now, so he felt the urge to attack Conqueror. Despite being a big shot in Coiling Dragon, the contempt shown today was too much for him to take. Humph, Junior, you're too arrogant. This is not Coiling Dragon, so I'm afraid your means are limited. We will rid the system of your evil today. Miao Lei shouted and gave the signal. The experts from his kingdom circled around and surrounded Conqueror. The spectators held their breath, wanting to see just how strong this genius was. The three young nobles were famous, but Conqueror was especially enigmatic. Some stated that he could use the various powers of Coiling Dragon's system. This was the reason why the dynasty failed to kill him time and time again. Miao Lei also heard and believed this rumor. However, this was Moneyfall, far away from Coiling Dragon system. Even if he had the ability to do so, he couldn't use them right now. Big bro, you might want to leave for a bit. Wait until I'm done with them, then we can talk about the deal. Conqueror smiled at Wuxia. No need to leave, it's no big deal. Wuxia lazily said with no intention of leaving. Sir, who are you? Please leave since this is a matter of our Coiling Dragon system, or face the consequences. Miao Lei shouted. Wuxia looked at them and said, a bunch of frogs under the well, unaware of the immensity of the heaven and earth. He knew that despite the number advantage, this group was no match for Conqueror. This young noble was countless times stronger than Miracle. Fool, we'll take care of you too then. Miao Lei furiously shouted. Royal Lord Miao, no need for you to bother, we'll take care of him since we have some unfinished business. His dog life is mine. A cold voice interjected. A girl brought over a powerful group of experts. She was regional Princess Xia, named Zixuan. Her entourage was several times bigger than before. Moreover, several old men were present this time. It was obvious that they were masters. People from Sword Grave are here too. Some listeners whispered, I heard Sword Sovereign is here too. This princess had met him recently. No wonder why the princess group was stronger this time. She walked with tenacity because she had backup. Princess Xia. Miao Lei was ecstatic after seeing the reinforcement. Little Ling, you need to stop mingling with outsiders, come back to us. The princess stared at Shima and said. Shima's expression changed, aware that the princess came specifically for her. She inched towards Wuxia and felt much safer. Humph, don't think you can leave alive just because you found a backer. The princess snorted. Wuxia glared back and said flatly, I've already spared your lives back at the lake, yet you don't know when to back off. Li, I don't care who you are, you're not leaving this place alive. The princess declared. She hated him to the bones after nearly being killed by the storm on the lake. You and what army? Wuxia lazily spoke. The princess' expression turned ugly after being shown such contempt. You might be strong, but you won't be able to escape from Sword Grave. My first brother will never allow anyone to challenge our authority. People glanced around, thinking that maybe Sword Sovereign was already here. He just hasn't shown himself. Chapter 2307, How Amusing. Conqueror clapped and smiled at Li Chia. Big bro, looks like it'll be quite a fight tonight. Do you want to work together with me and go big? First of all, I'm not your big bro. Secondly, no need to go big over some ants. Just 1 or 2 moves will be plenty. Li Chia glanced at him and casually responded. Everyone gasped after hearing this. The princess and Miao Lei had more than 1,000 experts with them, not a single one was weak. Li Chia's claim was too unreasonable. Li, you're quite arrogant, but you're not surviving today. Another fierce cry came about. The crowd looked over and saw a youth leading another group of experts, sect masters and elders from the last generation. Zhou Jikuan. Some recognized him. Didn't he got taught a lesson earlier? Someone who was at Bewildering Palace whispered. Not too long ago, many saw Li Chia crushing the guy completely. It didn't take long before he was up and jumping again with such aggression. They didn't understand what made him so fierce. You don't get it, his backing is here now. An older cultivator replied. Young Lord Mu. Some experts blurted out. No. The old cultivator shook his head, a servant of young Lord Mu, Elder Fan. He was the one Jikuan sucked up to in the beginning before becoming a messenger. I see, no wonder why so many experts are helping him now. One guy glanced at the group behind Jikuan. No one tried to help him earlier outside of the palace, but this wasn't the case now. These experts behind him were holding treasure, ready to get involved. His number advantage made Jikuan quite confident. With the presence of Elder Fan, many great clans were willing to work for him. Looks like you're really tired of living. Li Chia grinned. The youth felt safe, so he shouted, Li Chia, you might be the first brother of longevity, but you still deserve death for insulting young Lord Mu. He's the first brother of longevity, the guy that quelled the rebellion. I heard he used the power there to destroy Everlasting Kingdom. A master was surprised to hear this. Many ancestors have heard about the situation at longevity by this point. Looks like you didn't send my message. Li Chia laughed, but no problem, I'll kill you and your master will surely come. I'll take care of him too then. One listener whispered, isn't this too much? Who dares to offend young Lord Mu right now? It's because you don't know him. An ancestor shook his head, this Li Chia is a monster. He's not only the first disciple of longevity but is also the current leader of Insane Court. This guy challenged all of Myriad lineage at 1.2, even young Lord Mu wouldn't dare to make this declaration. Ha ha ha. Someone sneered at Li Chia, such audacity, my young Lord Mu is beyond your level, I shall make mincemeat out of you because of your outrageous statement. An old man wearing a gray robe appeared on the horizon. The aura of a true god instilled fear into the crowd. Elder Fan, the young lord's trusted servant. One ancestor's expression changed. The crowd quieted down. This was also someone from above. His cultivation might not be that strong, but his status was something else. Young Lord Mu is a god from above, I will not accept such blasphemy towards him. Time for punishment. Another chilling voice came about. It carried a sword intent piercing at everyone's mind, causing them to shudder. People looked up and saw a tall man, looking around 30 years of age. He held a long sword and wore a violet robe. The sword intents emanating from him were quite impressive. Sword Sovereign. Sword Sovereign, an ancestor narrowed his eyes and became serious. Is he a pseudo-true emperor right now? He was the current leader of Sword Grave, as famous as any of the 3 young nobles. He wasn't listed among them because he made his debut much earlier. Thus, he was considered alongside Saber Devil as the sword and saber duo. Due to their age, he and Saber Devil could be stronger than the nobles. Brat, how are you going to get out of this? Princess Xia clearly had a crush on her senior brother. Ling Shima turned pale and took several steps back. She was from Sword Grave and knew how strong this guy was. Li, it's not too late to surrender. Jikuan grew bolder as more allies came. Good, this will save some time since all of you are here. Li Chia chuckled while playing with his bamboo sword. Let's go cut him to pieces. Jikuan ordered his experts. Right, take them down. The princess also shouted at her experts from Sword Grave. Ha, Conqueror, you're done. Miao Lei led his own group. More than 1,000 experts surrounded the three. The atmosphere became tense since a fight could break out at any moment. So fun, big bro, do you want to have a contest to see who can kill more? Conqueror smiled brightly at Li Chia, completely undaunted. If I kill more, you will have to buy all my swords. Not interested. Li Chia refused once more. Kill them. Jikuan commanded without attacking himself. Now. The princess and Miao Lei gave the final command. The experts roared and unleashed their attacks. So many weapons aimed at the three: pagoda, spear, saber. The area trembled since they didn't show any mercy, wishing to turn the group into mincemeat. Not good. The spectators nearby were shocked. Good, we'll do it like that, the person with the higher kill count will be the winner. Conqueror ignored Li Chia's refusal and shamelessly attacked before Li Chia. He threw his bag and all the swords soared to the sky. Sword energy began to ravage the area with sharp arcs everywhere. They didn't look like bamboo swords but more like divine swords now, with strong enough intents to pierce through all. Clank. These swords poured down their energy at the enemies. Ah! Blood gushed along with tormented wails. Conqueror didn't hold back. These swords pierced through the chest and crucified the enemies. Royal Lord Miao, your life is mine. Conqueror also attacked while wielding a sword. The luminous attack crossed through the void and reached Miao Lei with haste. Li Chia didn't mind that Conqueror had taken the initiative. He casually swung his sword. This slash was simply too fast, no one could see it clearly. In fact, he was the only one who knew. Chapter 2308. The sword robbed the world of sounds and seized the power of time. Everything became frozen. In this split second, so many enemies were stopped in action. Some were leaping forward, others jumped up for a better advantage point, some raised their sword to parry. True gods felt a chill and instinctively realized the incoming danger. Alas, it was all too late. Instinct could yell at them all at once, but the slash has already been unleashed to determine everything. Fastest in the world, rendering time to be moving at a snail's pace. Clank. Heads started rolling on the ground. The slash had decapitated more than 1,000 enemies. Though they have lost their head, the victims still couldn't feel anything. The bodies were still continuing on the previous trajectory. They got a third-person view of their body as their head was falling to the ground. Next was blood gushing out like a spring from the severed necks, 1,000 of them, quite a shocking scene. No. They wanted to scream but no sound would come out of their agape mouth. Thump. 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 The heads finally made contact with the ground. Their blood stained the ground and gathered into a massive, shallow pool of water. Everything happened so quickly. No one saw the slash at all. This bamboo sword was able to take down experts from Sword Grave, 5 saints, and even the masters from the various sects supporting Zhou Jikuan. True kings, true saints, and even true gods all faltered before this single slash. The most terrifying fact was that he didn't use a supreme artifact such as an ancestral treasure. The sword was made of bamboo. When people regained their wits, they naturally trembled with fear. Some couldn't help but vomit after smelling the stench of blood. Boom! On the other side, Conqueror managed to take down numerous experts from 5 saints, then nearly subduing its royal lord. Clank! His bamboo sword became luminous and turned into a divine sword with a stately aura. The royal lord roared and created a sacred barrier in order to stop the attack. Alas, this proved to be futile. Boom! The sword thrust through the barrier and pierced the lord's throat. Blood didn't come out until Conqueror pulled back his sword. The royal lord finally fell to the floor with his eyes wide open. Not good, I'm still under. Conqueror looked back and saw Li Qia's slash just now. He was completely amazed because his sword formation failed to do the same damage. He roared and unleashed another sword arc towards regional Princess Xia. Though she ordered her experts to fight, she was the farthest away from the battlefield. Retreat! Her guards wanted to stop him. Conqueror simply laughed and swept his bamboo sword again, causing the formation to strike once more. Ah! These experts couldn't stop him and only threw their lives away as his swords pierced their throat. The princess quickly fled while calling for help. Senior brother, save me! Clank! Sword Sovereign finally took action with a billowing aura of sword energy even before his sword left its sheath. It turned into a heavenly sword and crossed through the plain, aiming straight for Conqueror. Sword Sovereign, let's see what you can do. Conqueror still had a smile on and tapped on his bag. More than several hundred bamboo swords flew out. Grand Heaven Sword Purification. The bamboo swords made a circular formation. They spun and engulfed the entire area, stopping the sword energy of Sword Sovereign just now. The resulting shockwaves devastated the area. At the same time, he successfully pierced the princess' chest. She couldn't believe that even her senior brother failed to save her. Don't be fooled by Conqueror's bright and friendly smile. This was someone who would never hold back in battle. Conqueror, what have you done? Sword Sovereign furiously shouted. A sword-like flame erupted above the sky and removed the clouds. This torrential sword intent terrorized the whole place. All the spectators retreated in horror. So what? Fight and show me that you are worthy of your fame. Conqueror pointed with his bamboo sword. His strong response left everyone wanting for a fight. This was a contest between a young noble and one of the two weapon masters. They wanted to see which group was stronger. So be it. Sword Sovereign shouted and unsheathed his sword. The snow-white rays stopped others from keeping their eyes open. Time to fight then. Conqueror's bamboo sword suddenly dispersed back into Dao runes. He was now holding a Dao sword. Boom! The two leaped for the sky and had a direct confrontation, sword against sword. Sparks exploded at a planetary level. Li Qia didn't care too much about this fight. He gently blew away the drops of blood on his bamboo sword and started walking towards Jikuan with a smile on his face. Jikuan was naturally scared out of his mind, having never seen such a monstrous slash before and almost pissed his pants. The pale fella walked backward while screaming, What do you want? For many experts here, Jikuan was completely insignificant. Only his backing was dreadful, and one of them was here, the servant of young Lord Mu, Fan Guixing. Not much. Li Qia walked at a normal pace and smiled. I'm just thinking about flaying you to let you know how cruel I can be. Don't get crazy now, Elder Fan is here. Jikuan continued to scream while retreating. It's useless. No one will be able to save you. Li Qia smirked. Jikuan ran straight for the elder with all of his might. Elder Fan, please save me, kill this devil. In fact, Elder Fan has been watching the entire time, his cold eyes fixated on Li Qia. He became the center of attention. Compared to a measly messenger, he was actually closely related to young Lord Mu. He descended along with the guy. As a servant of the Mu, he was still a true god. Thus, his status far exceeded Jikuan. He could even represent the young lord, to a certain extent. Others might look down on a Jikuan, a little fox exploiting the tiger's might, but not Fan Guixing. He was truly someone from above, part of the Mu clan. Chapter 2309, everyone wondered what Fan Guoxing would do since they have seen Li Qia's domineering attitude and power. Guoxing spoke with a serious tone. "Friend, it is time to stop here, no need to push it so far. Who the hell do you think you are, telling me what to do?" Li Qia lazily said while still walking towards Jikuan. Guoxing's expression shifted. Ever since he came to Myriad with his master, everyone has been giving him face, including ancestors and ascenders. They still addressed him as Dao Brother Fan, even though he had a lower cultivation level. This was also the case in Imperial. The big shots there showed enough courtesy to him since the Mu was one of the three behemoths. But now, a junior dared to speak to him like this, something akin to slapping him in the face. "I am a contributing member of the Mu clan for several thousand years now," Fan Guoxing uttered. "I once served the great ancestor of the Mu and was a study companion to the clan master." Guoxing made his prestigious status clear. Despite only being a servant, he has been serving for several generations now. His absolute loyalty earned him respect at the clan, allowing him to speak his opinion before the clan master. "Who the hell are the Mu?" Li Qia was still as nonchalant as ever, holding his bamboo sword in a menacing manner. Jikuan was running while looking back at Li Qia, wanting nothing more than to get as far away from this monster as possible. Guoxing grimaced with eyes spewing out flashes of anger. The rest of the crowd took a deep breath. Some naturally found displeasure with young Lord Mu, but no one would dare to say a line like this. Provoking the Mu clan could bring about a disaster to their sect. "Junior, this comment alone is enough for us to exterminate your entire clan," Guoxing threatened. "Oh? Is that so? If your clan isn't smart, I'll be the one to exterminate them all," Li Qia retorted without care. Is there no end to his madness? Someone blurted out, completely speechless. Not even a true emperor would say this in public since the Mu was unfathomable. "Ignorant brat, destroying our clan? You're done for, we'll surely end you," Fan Guoxing snorted. "I've heard this line so many times. Those who say this about me are all dead now." Li Qia picked his ear and said. Eventually, wanton arrogance became respectable due to the required audacity. Some of the crowd certainly admired Li Qia. Elder Fan. As Jikuan came closer to Fan Guoxing, he became ecstatic. "Save me." Fan Guoxing decided to throw an item, pinning it in front of Li Qia. He needed to save this errand boy in order to maintain his clan's reputation. It was a banner with the word Mu carved on it, written in an ancient and bold style. It clearly came from someone special. The banner of the Mu. The ancestors shuddered, aware of its significance. It represented the authority of that clan. Once seeing it, everyone would need to back down or they would risk antagonizing the clan, a truly serious matter. Not just anyone could have one. Guoxing's loyalty earned him this precious banner. "Stop or you will truly become an enemy of our clan," Guoxing sternly reiterated. Meanwhile, Jikuan saw the banner and was even closer to the elder. He happily said, "Thank you, Elder Fan, for saving Dash," but before he could finish, words suddenly became stuck in his mouth. Blood started oozing out of a hole in his neck. It was a fatal sword thrust. No one could save him due to the immense speed, not even Guoxing. Li Qia blew away the blood on his sword again. "Forget it, flaying is too bothersome. I'll just send you off right away." The shocked crowd didn't expect Jikuan to be killed right in front of Guoxing. Next, something even more unbelievable happened. Li Qia stomped on the banner and said, "This piece of crap banner has no uses here." So domineering. The experienced ancestors were stunned all the same. Stomping on this banner was the same as stomping on the Mu's authority, truly courting death. This was a first time for Guoxing. In the past, even in imperial lineage, throwing out this banner would solve all of his problems. This didn't work for this guy. Now, Li Qia was walking straight for him. "What do you want?" Guoxing felt fear now, realizing that he had kicked an iron panel. This kid was not to be provoked. So there was still someone in this world who wasn't afraid of the Mu. Li Chia smiled. Well, I naturally got to kill you first since you want to exterminate my clan. Don't be insane. Guixing took a deep breath and said, be responsible for your actions or your sect and Dao system will suffer too. I just need to destroy your clan first then. Li Chia leisurely said. You? Guixing thought that this guy was insane, not caring about the consequences. Intimidation and threats were useless before a madman. Well, let's see how far you can run. Li Chia playfully swung his sword around. The spectators looked at each other after seeing this. Killing Guixing was far different from killing Jikuan. Isn't his sect going to stop him? Opposing the Mu will end with a major disaster. One spectator noted, completely astounded. He's not messing around, he's really going to kill a servant from the Mu. Another ancestor replied. Buzz. Guixing started to flee. Ripples appeared in the air as he disappeared for the horizon. He gave up caring about appearances, this madman was too scary. Chapter 23:10, Guixing's sudden flee caught everyone off guard since he was the representative of the Mu clan. They thought he would tough it out to the very end, but the guy ran faster than anyone else without bothering to come up with an excuse. Boom! Unfortunately, someone blocked his retreat path. Space became sealed by a majestic power. Guixing leaped backward in order to avoid this force. Elder Fan, why are you in such a hurry to leave? A pleasant voice came about. The one stopping Guixing was a heroic and beautiful girl, virtually matchless. Martial goddess. People recognized her right away. This was Wu Bingning, a famous genius in myriad lineage, the choice lover for many men. Virtuous niece, Guixing was shocked too. Don't leave so soon now, she said with a firm tone as her eyes flashed like the stars. People became confused right away. Some started talking in private, especially the ancestors. Isn't the martial court very close to young Lord Mu? A high elder was surprised. The big shots knew that after coming to myriad lineage, the young lord was closest to Vermilion martial court. He even stayed there for a long time. It seemed that the martial court was about to become the main base in myriad for the young lord. Rumor has it that a marriage alliance was underway. The martial court didn't comment on this matter, but people certainly believed it. But now, Bingning didn't look like she was helping Fan Guixing but rather trying to stop him from escaping. Is the marriage alliance not true then? Someone else whispered. In this particular case, everyone understood that it would be between young Lord Mu and Wu Bingning. So many youths in myriad lineage wouldn't want such a thing to happen, but they knew of the high possibility. Thus, her attitude right now appeared a little strange. In theory, she should be on Guixing's side. Just quietly watch. An older character also didn't understand and shook his head while speaking. Virtuous niece, what is your intention? Guixing found the situation to be quite unfavorable. To which Bingning responded, it's nothing, I just want to see your prowess while raising the banner of the Wu. Are you able to kill young Nobly? This answer was vague enough so people still didn't know her side, but Guixing got the gist of it and took one step back. Hey now, if I want to kill someone, it doesn't matter where he runs off to. Li Chia lazily came over, not giving a damn about the guy trying to escape. Guixing turned around to face Li Chia, but he thought about Bingning behind him and was wary of her as well. Thus, he slightly tilted back, creating a triangle of sorts. Will you run like a dog and die to a blade to the back or face me like a man? Li Chia gestured with his bamboo sword. Guixing's fear was justifiable because he knew he wasn't a match for the guy. His slashes were illogically fast. It didn't matter whether Li Chia was actually strong or not. Just the slashes alone were reaching a sure kill level. People couldn't even see them, let alone trying to dodge. For all the arts and techniques in this world, only speed was unsolvable. Speed could surpass all techniques, the enemies wouldn't be able to react fast enough. Virtuous niece, you need to help me. Guixing told the girl, but his eyes were on Li Qie, afraid of a sudden attack. Why should I? Bingning flatly responded, the Mu is unstoppable and it is just one enemy. You don't need my help, Elder Fan. Guixing didn't expect to be outright rejected. Virtuous niece, don't forget about the ties between our two houses. If you can help me, you will be prestigious beyond words later. No need to think so highly of yourself. I'm already being kind enough by not killing you myself. You better start praying. She interrupted him. Upon hearing this, the crowd thought that there was more to this story than meets the eye. You. Guixing's old face became uglier. Virtuous nephew, deciding on your own will hurt our friendship. You can't handle the consequences. Old servant, you think I won't kill you and that your clan is #1 in the world? I'd like to see how they will save you today. Her eyes showed a murderous flash. Guixing took note of this and retreated further, realizing that she wasn't playing around. Li Qie chuckled and said, you don't need to bother yourself with this. He then turned towards Guixing. Come now, I'll give you a chance. Block 1/ and I will spare you. Otherwise, even the old heaven won't be able to save you today. The sheer contempt insulted the old man. Li Qie made it sound as if he was a fish on the chopping board already. Junior, you're too arrogant. You think no one can beat you? He furiously shouted. Pretty much. Li Qie said, at the very least, killing you with 1/ won't be a problem. Alright, let's stop wasting time, get ready. It's finally happening. Many took a deep breath, aware of Li Qie's intention to kill Guixing. Are you a man of your words? Despite his rage, Guixing saw hope in the challenge. Always. Li Qie chuckled, get ready to block the slash. This is your only chance to leave. Very well, you said it. Guixing instantly made up his mind. Just one is enough. Li Qie raised his bamboo sword. I highly doubt that. Guixing didn't believe it. After a buzzing noise, he put on a feathered regalia. Boom! This regalia exuded a boundless imperial light as if it was blessed by an emperor. The energy of a true god also permeated the area. The imperial might heralded a symbol on the regalia with a screech. The image of a bird started soaring towards the 9 firmaments. An imperial armor? The majestic scene and aura startled the crowd. Indeed, one blessed by an emperor and carries some considerable power. An ancestor elaborated, it is made from the feathers of a firebird by a true emperor. Quite powerful defensively. Clank. Guixing also took out a shield made from divine metal with a frightening luster, resulting in a second defensive measure. Because of his contribution, Guixing was given this regalia worn by a true emperor. It was tough enough to withstand the weapons of ascenders. The shield came from an ascender, not on the same level as the regalia but still not bad. Incredible, that's someone from the Mu for you. People became envious. He was only a servant yet he possessed highly coveted treasures. In any other system, he would need to be an ancestor to enjoy this treatment. Chapter 23:11. Alright, I'm ready for your slash. Guixing shouted, feeling confident that his armor and shield would be able to block the incoming attack. The result is obvious. Someone murmured. Just one bamboo sword can't break an imperial armor. Another ancestor felt the same way. Big mistake, Li Qie probably didn't expect for Elder Fan to have an imperial regalia. A high elder shook his head in agreement. The crowd thought that he couldn't kill Elder Fan with a single slash or even break through the armor at all. Good, let's get started. Li Qie slowly raised his sword without gathering any sword energy. In fact, this had nothing to do with the sword Dao. He was performing the physique scripture, the new version. He had opened this scripture once more so it probably needed a new name from now on. Boom! The shield poured out light as Elder Fan cried out, shield against the devils. This shield instantly became massive, capable of separating heaven and earth. It covered him fully. Screech. The firebird above closed its wings and let out a scorching flame to seal the myriad worlds, protecting the old man inside. Rumble. The imperial aura erupted with blinding light. You are under my protection. A grand figure lowered its palm, wishing to destroy everything. The ground started to crack. This move possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities. Pluff. Li Qie finally unleashed his slash. It exceeded the temporal limit and reversed its flow. No one could see the slash, but they were affected and felt an illusion of becoming younger. Bam! The moves collided. When the spectators calmed down, they saw the gigantic shield still standing, the regalia was still radiant, and the majestic figure remained strong. Guixing also stood there, seemingly unharmed. That's it? Someone wondered. Crack. Li Qie's bamboo sword had lines all over before collapsing into pieces. He lost. Everyone believed that the slash failed to break the imperial defense. It's still an imperial armor from a true emperor. Such power can't be touched even by an ordinary ascender. An ancestor commented, aware of the difference in power levels. Li Qie was too careless, using just a bamboo sword against an imperial armor, that's impossible. He's slapping himself in the face now. One cultivator gloated. Boom! Suddenly, the massive shield collapsed, the majestic figure shattered, the firebird uttered a miserable cry before disintegrating. Guixing's armor turned into powder and scattered away with the wind. His eyes were wide open, same with his twitching mouth. He tried to say something but nothing would come out. They finally saw blood oozing out of his throat. A tiny gash gradually became a bloody hole. The guy finally fell on the ground, causing specks of dust to go flying. He couldn't believe that his defensive measures have failed to a bamboo sword. In fact, everyone else shared the same astonishment. The ones who thought Li Qie have lost earlier felt their face becoming red and hot as if he had just slapped them. No one would believe such an outrageous story. Just one slash, all about speed exceeding everything to return to the origin. Li Qie casually said. This slash had jumped out of the boundary of the sword Dao. This imperial armor couldn't block it. The only way was to slow down the slash. A while later, time finally began to flow normally in the area again. Rumble. Explosions in the sky attracted the crowd's attention. They looked up and saw the battle waging between Conqueror and Sword Sovereign. Sword Sovereign looked unbeatable with his sword, but Conqueror had countless bamboo blades. Though one by one, they were destroyed by the Sovereign, more and more came out. Who knows how many bamboo swords he actually had? Li Qie looked up and said, so slow, do you need my help? Crap, he wants to steal my opponent. Conqueror was shocked. He was distracted for just a second, but this was enough for Sword Sovereign to fly away like a meteor towards the horizon. Such decisiveness and agility. The guy was certainly afraid of being double-teamed by Li Qie and Conqueror. Defeat would be imminent in that case, so he decided to run away. Survival was the first priority. Sigh, he ran away so fast. Sword Sovereign, let's play again later. Conqueror shouted. But the guy was already long gone. Who knows if he could hear Conqueror at all. You scared my opponent away. It's not easy for me to find someone at the same level. Who am I going to play with now? Big bro, you need to buy 500 swords to make up for this pain. Conqueror said, feeling quite wronged. Not interested. Li Qie ignored him and told Bingning and Shima, let's go. Big bro, don't leave. Just buy one more, I'll take 20 off, no? 30 then, fine, even 50. That's the best I can do. Conqueror didn't give up. Alas, the trio also left him behind just like Sword Sovereign. He turned his focus towards an elder from a great power. Senior, how about it? Look at this beautiful sword, didn't you see earlier? Young Noble Li used it to destroy an imperial regalia. With this sword, you can go wherever you want in the world. Alright, just one. This old man smiled and bought one. Don't miss it, bamboo swords that can take down an imperial armor. Don't miss it, you can't buy them anywhere else, especially not for this cheap price. Conqueror took advantage of Li Qia's display of prowess earlier. He even guaranteed to others that his swords were this amazing. People couldn't do anything but shake their head. Some bought swords from him in order to build a friendship. Everyone could see that Conqueror wasn't weaker than Sword Sovereign after the battle. Keep in mind that the sword and saber duo made their debut much earlier than the three young nobles. They thought that the former would be stronger, but after today, they were certainly proven wrong. Chapter 23:12. Li Qia brought Wu Bingning and Ling Shima out of the lake to another area. Shima had so many questions in her mind but couldn't actually ask. Vermilion Martial Goddess, a rare genius in Myriad, the goddess beloved by all, Shima was also a fan of her. She once thought that this goddess was unreachable, but now, they were in the same place. This felt like a surreal dream, but the truth was that the goddess was mere inches away from her. Little girl, looks like you have made up your mind. Li Qia smiled at Bingning. She stared at the horizon in a trance, but her eyes were focused. She looked mature and determined. One must take charge of their own life. Success or failure doesn't matter, it is still better than just going with the flow. She said. True, but making a choice can cause pain. Li Qia said, only time can tell whether a decision is right or wrong. Bingning sighed and didn't wish to talk about this topic. She looked at him and said, our ancestors don't believe you have the 12 variations. I don't need their validation. Li Qia smiled, that's their loss. It's enough that you do. Bingning felt worse again. She had tried to convince her Dao system and change their ways. Unfortunately, the ancestors in charge didn't believe her, so she had to take the initiative. It's fine. She showed a carefree expression as if she had thought it through and smiled. Since I have chosen your side, then you need to be ready. After all, it is a big crime to kidnap the successor of the martial court. Many experts will be attacking you then. You think I'm afraid of having more enemies? Li Qia chuckled. Come one, kill one, come two, kill two, come 10,000, kill 10,000. She didn't respond to this particular comment. But out of consideration for you, I won't destroy your system. He chuckled. She smiled wryly upon hearing this. Their system was in the top 3 of Myriad, so others didn't dare to oppose them. Li Qia, on the other hand, just made it sound so easy. Ultimately, she believed him too. Shima only quietly listened in the back, being exposed to things she couldn't touch before. Thump. 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 Suddenly, drum-like noises filled the area. Li Qia stopped to listen. Shima asked, what's going on? Coin Beast City. He answered while his gaze was off to the distance. Looks like we need to take a trip there for some business before finding your sword tomb. Li Qia said. Shima nodded since it wasn't up to her. She alone couldn't obtain the tomb in the first place. Li Qia wasn't the only one who heard the drumming noises. It seemed as if they have spread across Moneyfall. What is this sound? An unaware cultivator carefully listened. Coin Beast City. An older expert instantly answered. Let's go take a look. People dropped their current tasks and headed for the origin of the noise. Coin Beast is opening. This information swept across the areas. Really? More and more became interested. What's Coin Beast? Some juniors asked with curiosity. Their senior answered, a very special place. The people lucky enough to enter will find it worth their while. It didn't take long before people headed there in droves. The ones who didn't know about the city followed the mass anyway. The first to arrive saw a mountain of paramount size. It reached the deepest crevice of the sky. At the base was an old city. Only the front part of it stuck out, the rest seemed to be hidden within the mountain itself. The gate, part of the walls, and sections of the roof were visible. The shade was gray from being ravaged by time. People noticed that the stone gate has finally opened. Inside was a black expanse just like the jaw of a great beast. They felt as if this could take them to the deepest part of the mountain, way underground. 2 ancient words were carved on top of a rocky plaque above the gate. Though the lines were faint, they carried a tough presence as if the carver was an incredible person. Alas, their age prevented others from recognizing the meanings. A flat valley surrounded by massive mountain ranges presided in front of the gate. It spanned for thousands of miles leading to an ocean. The valley was most likely a paved path once, enough for dozens of carriages to go side by side. As time passed, nature took over and turned it into a valley. Are we entering? People outside of the gate wondered. It's useless. An older gentleman explained, you won't be entering the real thing because entry requires a coin beast. What kind of beast is that? A junior asked. You'll see. The guy answered while staring at the ocean far away. Nothing was happening on that side. What treasures are in this place? We left Bewildering Palace for it. Small talks happened to break the boredom. An elder replied, quite a bit, such as beast springs, Dao bones, but most importantly, eggs. Eggs? A disciple said, are they very precious? That's up to your own fortune. If you are lucky, they'll be amazing. Rumor has it that Elucidation True Emperor once found an egg. A Bion eventually hatched from it. It's still there right now in Resting Bull, acting as a guardian beast. The thing is insanely powerful. The elder elaborate. A peer next to him added, not just that, some said that he got a Dao bone too, hence his title Elucidation. This was one of the most amazing emperors in Myriad. He came from Insane Court but found the Resting Bull scripture. This paved his path towards the throne. Though he didn't create his own Dao system, he revitalized the dying Resting Bull so he became a new progenitor, despite not having this title. The chance of success here is far better than Bewildering Palace. Another chimed in. Highly coveted rewards awaited those who could enter, beast springs, Dao bones, and especially precious eggs. Finding a heaven-defying egg could lead to owning a divine beast in the future just like Elucidation True Emperor. This was the reason why so many elders and ancestors gathered here. Chapter 23:13, Li Chia's group was not the first to come here. The early birds have already picked the best locations in the valley and the mountains nearby. The trio also climbed up a peak and claimed it for their own. Look, that monster is over there now. Someone whispered. I think he calls himself fiercest. Not only is he the first disciple of longevity but also the current leader of Insane Court. No wonder why he can do whatever he wants. An intelligent expert knew everything. That's pretty cool. He helped Longevity Sage destroy Everlasting Kingdom completely, and back in Insane Court, he fought off the Alliance. Yeah, the guy is powerful. Miracle Young Noble was killed by him too. That's why some is putting him in Miracle's spot. In my opinion, he's far stronger than the other two. Think about it, he dared to challenge young Lord Mu and even killed Elder Fan. That's as badass as one can get. Another interjected. Shoo, watch your mouth. Don't bring that up unless you hate your sect. Young Lord Mu is not a forgiving person. If he finds out, you better start praying. His friend immediately warned. Wait a minute, isn't Insane Court a heretical sect? An unaware junior asked, our systems are all against these sects, so someone like him should be everyone's enemy. How did he become a first disciple? That's in the past. However, the Alliance has reached an agreement with Insane Court. Plus, any maneuver like that will be led by Yang Radiance or Vermilion Court. Ordinary sects aren't qualified to start a war. A high elder shook his head. Why is the goddess with him? Wasn't she part of the attacking alliance too? One jealous youth inquired. Who knows, I heard Vermilion wants to have a marriage alliance with the Mu too. How strange. A gossiper was very interested. Li Qiye ignored the chatting and sat quietly on the peak with his eyes closed. The two girls were next to him. As for Bingning, she was ready for these talks the moment she made her choice. Rumble. One chariot crushed the sky and arrived with incredible speed. It exuded divine lights, visible from very far away. 6 azure birds pulled it, showing off the status of the person inside. Disciples followed the carriage with no lack of true saints and even true gods. This was quite a group. Everyone looked over and saw the symbol on top of the carriage, Vermilion Martial Court. People shuddered because only big shots from that system could enjoy this treatment. It was considered one of the 2 strongest sects in Myriad, so a big shot from there was definitely a big deal. The carriage stopped and an old woman got down with the help of the disciples. Her hair was as white as snow, the wrinkles on her face indicated her old age, but her eyes were still frightening. She had a walking stick with a dragon-decorated handle. Each step seemed to be a struggle. Nevertheless, her true god aura could blow people away like a great gale. So strong, an ascender. People were startled after sensing this aura. Windchaser matron. An ancestor's expression changed. Many strong characters here recognized her identity. She's not just an ascender, that's an 8th level true god. The seniors came up to greet her. Even the ancestors didn't dare to show any slight. One of them politely asked, "It has been 3,000 years since our previous meeting, senior matron. How is senior martial god doing?" "I appreciate everyone's blessing, my master is doing well." She nodded and said naturally even when crowded by so many important figures. Her demeanor didn't come from arrogance, her status was indeed prestigious. "She's quite cocky." One junior didn't have a full grasp on who she was. "No more stupid comments or I'll punish you once we get back." His senior immediately scolded. The junior got jolted and no longer dared to run his mouth. He only asked quietly, Is she that strong?" "Not just strong, very important too." The senior stared at the matron and said, "This is an influential ancestor, virtually peerless in the martial court. Most importantly, her master is Dracoform martial god." The disciple became astounded, that Dracoform martial god? How many Dracoform martial god do you think there are in Myriad lineage? There's only one. The disciple continued on, "The person that had suppressed a true emperor? That's him." The senior spoke with a tinge of reverence. "I guess his disciple can act proud like that." The disciple took a deep breath and no longer felt that the matron was being arrogant. Her attitude became natural now. The youths here didn't know the title, Windchaser, or her tales. However, everyone knew about Dracoform. This was a terrorizing existence, the strongest ancestor in the martial court. He was a real eternal, one that is known to still be here in Myriad. The most shocking thing about him was a story about how he suppressed Chillwater, true emperor of Cloud Crossing system. This emperor had 12 fate palaces, yet he still got overwhelmed. Because of this, the ancestor enjoyed a supreme position in Myriad. True emperors found it hard to be haughty before him. Some even believed that when not counting those who have left Myriad, Dracoform might be the strongest master in this world. Thus, his name instilled awe and fear. At the same time, an 8th level true god was also impressive. Alas, this alone wasn't enough for other ancestors to be so respectful before the matron. Her being Dracoform's disciple played a larger role. After the greetings were over, her eyes flashed like lightning and stopped on Wu Bingning. The old woman began making her way over. Bingning courteously tidied up her dress before standing up to greet the matron. All eyes were on this scene since everyone realized why the matron came here. "Little one, you have snuck away again," the matron said. Bingning bowed once before standing up straight. She spoke calmly and clearly, "Ancestor, I'm merely taking a stroll." "Is that so?" The matron narrowed her eyes, resulting in an imposing and dignified appearance. Chapter 23:14, Yes. Bingning replied to the inquisitive matron. Taking a stroll can be good, but if you are finished, it is time to come back. Everyone is worried about you. The matron didn't care about the validity of the excuse. I have no intention of returning right now. Bingning maintained her ground. The martial court needs you. The matron continued, as the successor, you have tasks to do and disciples to lead. Master and the elders can handle everything, my absence is inessential to the prosperity of the martial court. She shook her head. The matron's eyes became serious after hearing this. Everyone was watching and could sense the change in mood. I'm not asking, this is an order from the sect, you must return to the court right now. Her eyes turned cold as she emitted her aura. I'm sorry, ancestor, I won't be returning right now. Bingning remained steadfast. Such impudence. The matron's divinity was frightening. Disobeying a direct order is a great crime, not even a successor is above the law. I'm aware of the gravity of this crime. Bingning responded seriously. You should know that a light punishment consists of expulsion, a heavy one is crippling their cultivation. It's not too late to go back with me now. The matron uttered coldly. The crowd was shaken. Disobedience was indeed a serious issue. Once expelled, the person would have nowhere to go in myriad lineage. As for the worst-case scenario, they would become immortal again. The goddess was the successor with limitless potential and prestigious status. She was also considered by some to be more talented than the three young nobles. It's just that she had a late debut versus them. She was a promising imperial candidate, and anyone else in her shoes would be appreciative of their circumstances. Being kicked out of Vermilion was akin to falling down from the clouds to an abyss, no chance to climb back out. Bingning took a deep breath and said, Thank you for your reminder, ancestor, and for everything the court has done for me, but I still won't be coming back. She couldn't make her stance any clearer. The crowd gasped in response. This was a betrayal of sorts. How could she dare to do such an unfilial and rebellious act? Traitor! Do you think your wings are tough now? The matron became furious. The court has expended countless effort to groom you, yet you dare to be so stubborn? The court won't stand for this. As I have said, I'm appreciative of what the court has done for me. As a disciple of Vermilion, I will repay the court with my life when it needs me. But that is limited to upholding my responsibility to protect the court. However, each disciple of the system is family, not an item to be traded. That's all I have to say. Fool. The ancestors only want what's best for you, so they chose the easiest path. You can't understand their wise intent. I will pick my own path. She said firmly. Have you no shame? I will not allow you to do as you please today and will take you back for re-education. The matron declared. Return from whence you came. A leisure voice suddenly jumped in. Don't needlessly cause trouble and humiliate yourself. Everyone looked over at the speaker, Wuxia. The matron's sharp eyes fell on him as well. They flashed with murderous intent. You're that Wuxia. She uttered. That's me. He seemed nonchalant and dismissive of the matron. You're the one egging our disciple to, she scowled. Incorrect. Everyone makes their own choice. I simply appreciate her talents. He interrupted again. Junior, no need to be arrogant, for this is not insane court, but so what even if it was? It's only a fallen Tao system, can't reach the apex. Be smart and scram or it won't end well for you. The harshness of her words had a strong effect on the crowd. Her master was Dracoform martial god, the #1 expert of Myriad. Thus, her words carried immense weight. All systems and ancestors would feel trepidation right now. This is a big deal. One ancestor murmured. Though the Mu clan was frightening indeed, they were still not in Myriad lineage. This was a threat looming in the mind, different from the threat posed by Stormchaser matron and Dracoform martial god. This threat was right here in Myriad lineage. Dracoform himself could flatten any sect or even an entire system in just a short time. In fact, people would bet on Dracoform over most true emperors. Is that so? Li Qie ignored the threat. Junior, you aren't qualified to pair with our successor. The matron continued, insane court is in ruination, so stop dreaming about marrying the successor of Vermilion Martial Court like a frog wanting to eat the swan. Scram now or you won't be able to keep your life, and your court will turn to ashes. The crowd took a deep breath. If Dracoform were to join, all of this could happen. After all, he was an invincible eternal. You think too highly of yourself and your system. Just one system alone is no different from a dog to me, can't reach the apex. Li Qie retorted. The blatant provocation to both Vermilion and Dracoform stunned the crowd. These words would never come out from anyone else in myriad lineage. Some ancestors who have met him before smiled wryly, for they have experienced fiercest before. This madman didn't care about anyone, whether it be the strongest in myriad or the Mu clan from Imperial. No one knew why he was so confident. The matron was ready to kill. She said with a threatening inflection, I will let you know now that only young Lord Mu is worthy of our successor. We will never spare anyone who tries to break this marriage. This was the first time the martial court had confirmed this marriage alliance despite the previous rumors. It seemed to certain now since it came from the matron. Moreover, this wasn't only for Li Qie to hear, but also for the rest of the crowd, telling all of her fans to drop this idea. Thus, the youths who liked her were shocked and unwilling to see this development. Everyone also understood why she chose to disobey the sect. So it turned out that she didn't want this particular marriage. Alas, a single disciple like her couldn't refuse. It seemed like Dracoform himself had decided, so no one could change it. Chapter 23:15. Bingning became alarmed, realizing that the matron would only make this public with permission from Dracoform martial god. Keep in mind that no one had more authority than Dracoform in all of Vermilion. This supreme existence had the final say. In the past, she could complain to her master and the other ancestors. Out of their love for her, they would hesitate and think about it. But Dracoform's words were an unquestionable decree. Even her master wasn't qualified to question it. Her resistance seemed futile before absolute power. Nevertheless, she still denied, no, I will not marry into the Mu, and definitely not to that young lord. The youths who liked her heaved a sigh of relief. Though this marriage was inevitable, her rejection still made them feel better. It's not up to you. The matron uttered coldly, a marriage is a serious matter, it is not your place to decide. Men, ask your successor to return. After hearing this, her group slowly surrounded Bingning. Please come back or you will have to excuse us. Several old true gods had no choice but to use force. Elder Chen, your group isn't enough. Bingning scowled and raised her spear forward. Her battle intent surged, showing everyone that her title of a martial goddess wasn't all talk. The old men hesitated but still decided to use a formation. This was the only way for them to capture her alive. The crowd was in awe. She had completely gone against her own Tao system, a traitorous act. This was a difficult and painful choice for any cultivator since they would have nowhere to go, especially when the sect was a top one like Vermilion. No one would dare to help or take her unless they risk antagonizing Dracoform. A bunch of old fools. Li Qie smiled and shook his head after hearing this. The matron slammed her walking stick on the ground, causing the mountains nearby to tremble. She uttered, you have an exaggerated opinion of your own abilities, your deception warrants death, and I shall be the one to carry out the punishment, ridding myriad of a vermin like you. I'd like to see you try. Li Qie didn't bother standing up. Brat, this isn't insane court or longevity, it will be too easy to capture you. The matron continued. Everyone took a deep breath. It seemed that Vermilion has made up its mind about eliminating Li Qie. Buzz, the old man finally activated their formation. Multiple pillars descended from the sky and sealed the area, stopping Bingning from escaping. Break. She roared and thrust upward with her spear with impeccable ferocity, capable of penetrating the sun and moon. The old men summoned a golden bell in order to capture her alive. Bang! Unfortunately, it shattered before her sweeping spear. She leaped in the air and gathered more power in order to break the formation. The old men roared and created a huge palm with the formation to stop her next thrust and prevented her from escaping. In this split second, an invisible and soundless palm strike slammed on her back. She looked as if struck by thunder and vomited a mouthful of blood. Her cultivation was sealed, so she started free-falling towards the ground. Take her away. The matron's cold voice sounded. Everyone thought that she was about to fight Wuxia, but she actually chose to ambush Bingning instead. As an 8th level true god, she shouldn't have performed a sneak attack on her own junior. That's why everyone was caught off guard. As the old men drew closer to pick Bingning up, a shadow suddenly flashed and slammed into them, causing them to go flying with broken bones and blood gushing from the mouth. The shadow then caught Bingning with imperceivable speed. This was naturally Wuxia. He then removed her seal and said, "Stand back, leave this to me." Bingning hesitated for a moment before moving behind him and started recovering. The matron was naturally furious and bellowed, "Little animal, you want to die. That's my line." Wuxia lazily looked at her, "Scram before I make a toilet out of your skull." Ha ha ha. She laughed from being overwhelmed with rage before telling Bingning, "Girl, it is not too late to give up or your sin will be unforgivable." Bingning looked straight at the matron before choosing to close her eyes to meditate once more. Her attitude made everyone understand her resolute will to rebel against Vermilion. The crowd was astonished. The successor of Vermilion was going against her own sect. "I'll kill this little animal before dealing with an idiot like you." The matron was ready for blood. "I'll make mincemeat out of you." Her eyes exuded terrible rays, as sharp as blades. "Let's go. I don't like bullying old people with one foot in the grave, but since you're courting death, I'll entertain you," Wuxia retorted. The crowd didn't know whether to laugh or cry. An 8th level true god was someone with one foot in the grave? The matron felt humiliated as rage filled her head, causing her to tremble. She pinned her walking stick on the ground and began her attack. People were naturally frightened. A being of this level was no joke. Plus, because of her master, she was far stronger than another true god of similar cultivation. Boom! Her energy erupted with halos appearing. They could create a new world and raise the sun and moon. She looked like an almighty god standing in the middle of the halos. The spectators held their breath, ready to watch her first blow. Some wanted to use her in order to have a better idea of Dracoform's power. Chapter 23:16, Splash. A tsunami appeared out of nowhere above the sky. It instantly engulfed everything. Just one bubble alone could destroy a star. This seemed to be the river in the world, impossible for anyone to cross. All would feel insignificant before its immensity. Just a tiny wave would drown people instantly. No, even their world would succumb. Resistance was futile. True gods were no exception, for they would drown instantly. What is that? The crowd rightfully became afraid of the currents. Rah! A beast roar echoed across the realms. The stars trembled from the sound waves and could fall down at any moment. A gigantic figure appeared above the river, causing splashes to go everywhere. It was an elephant, as white as ivory and shrouded with a sacred light. Scintillating runes blessed the beast, making it look like it was made from a heavenly star. Though the river could drown the world and wash away the sun, this elephant was unaffected during the crossing. Each step was firm and loud, seemingly carrying massive weight, more than enough to crush everything in the world. River crossing elephant, one of the 12 variations of the martial ancestor. An elder shouted. Everyone took a deep breath after hearing this, albeit with difficulty due to the immense pressure of the absolute weight. They felt numerous mountains pressing down on them, wishing to break their spine in half. Those who were familiar with Vermilion have heard of the 12 variations. This was the strongest merit law of this system, created by the martial ancestor. Rumor has it that this was the top technique of his life. In the distant past, this technique swept through the world. People couldn't handle half of a variation, let alone the whole thing. Later on, Vermilion only had 5 left, losing 7. Few in the system were eligible to learn these 5 techniques. The matron was one of them. This was the first time some ancestors here have seen this technique. It was indeed worthy of its fame, especially when it came from such a powerful being. Boom! The stomp of the elephant resembled the stomp of a peerless master. The ground cracked, seemingly so fragile. Even a true god would instantly turn into meat paste. People looked over at Wuxia and thought that he wouldn't be able to handle it. Unfortunately, you only learned the bare minimum. Wuxia smiled, his eyes became resplendent, more than enough to illuminate the endless space. Supreme. He uttered a mantra. Everyone suddenly heard a thump, a Tao heart seemed to have fluttered. This tiny movement was more than enough. Just one thump rendered everything into non-existence. An entirely new world appeared, or just an emulation of one. A heaven and earth appeared, then living creatures. A supreme figure walked out from the depth of this world. Peerlessly mighty, each of his gestures carried a martial intent. Just one simple step encompassed the essences of martial arts. Every fiber of his being breathed fighting. Martial ancestor. The matron cried out. The crowd was astounded. How could this amazing existence appear in this place? What, it's really him, another ancestor lost his cool and bellowed. Though he has never seen the real person, this being looked exactly the same as the pictures and portraits back in Vermilion. The matron had seen these artworks before, so she became horrified. Boom! This figure took action, sweeping away the world with one palm and creating a tsunami in the process. This force could destroy 3,000 worlds. Windchaser Matron's river was massive enough, but it looked like a tiny stream versus this one. Boom! An even bigger elephant showed up and stomped down, annihilating the Celestials. One was a mature elephant while the former was a mere baby, too weak to handle a single blow. The same move, the crowd didn't know what was going on. Martial Ancestor showed up and unleashed the same technique, just superior in every way and 1,000 times stronger and more complex. The matron herself had no clue whether this was real or not. Is it just an illusion? One ancestor murmured because Martial Ancestor has been gone for a long time. Wu Bingning thought she was seeing things as well. How could this be happening? The elephant of Martial Ancestor crushed the matron's river into nothingness. Her elephant cried out pitifully and became meat paste. It's real. The result showed everyone that this was real indeed. The elephant then turned its focus at the matron and stomped down. The matron couldn't handle such a massive force. Please show mercy. Bingning cried out in horror. Though she didn't like Windchaser Matron, the old woman was still a member of Vermilion. Bam! The matron was stomped on and started vomiting blood. She couldn't move at all. Buzz. Martial Ancestor and the technique disappeared, replaced by Wuxia. The aura around him was also gone. Not one in the crowd could comprehend this development. If it wasn't for the matron being suppressed on the ground, people who would have thought that this was all an illusory trick from Wuxia. That wasn't the case, so what the hell happened? It didn't look like a merit law or a technique. It was mysterious and bizarre. Chapter 23:17. Supreme was the name of the merit law earlier, but to be more exact, it was one of the 9 heavenly scriptures. After Wuxia created a new cultivation system and opened a new page, the thought scripture became something new. This merit law could utilize aspects from the user or the enemies. In the blink of an eye, he used what is considered supreme in the matron's mind, which was Martial Ancestor. Because of this particular thought in her mind, Martial Ancestor came into being and performed River Crossing Elephant. It utilized the ancestor's prime state, resulting in a superior version. If it wasn't for Bingning, just this one thought alone could have crushed the matron earlier. Of course, he could also create what his mind considers to be supreme. However, the result would be horrifying beyond words. This matter was not worthy of him doing so. A prerequisite was having a tough Dao heart. For example, if Li Qia's heart couldn't handle the creation of martial ancestor, he would be the victim to this summon instead. Naturally, this was impossible. His Dao heart was tougher than anything else. Emulating a progenitor was insignificant as a burden. Supreme was now the name of the heavenly scripture previously known as thought. He used it to defeat the matron without lifting a single finger. People knew that this was no illusion, but it couldn't be considered a merit law either. What merit law in this world could summon martial ancestor and his techniques? The crowd was justifiably shaken. Some dropped to the ground, others soiled their pants. This supreme power was beyond them until death. It has to be magic, an ancestor thought. To add on to the confusion, Li Qia was not a disciple of Vermilion. If he was actually someone who trained in this system's merit laws, then after reaching a certain level, perhaps he could summon an intent or will of the ancestor. This wasn't the case in reality. They didn't know that the scene earlier actually stemmed from the matron's mind. Wu Bingning heaved a sigh of relief after seeing that the matron was still alive. Nevertheless, this old woman's mind was in disarray. She and her group thought that an outsider had just summoned an intent of their progenitor. The big question was, how? Li Qia casually uprooted a tree and broke its branches. He looked at the matron and said, "If I see you one more time, no one will be able to beseech for your life. I'll decapitate you then." Having said that, he swung the tree and blew the matron flying towards the horizon like a shooting star. "Don't dawdle around, go find her or some beasts will have a nice meal." He smirked at the remaining experts from Vermilion. They woke up from their stupor and immediately ran towards the same direction as the matron. They were scared out of their mind, thinking about her becoming the victim of some beasts. How could they go back and answer to their sect in that case? Bingning had conflicted feelings. From now on, she had cut all ties with her system. Like the matron had said, this was a traitorous act. Despite her determination, it was still her home. Leaving all of a sudden resulted in a void in her heart. "You have trained in our merit laws?" She thought about something else and asked Li Qia. She shared the same sentiment as the other ancestors, that he summoned the progenitor from the knowledge of their merit laws. She believed this even more than the other due to his previous claim of knowing the 12 variations. The summoning wasn't an impossibility if he actually knew all 12. "You're overthinking it." He smiled. She started contemplating. Li Qia didn't need to lie, but then how did he summon their progenitor? Where did he get the 12 variations? The answers continued to elude her. Meanwhile, those who knew about his past exploits were greatly affected. He's a monster, the leader of Insane Court and first disciple of Longevity Valley. How he can summon something from Vermilion too? Don't tell me he knows all merit laws in this world." An elder speculated. One person knowing the merit laws of 3 systems was too much to take. Few in this world could actually do so. "I heard something fun was going on here. Is it over?" A smile as bright as the sun appeared. The speaker had a straightforward and friendly tone. Who else could it be but Conqueror young noble? "Sigh, looks like I'm late," he said with regrets. "Don't worry, it'll get fun." A cold voice sounded from the top of a peak. "Sword Sovereign." People recognized him right away. Not long ago, these two had a big fight and Sword Sovereign ran away. Thus, his appearance here was unexpected. "It'll be fun for sure," people whispered after seeing these two together. "You want a rematch?" Conqueror smiled, not surprised. "Brother Conqueror, no need to be so hasty for a fight." Another powerful voice came about from a different peak. It was a youth with hair fluttering to the wind, handsome and gallant with a majestic aura. The most notable thing was his 8 hands. They were bright, seemingly cast from gold. Coiling Dragon Young Noble. A spectator shouted right away. 2 of the 3 young nobles are here. A high elder was caught off guard. All eyes were on these youths, waiting for the inevitable fun show. Coiling Dragon was rumored to be a pseudo-true emperor. He was also the successor of Coiling Dragon system. This was a great genius from the 8-armed tribe. His arms have been trained enough to have this golden glow, quite mighty in combat. You want to fight too? Conqueror's attitude didn't change, still as jolly as ever. Both of them came from Coiling Dragon. Some said that Miracle was no match for these 2 in terms of cultivation and battle potential. It was his alchemy that earned him a spot as one of the 3 young nobles, just barely. Due to the animosity between the 8-armed dynasty and Conqueror young noble, a fight should be inevitable. Chapter 23:18. Coiling Dragon's eyes flashed like a heavenly lamp. He said, "Brother Conqueror, you have killed thousands of disciples on top of the Emperor of 5 saints. This had ruined the orders of the system. You need to give a reasonable answer. No need for this unctuous act." Conqueror shook his head. "If you want to fight me, just do it. Be a man instead of looking for excuses and justification. It's very simple to say that you want to kill me, but if you don't even have the courage to do so, you won't be able to accomplish anything." Conqueror directly broke the false pretense without any hesitation. The crowd certainly knew about this matter. 8-armed dynasty and Coiling Dragon young noble would only have peace of mind after eliminating Conqueror. As long as he was around, he would always be a ticking calamity. The problem was the main branch of the progenitor. His descendant could appear and retake the authority of the system. After all, Premoon didn't have strong claims to the system. Once Conqueror could prove his legitimacy, it would be a great blow to their sovereignty. Under this assumption, Conqueror should be the next leader of Coiling Dragon system, not Coiling Dragon young noble. If such a day were to come, Conqueror would garner many followers. Thus, before he could become a true emperor, they would come up with ways to eliminate him. Otherwise, his ascension would also shut the door on their dynasty. In fact, they have tried repeatedly to end him, albeit not out in the open. Ambushes were done in secrecy, but this only resulted in failure and death. Because of this, the dynasty became increasingly nervous. Some members thought that he could use the power of their system, or that he had some great masters protecting him. The latter would be preferable because in the former case, it would mean that he could actually be a true descendant of the progenitor. Speak as you please, but I'm the successor of Coiling Dragon with responsibilities to uphold order. It is undeniable that you have slain many disciples of our system, and you must answer to the great powers. That's what I am here for. Coiling Dragon slowly said. His stance erred on the side of justice and logic since Conqueror did indeed slain his fellow cultivators. Feel free to try, but you alone won't do. Even your 7 murder has been put down by me. You think you are stronger than him? How far away are you from becoming a true emperor? Conqueror didn't lose his smile. 7 murder true god. The astonished crowd knew this name. A while back, news regarding the untimely death of General 7 murder from 8-armed dynasty became public. Everyone found it surprising that such a being would die from an illness. But now, they finally found out that Conqueror was the culprit. During the previous conquests, this general was already a 2nd-level true god, an ascender. Some believed that he could even be at the 3rd level. Did this mean that Conqueror was a true emperor? People found this impossible because the commotion of an ascension would be great, impossible to keep under wraps. But if he was only a pseudo-true emperor, killing a 3rd-level true god would be prohibitively difficult. Brother Conqueror, you're forgetting that this place is not our system. You have no advantages to speak of here. Coiling Dragon spoke with grace. He tried to pry into Conqueror's power with this statement. Everyone else was also eager to find out whether Conqueror could use the system's power or not. Though impressive if he could, it would be unwise to fight here since this wasn't Coiling Dragon system. I can still take you down all the same. Conqueror replied without any hesitation. Coiling Dragon's eyes became serious with cold, murderous intent. Though they were in the same classification, his status far exceeded Conqueror, so he wouldn't stand for such blatant disdain. Nevertheless, the crowd focused on the revelation. Conqueror had just admitted that he could use the system's power. This was a big deal. Looks like you're quite confident, Brother Conqueror. Coiling Dragon's inflection turned aggressive. Conqueror shook his head. It's not that I'm confident, but rather your Prey-Moon sect is weak from birth. Your merit laws consist of the inessential branches from Coiling Dragon, possessing no real grasp on the orthodox Grand Tao and the true secrets of the progenitor. If it wasn't for the excellent Coiling Dragon True Emperor, your sect wouldn't have been able to take over the Tao source. Coiling Dragon's expression soured as he struggled to breathe, feeling as if someone had punched him right in the heart. The comment pointed out the flaws of the current dynasty. More and more felt that Conqueror was indeed a descendant of the progenitor, or he wouldn't speak with such certainty. After taking over Coiling Dragon's system, Eight-Armed Dynasty found many merit laws and added to their collection over the long years. Plus, they have produced many true emperors. Their merit laws weren't weaker than the other great powers. Alas, one must admit that they had very few arts from the actual progenitor. Perhaps only his descendants could truly have the complete versions. However, these descendants disappeared along with the arts. The dynasty had tried to find them for generations now. I want to see how many merit laws of the progenitor you have learned. Coiling Dragon challenged. Conqueror remained dismissive of his foe. I don't think you're my match, so you won't be able to figure out anything. If some of your ancestors are here, come together, then maybe there's a chance. Humph. Coiling Dragon became dissatisfied. What if I join too? Sword Sovereign finally spoke. Our feud is not over. Let's settle it today. Coiling Dragon looked over at him and didn't refuse. The crowd believed that if these two were to team up, Conqueror would be at a great disadvantage. However, he laughed and accepted right away. Sure, come together. I also want to see how much you have learned from Swordgrave. Some took a deep breath after hearing this. Conqueror was fierce indeed, wanting to go 1 versus 2. You speak as if you have learned everything from your system's progenitor. Sword Sovereign shared the same dissatisfaction as Coiling Dragon. Coincidentally enough, Sword Sovereign's branch was also not the direct one in Swordgrave despite being in charge right now. Chapter 23:19. Of course not, just scratching the surface, but that's more than enough to take on the two of you alone. Conqueror smiled. The other two naturally didn't take this in stride. They were famous on the same level, and the strongest among them has yet to be known. But now, Conqueror wanted to fight alone on top of boasting like this. How could they take this sitting down? A few spectators were shocked too. They thought that these three were evenly matched, but this didn't seem to be the case today. Was Conqueror really much stronger? I hope you have an ancestral treasure with you, or this place will be your grave. Sword Sovereign's eyes became as sharp as a divine sword, representing his fury. Clank. He unsheathed his sword and illuminated the entire area, pouring all of his energy into it. A majestic figure appeared behind him with rays of imperial power oozing out. A pseudo-emperor. Everyone could sense this aura. At this moment, the sovereign didn't hold back at all and revealed his true strength. I will overestimate myself and see what you can do then, Brother Conqueror. Coiling Dragon Young Noble coldly said. With that, he raised his 8 arms as they became dazzling, seemingly capable of shouldering a falling sky. Most importantly, each hand was performing a different seal before holding a weapon. These 8 weapons were mighty, pagoda, spear, halberd, divine bell. They belonged to the imperial and eternal classification. The hands themselves poured out endless strength, resembling 8 gigantic dragons with a terrifying presence. What about Conqueror? Everyone looked over at Conqueror, wondering which race he was from. They speculated that he could be from the eight-armed tribe as well because their progenitor was also one. If he was a true descendant, he should be from this race. He still only had 2 arms at this moment, but this didn't mean that he wasn't from this race. This particular physical characteristic wasn't an absolute requirement. This tribe had numerous cultivation methods. They could have 8 arms at birth, but through training, 1,000 or 10,000 arms would be possible, as well as just 2. Let's go, we'll see who will be the last man standing. Conqueror also unsheathed his sword. In the past, he only used his bamboo sword but no more. This showed how serious he was against these two. A golden glow shimmered on the blade with a hint of rippling waves under the sunlight. It looked like a soaring dragon. Roaming dragon. Coiling dragon blurted out in astonishment after seeing this sword. It really is roaming dragon. A few ancestors took a careful look and confirmed it. That's a divine sword from Coiling Dragon. Another spectator revealed. This wasn't an ancestral treasure, but it enjoyed plentiful fame. Later on, it disappeared along with the descendants of the progenitor. This seemed to be proof of Conqueror's identity. People didn't find this particularly surprising due to the rumors. Coiling Dragon young noble was affected the most, for this was the last thing he wanted to see. His dynasty felt the same way. The consequence of this wouldn't be pretty. Let's go all out. Conqueror roared. R.A. A large dragon coiled around the youth, seemingly capable of tearing out the sky vault. Coiling Dragon blessing. Coiling Dragon young noble's expression became unsightly. This was a top technique of the progenitor. They didn't have this one either. He's the real thing. Someone murmured. Conqueror's identity seemed to have been confirmed. Buzz. Suddenly, the back of his neck exuded a Buddhist radiance and endless chanting. Impossible. Numerous elders and ancestors couldn't believe their eyes. Even his 2 foes were caught by surprise and had a strange expression. Heavenly Buddha tribe. Just when people thought they have figured it out, Conqueror revealed his race. Heavenly Buddha was also another big tribe in Myriad. Their members were born with a Buddhist light behind their head, showing that Conqueror was not an 8-armed member. He couldn't be the descendant of Coiling Dragon progenitor. Didn't expect this, did you? Conqueror smiled deviously, seemingly quite pleased with the reactions. The crowd realized that Conqueror had just taken them for a ride since the beginning. Who cares if he's a descendant or not, kill him. Sword Sovereign unleashed a technique filled with sword intent. 8 Planes Sword God. In the blink of an eye, he split into 8 identical copies and slashed at the same time. Each slash could rend the world. A technique from Sword Saint. A keen-eyed ancestor recognized the move. Ling Shima stared intensely at this move, a supreme art from her progenitor. She hasn't trained it yet. Die. Coiling Dragon attacked with his 8 treasures, causing loud detonations as they flew towards Conqueror. Break. Conqueror ordered. The Coiling Dragon became his line of defense versus the other young noble. At the same time, his sword soared to the sky, full of spirituality. It dragged the spatial fabrics near it upward along with the 8 sword sovereigns. Dragon roams the sky. It successfully pulled and nullified the 8 slashes. Wind of the depth. Coiling Dragon young noble tried again with a roar. His 8 hands formed the same seal. The 8 treasures combined into an explosive palm, heading straight for Conqueror. Sword Sovereign raised his sword and created a rain of divine blades. Their only target was Conqueror. Conqueror retaliated by swinging his roaming dragon in a circular pattern. Curtains of swords appeared to stop the incoming attacks. Rumble. Though this particular stance was incredible, these barriers were collapsing one by one under the relentless onslaught. Sparks were beautiful, just like fireworks in the night sky. Despite his prowess, Conqueror was at a disadvantage against the 2 powerful foes. Nevertheless, he managed to hold on without losing just yet. Chapter 23:20, Boom. Conqueror, Coiling Dragon, and Sword Sovereign punished the sky. Their attacks destroyed the stars and made the earth tremble. Conqueror was being repeatedly pushed back by the combined effort of Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign. There was no doubt that he was at a disadvantage despite holding on. Brother Conqueror, you won't be able to survive today without an ancestral treasure. Coiling Dragon paced forward while using all 8 treasures. It's fine. Conqueror was still all smiles and casually responded in the face of danger, truly an admirable showing from him. I'm taking you down. Sword Sovereign let his sword intent and Dao roam free, showing zero mercy with one fatal slash after another. On the other hand, Coiling Dragon didn't wish to kill Conqueror just yet because he wanted to see the guy potentially taking out an ancestral treasure. He had allies here, and if such a thing were to happen, they would pay any price to seize it out of necessity. Possessing such a weapon would bolster their foundation and claim to the system. Rumble. The fight maintained the same course with Conqueror on the back foot, injured. Nevertheless, he didn't take out a stronger weapon. Everyone could tell that in a one-on-one fight, Conqueror would definitely win against either of these two. Even if he isn't a descendant, he should be closely related to Coiling Dragon progenitor in some other ways. He had inherited some skills. This is enough to affect the 8-armed dynasty. An ancestor murmured after seeing Conqueror using multiple arts from that system's progenitor. In fact, Coiling Dragon was both furious and jealous since his dynasty didn't have any of them. Once Conqueror's wings grew strong enough, it would be a great blow to the dynasty. Boom! A combination attack finally blew Conqueror flying while vomiting blood. Right when Conqueror lost his guard, a saber's cold glint flashed. This saber intent appeared with the shade and flow of mercury. This culminated in a blade appearing next to Conqueror's neck. This ambush came too quickly, wanting to put an end to Conqueror. Inches before death, Conqueror's body became ethereal and extended almost like a shadow, just like a dragon breaking the shackles of space. World-leaping dragon. Coiling Dragon shouted after seeing this movement technique. Splush. Despite the ability to leap through time, Conqueror didn't fully evade the slash. It cut his chest and left behind a wound deep enough to see the bones. Blood stained the front of his robe. Everyone gasped after seeing the deadly ambush. They looked over and saw a youth materializing in the air. He wore a long robe, quite tall in stature yet curved like a peeling knife. He looked cold and tough while emitting a dark saber energy, the appearance of a messenger from the underworld. Saber Devil Crown Prince. Someone bellowed. Upon hearing this title, another commented, "He's here too?" All 3 young nobles and the sword saber duo are present today then. Of course, this was not counting the late miracle. Sunny Chen. Those who have fought against him before staggered backward with fear. The Crown Prince of Heaven Start System, Sunny Chen, was famous alongside Sword Sovereign. He was different from his peers. Despite being from an official system, his conducts were more questionable in nature. Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign always put up a good act regardless of what they have done in secrecy. This wasn't the case for Saber Devil. He was morally ambiguous on top of being an assassin. The other 2 have done so as well, but they would never let their identity be exposed during the act. Meanwhile, Saber Devil had just publicly tried to ambush Conqueror. Thus, one couldn't really treat him as a system successor. His style and ambushes instilled fear, hence his title. And here I thought it was someone else. Conqueror laughed at Saber Devil instead of looking at his wound. Don't blame me for this, someone else paid for your dog life. The Crown Prince's voice was both chilling and nefarious. The price must have been something. I guess I should be happy that my life is worth so much. Conqueror nonchalantly said. The truth was that many didn't understand this Crown Prince at all. Heavenstart was already very powerful with a progenitor who eventually ascended to the imperial level. In Myriad, they were a first-rate system, albeit not on the same level as Vermilion. Someone with such a prestigious upbringing shouldn't lack money. Alas, he became a saber for hire, confusing everyone else in the process. Coiling Dragon's group had an implicit understanding. He and Sword Sovereign attacked from the left and right, creating a massive flame wave. Earth-rending dragon. Conqueror crazily shouted and turned into a massive dragon. It tore apart the flame wave, suffering damages in the process. Right at this second, another undetectable slash came from Saber Devil. Though Conqueror was using his elusive movement technique, his back still got cut with blood gushing out. There was no doubt that Saber Devil's techniques were more vicious and terrifying compared to the other two. Again. Conqueror fearlessly rushed forward once more. Boom! He collided with Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign, but Saber Devil continued to loom in the background. Each ambush was a vicious and fatal slash. That Crown Prince is too cruel. A big shot from the last generation shook his head and said. In terms of cultivation, he wasn't as strong as his current allies. However, these other two didn't have the real legacies from their system and had few merit laws from the progenitors. This wasn't the case for him. He possessed the legacy of Heavenstart Saber Ancestor. Each slash contained this progenitor's Tao, boosting their effectiveness. His merit laws were superior to the other two. Conqueror could handle the other two for a while, but once the Crown Prince joined the mix, more and more injuries added up. I don't think Conqueror can last for much longer. Everyone felt that his defeat was inevitable. Chapter 23-21. It didn't take long before he was full of wounds and bloodstains ruining his robe. The majority were cut marks. There was no chance for him to win now once the Crown Prince joined in. It was too difficult to predict and react to the ambushing attacks, so he was left with dozens of gashes. Whoosh! Another successful ambush resulted in a deep wound on Conqueror's legs. This slash nearly severed them. Nevertheless, Conqueror became fiercer like a desperate dog. Explosions detonated. It didn't take long before another severe injury. One slash nearly decapitated him, leaving a cut on his neck. Clank. Next, Conqueror stopped Sword Sovereign's thrust, but the Crown Prince successfully pierced through him. Boom! Coiling Dragon took advantage of this and made him go flying with battered flesh. Conqueror took a long time before getting up. His wounds made it hard for him to stand, requiring using his roaming dragon as a prop. The speechless crowd glanced at each other, realizing that he alone couldn't handle the other three and would die here. Alas, no one was willing to save him. Some knew him, but they were strictly acquaintances. Plus, even his friends couldn't save him from these three. No one else in the young generation was their match. Furthermore, they represented three systems. Assisting now meant antagonizing these systems. Not even good friends would try to do something so foolish. He just lacks a strong backing. An old master gently sighed. If Conqueror had the same background as the other three, his ancestors would have helped him right now. The fate of a lone wolf was unfortunate. Looks like Saber Devil Crown Prince is worthy of his reputation. The bright smile didn't disappear from Conqueror's face. I also admire your courage, it's a shame that the price was too high. The Crown Prince uttered coldly. It's fine, this isn't decided just yet. Conqueror, bloodied yet still leisure, struggling to stand yet still smiling in such a charismatic and charming manner. What's unfortunate is that you don't have all the merit laws and an ancestral treasure. Coiling Dragon shook his head. Your plan is too obvious. I won't let you have what you want. Conqueror laughed and shook his head. Then I will send you off. Coiling Dragon's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Don't worry, just one blade from me. It won't be painful. The Crown Prince added. The trio circled around their prey with an ultimate move ready in order to kill him. I suppose having so many wanting to kill me is an honor of sorts. Conqueror said. Clank. The Crown Prince unsheathed and pointed his saber at Conqueror, no longer attacking from the shadows. The atmosphere became tense since it could be Conqueror's last moments. The party's over. Suddenly, a lazy voice broke the solemn air. Everyone looked over and saw Li Qie lying on a different peak. Ling Shima had found a reclining chair since who knows when. He seemed to be sunbathing in that spot and didn't even bother looking at the group while speaking, still half asleep. The trio froze for a bit before staring back at him. In the past, they wouldn't give a damn, but remember, he had just suppressed Windchaser Matron, an 8th level true god. His words carried a lot of weight now. Even if they went all out, they wouldn't compare to her. This was an existence that could challenge a low-level true emperor, and they weren't at this level just yet. Brotherly, this is our personal feud. I hope you won't interfere. Coiling Dragon said with a serious glare. Sword Sovereign couldn't say anything either. His target, Shima, was standing right there. She possessed the keys in finding the sword tomb, but he pretended to not see her. After all, he wouldn't dare to mess with Li Qie before being absolutely confident in victory. So what? If I tell you to leave, do it. Li Qie replied. The crowd smiled wryly at this domineering attitude. He seemed to be treating the trio as insignificant beings, not something many could do. Of course, this guy challenged the #1 expert of Myriad. These 3 young nobles and sword-saber duo weren't enough to deter him. Brotherly, aren't you being too unreasonable? Coiling Dragon became annoyed. Killing Conqueror now would let them rest easy. Indeed, that's my style. Li Qie answered plainly. The Crown Prince furiously responded, you think you can handle antagonizing our 3 systems? Just 3 systems? Li Qie slowly turned his gaze towards the Crown Prince. Intimidation is useless since I wouldn't bat an eye going against all of Myriad. The speechless crowd didn't find this too surprising since he had done so back in Insane Court as well. The alliance virtually represented all of Myriad. Brotherly, your interference in our business is truly, Coiling Dragon blurted out. In this blink of an eye, the glint of a sword flashed, then came a clunking noise. Li Qie casually unsheathed the iron sword on Shima's back, but with such speed that no one could see how he did it or what happened next. In fact, the true order was actually a clank before the flash of the blade. His speed broke the order of time itself. Upon seeing the flash, the trio became tense and wanted to retaliate. It was already too late. They felt pain on their shoulder. Blood oozed out of their wound and stained their robe red. Li Qie had cut them and returned the sword back to the sheath before they could even think about retaliating. He sat there, looking slothful as ever. The trio was scared out of their mind and instinctively took several steps back, a useless action. Once the outcome became clear, the spectators gasped in response while feeling tingling on their head. Even the trio didn't have a chance to defend themselves before Li Qie. It had nothing to do with his cultivation and power, his speed was simply insurmountable. Chapter 23-22, The Unbeatable / had nothing to do with cultivation and Dao profundity, and especially not reliant on the quality of the treasure, or the sword in this case. Speed was the main and only focus. Exceeding speed itself allowed him to break the shackles. Techniques and merit laws became useless, just one swing alone could take care of the enemies. This paragon / gave everyone goosebumps since it had nearly surpassed all boundaries. In a direct confrontation, even an ascender wouldn't think they could stop it. All are meaningless before understanding the creations, fortunes, and profundities of the Grand Tao. Li Qie said plainly. The trio all had an austere expression. Even the Crown Prince who had cultivated his progenitor's arts became serious with a touch of confusion. They lost all confidence after seeing that slash. There was no sure way of stopping it, and failure also meant death. Leave, I won't repeat this again, the next slash will kill. Li Qie casually stated. All eyes turned towards the trio of top geniuses in Myriad. They were qualified to become true emperors, but a choice must be made right now. Either to give up or to die. They glanced at each other, unwilling to spare Conqueror just like that. After all, he was a fish on the platter now. A chance like this might not present itself again in the future. Worst of all, they were famous experts. Calling themselves unbeatable might be too much, but they were still the top existences of the young generation. If they were to concede to Li Qia's threat just now before everyone, their reputation would go down the drain, something quite hard to swallow. After all, it was humiliating for successors and even leaders of a system to be treated like this. Eventually, Sword Sovereign coldly said, "There is always tomorrow." He had the urge to back off since he wasn't sure of receiving an attack from Li Qia without suffering damage. He didn't wish to die in this place before enjoying his life as the leader of Sword Grave. There would be other chances at taking Conqueror down as long as they were alive. Brother Conqueror, consider yourself lucky today. It won't happen again in the future. Coiling Dragon also begrudgingly backed off. The Crown Prince glared at Li Qia before leaping forward and disappearing into the horizon. Sword Sovereign returned his sword to its scabbard and scowled at Conqueror. He didn't wish to linger around and returned back to his peak. Uttering some strong rhetoric was useless at this moment. It couldn't reverse the tide, so keeping quiet was the better course of action. This meant that Conqueror was saved. Most didn't find this surprising because Li Qia's slash was horrifically strong. This person was unfathomable. Opposing him right now was quite unwise. Nevertheless, a few still found this strange because these geniuses have been unstoppable. Older true gods still needed to be polite towards them, not to mention their powerful backings. Strong and domineering enough to be matchless among the young. An old expert was lost in admiration. Not necessarily, young Lord Mu is still around. A good friend of the trio snorted and countered. That's true. Another expert shuddered after hearing this name. I've heard about his numerous abilities and matchless talents. I'm sure he has some heaven-defying items too since he comes from above. One ancestor commented with a contemplative stare. A copious number of people feared him. Powerful systems also felt the same way. Conqueror could finally breathe easy, so his wounds recovered quite a bit. He bowed towards Li Qia and said, "Thank you for your assistance during perilous moments. I owe you my life and will pay you back in the future, Brother Li." Li Qia waved his sleeve dismissively as if it was no big deal. Conqueror stood up and soared to the horizon. The situation here was unfavorable, so he needed to leave. The atmosphere calmed down after his departure. Though Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign were still around, they played nice on their respective peak and didn't say anything. Though they had ancestors around, this wasn't the time for them to show off their real strength. The main goal was still Coin Beast City, so saving their strength was crucial. All eyes turned towards the distant ocean. People finally remembered why they were here. Faster, faster, the beast should be coming out any time now. An experienced ancestor claimed. He took out a bunch of coins at the true god level and scattered them in front. "Ancestor, why are we doing that?" A junior was perplexed. "Don't forget we're in Moneyfall. It's impossible to enter Coin Beast City without money." The ancestor smiled. "Take out coins and split up for a better chance. Third elder, you lead one group, same with you sixth elder. Remember, after entering the city, all disciples must obey the elder's command." The ancestor warned his fellow disciples. The elders also took out true coins and piled them up in front. In just a short time, experts prepared and made a pile of coins. Some offered more, others fewer. Of course, others preferred to just watch from a high vantage point. "Master, what are we doing?" One disciple asked his teacher. "The only way to enter is to ride the beast, or so I've heard. Brute strength is impossible." The master said, "An ancestor told me that we just need to present our coins. The beasts will pick the coins, the stronger ones will require more." "How are they different?" The disciple asked for elaboration. "I'm not sure, but that ancestor told me that the powerful beasts can take you deeper into the city, so better chance at good eggs and Dao bones." Of course, it'll be safer too, so consider this as a protection payment. More and more people dropped coins down on the ground, waiting for the beasts to come. A few ancestors went all out. Their pile of true coins was blinding, making everyone else envious and jealous. Of course, the ones who could afford to do so were no slouches. They were either true gods or came from powerful systems. No one dared to try and rob them. Chapter 23-23, Coiling Dragon. Young noble and sword sovereign also spent their coins in an extravagant manner. The pile of imperial coins certainly represented a monstrous sum. What a showing. People took a deep breath after seeing this. They surpassed many ancestors with this enviable move. But this didn't come as a surprise after a moment of reflection. Coiling Dragon was a successor while Sword Sovereign was directly in charge. They had the power of a pseudo-true emperor, the pillars of their systems. Coiling Dragon's system is truly wealthy. A few people voiced their admiration. Though the two put on an aloof expression, they were enjoying these comments. Such vanity was comforting since it represented their prestigious status and wealth. The shock and awe only added to it. Coiling Dragon was still young and competitive. After showing off his imperial coins, he looked at Wuxia with contempt. They still didn't get over the humiliating defeat earlier, so now, he felt superior on the wealth front, enough to sneer at Wuxia. Others noticed his expression and turned to look at Wuxia. It was clearly a challenge, letting the guy know that he was rich and influential. People naturally became interested. They wondered to see how much Wuxia can handle. This venting quarrel will be quite a show. We'll see who can pile up the most coins. One expert murmured. Everyone knew that the two weren't a match for Wuxia in terms of power. Perhaps competing in wealth could yield a different result. Thus, the atmosphere became intense again. Sword Sovereign also noticed this. He didn't have that many imperial coins on the ground, so he decided to add more. Coiling Dragon didn't back off either and did the same. It didn't take long before a wall of coins was formed in front of them. This naturally impressed the crowd, no different from throwing gold away. It's nice being rich. A few systems can't even produce that amount. Another commented. Both Sword Sovereign and Coiling Dragon stared at Wuxia in unison. They had no competitive drive in the beginning, but the change in atmosphere turned this event into something beyond gaining entry to the city. They wanted to get some face back after losing to Wuxia earlier by suppressing him with money, letting him know that he couldn't compare to them in other aspects. Wuxia seemed immune from the stares. His eyes were closed, seemingly asleep on his chair. Shima didn't dare to say anything, this amount was already sky high to her. Meanwhile, Binjing only chuckled and remained quiet. The two didn't shout at Wuxia but only snorted in an arrogant manner, clearly displaying their thoughts. Pretending to be asleep because he has no money. A few youths who were fans of the duo didn't like Wuxia. Just be real, no need for this. Another sneered. You're both wrong, he's the ant feeder guy who spent a lot of coins for those ants. An older cultivator reminded them. Those are only low-level coins, can't reach the apex. Coiling Dragon, Young Noble and Sword Sovereign are using imperial coins right now, one is worth 1 million of his. Plus, it's not like he can compete with the soaring Coiling Dragon system. Another supporter laughed. In fact, people were eager to see what Wuxia would do. A concede from the start would be quite boring. Will he go big? The crowd eagerly awaited. Judging by his ant-feeding antics and bewildering palace, he shouldn't lack money, but I don't know if he can take out imperial coins. An old man analyzed, after all, imperial coins are too precious. He might be the leader of Insane Court, but that system has been in a long decline. They haven't produced a true emperor in a long time, maybe they have spent all of their imperial coins. As for him being the first disciple of longevity? That's hard to say too, his role seemed to be in name only, more of an advisor. The valley can't give him that many imperial coins. Of course, the other two's imperial coins aren't the best type, but nevertheless, few in myriad can take out that much. Even if he can take out some coins, I think both the quality and quantity will be limited. This analysis was both logical and well-informed. You're right, that's why he's pretending to be dead right now. A contemptuous response sounded. Everyone felt that Li Qie wasn't as rich as Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign. They could still sympathize because of the difference in background. At this moment, Li Qie finally opened his eyes, still looking quite drowsy. He looked at the sky and said, "Not much time is left, the beasts are coming on shore." He then took out a little spatial pouch and tossed it at Shima. "Little girl, I have some pocket money here, scatter them on the ground as payment for the beasts." Everyone stared at Shima and the pouch in her hand. This was the first time experiencing something like this for her, so her hands were trembling while holding the pouch. She opened it and took out everything, amounting to about a dozen coin in her palm. "Pfft, that's it? Even if they're at the imperial level, that can't compare with the young noble and sovereign," someone said with disdain while watching from far away. "Indeed, lacking quite, wait a minute." A sect elder felt the same way, but something told him otherwise. That's not imperial coins. Those are progenitorial coins." "Say what?" Everyone became startled upon hearing this. They stretched their neck forward to get a better look. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, each coin in Shima's palm was filled with true energy and an aura capable of crushing the firmaments. Chapter 23-24, The progenitorial coins astounded everyone. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even the ancestors from the great powers never got the chance to see them. The lucky ones only got to look, never actually touching one. Though Ling Shima was only holding 10 or so coins, this was more than enough. Unless one could take out the highest grade of imperial coins, a pile was still worth less. Her hand was shaking. This was her first time seeing and holding them. She could sense the power emanating from them, as if each coin was a separate world with boundless power, more than enough to crush the heavens and suppress the gods. They had been refined by progenitors and wrapped by true energy. Otherwise, someone as weak as her wouldn't be able to hold one. The girl carefully laid down each one on top of a large rock, not daring to show any slight, as if that would mean being disrespectful to the progenitors. No one would make fun of her slow actions because they would definitely do the same, afraid of breaking them. These several coins were enough to grant a lifetime of benefits and wealth. Who wouldn't be careful around these peerless pieces? Even Wu Bingning, who was mentally prepared, was shaken. She thought that Li Qie would take out a large number of imperial coins, perhaps even those from 12 palace emperors. The extravagant nature of this act surpassed her expectations. People held their breath, palpitating while watching the scintillating coins gestating 1,000 stars within. The ancestors salivated with greed. Myriad had 10,000s of system, but few actually had progenitorial coins. The ones that did would treat them as precious ancestors. The low-ranked ancestors never had access to them. After all, these systems have been passed down for so long. Even if their progenitors have left some coins behind, most would have been expended already. Moreover, time kept on changing, same with the ruling parties. The descendants of the progenitors might no longer be the ones in charge of their systems. Thus, the chance of these systems possessing the coins was even less. In the case of Coiling Dragon System and Sword Grave, they weren't the descendants of their system's progenitor. Taking out imperial coins for transactions was one thing, but using progenitorial coins was a different story. Their treasuries might have some, but they weren't qualified to use them and could only dream about it. Coiling Dragon Young Noble and Sword Sovereign turned black. They were bragging about their imperial coins earlier to the point of provocation. Meanwhile, Ling Shima took her time displaying each one in an orderly manner, but it wasn't to show off. She was simply showing respect. Alas, in the duo's eyes, it looked like she was bragging and slapping them on the face. Li Qie just needed to throw some coins down and immediately took them down a notch in a ruthless manner. Each coin laid down by her was a resounding slap on their face. The longer she took, the more the two became more awkward and embarrassed. Once all of them were lined up, the duo looked away, not wanting to see the dazzling coins. Bingning couldn't help but smile. Shima didn't do it on purpose, but this was a great blow to the other two. At the same time, the cultivators who laughed at Li Chia earlier didn't dare to say a single word, feeling the same way as Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign. Just spending money? An ancestor bitterly smiled. I could try my whole life and wouldn't be able to get this much spending money, not even a single coin. His domination was out of control right now, robbing everyone of their breath. Acting tough in front of him now was asking for trouble. This move from him concluded the wealth competition. Who else would dare to try right now? Boom! In the faraway ocean, the wind and waves roared. Gigantic tidal waves appeared, signaling the coming of a storm. It was as if the entire ocean was being lifted up. They're here. One ancestor spotted with his heavenly gaze. Rumble. More detonations came from the distant, seemingly taking a long time for the sound to arrive. Finally, the ocean was being lifted like a carpet. The dark expanse at the bottom was rushing towards shore and engulfing the sky. The coin beasts are coming. An ancestor could see 10 million miles away with his gaze and saw the dark tides. Others followed suit, and sure enough, countless coin beasts got on shore and began running like crazy for this city. Some spread their wings and started flying. There were too many of them, so they looked like a land tsunami. Plus, more and more were still leaving the ocean with no end in sight. Who knows how many beasts were actually living under the sea, but it looked like doomsday right now. Rumble. The entire area was quaking. The terrifying tide of beasts rushed through everything in its path. Nothing could stop it. The towering trees and lush thickets were green once, but not for long. Moreover, the large beasts slammed through the mountains. Debris went flying, resulting in a magnificent scene. People gasped and finally understood the flat pathway before the city connecting straight to the ocean. It wasn't man-made, the tides of beasts were the culprit. Chapter 23-25, Rumble. Even when the beasts were quite far from the city, a storm of dust formed due to their massive number. Oh Lord, the crowd realized how horrifying this was and quickly left the main path, afraid of being drawn in. As the tide grew closer, people finally saw them clearly. In fact, they weren't different from other beasts, relatively similar in appearance. Some had strange and unfamiliar forms, but they were fewer in number. One impertinent bull was entirely red, around 3 meters long. It ran like crazy and left behind 4 large hoof marks. Another one resembled a snow leopard, not as impressive in size, but it was as fast as lightning, leading at the front. Mist and frost formed on its path. One more looked like a monkey and rode a beast. Its mount followed all of the orders. The diversity of beasts astonished the crowd. However, they all had one similar characteristic, a particular rune on their head. The mark was a golden coin, hence their name, Coin Beast. The colossal ones were unbelievably strong. An ape taller than the highest mountain traveled 1,000 miles with each step, leaving gigantic footprints behind. Geographic barriers didn't deter it at all. The real victims were the other beasts, trampled and crushed into mincemeat. Nevertheless, the horde continued on its path. Another lightning-fast serpent stretched for 1,000 miles and easily decimated a hill with its tongue. It destroyed peaks and trees just like the large ape, leaving a long scar on the ground. Rumble. The world was seemingly rocked by a major disaster. We're too close. The cultivators who chose the nearest peak to the main path faced the most pressure. Some got overran instantly. Ah! Their screaming stopped after their body became pieces. Some were fast enough to jump to the sky, but unfortunately, large birds flew by and dismembered them, resulting in an explosion of blood. A few lucky ones have prepared their coins. The front-running beasts opened their mouth and took in these coins. After seeing this, the cultivators jumped on the beasts and made their way towards the city. Misfortune tagged along with luck, so after getting on the beasts, the sky suddenly turned dark. They looked up and the bottom of a massive foot became the last thing they saw before death. Their mounts were affected too, but some were resilient enough to get back up and moved on, despite the fleshy mess on their back. It's a good thing we weren't that close. The cultivators standing far away celebrated. Not being able to take the good spots earlier became a good thing. A few beasts wandered away from the main path and ate coins a bit farther away. The owners of the coins naturally jumped and rode the beasts. Another group wanted to ride without paying, so after seeing the ones they like, they immediately rushed forward and tried to get on top. Boom! The beasts didn't hold back at all and rocked back and forth until they got these people off. The majority of these non-payers died to the incoming waves. This was a lesson to the spectators so no one else tried to be stingy. Roar! The howls of the beasts were truly shocking. Strange enough, the gate of the city might be incredible in size, but it wasn't as big as the horde. Some beasts were countless times larger by themselves. However, when they made it to the gate, they shrank right away, like a planet turning into a pebble. This wasn't a physical change, but rather, they were stepping into a different and limitless dimension. Boom! The large ape mentioned earlier opened its mouth and sucked in Coiling Dragon's imperial coins from the distance. It then shouted at the young noble. No doubt that it was willing to be Coiling Dragon's mount. The man became excited and leaped over, landing on the ape's shoulder and looking just like a tiny dot in comparison to the creature. The other colossal serpent coiled around a mountain and pulverized it without any problem. It swallowed Sword Sovereign's coins, so he jumped on its back without any hesitation. The other beasts were aware of these two's might, so they stayed far away, not wanting to be crushed. Right before the ape and serpent were about to start again, a detonation in the ocean created a tsunami of unprecedented size. A beast jumped out of the expanse and braved the waves. Bam! The very next second, all the beasts stopped like braking carriages. The explosion earlier nearly ruptured everyone's eardrums and the world became strangely quiet. Before they could react, the horde of beasts got down on the ground. Even the large ape and serpent didn't dare to get up. This sudden change naturally shocked everyone. They quickly looked towards the ocean and noticed the incoming beast. It had the body of an ox with just a single leg, one horn on its head. One could hear the thunder crackles accompanying it along with surging lightning currents flowing around. Despite possessing only one leg, it wasn't hopping. Each step was stable, fast, and even soundless. It was much smaller in size compared to that ape and didn't emit a frightening presence. However, one could sense a matchless aura, though the beast didn't try to be imperious and threatening. This aura was simply flowing within its very flesh and blood. This meant that the thing was born to be supreme, possessing the strongest of bloodlines. Chapter 23-26. The one-legged, one-horned beast seemed to be of the thunder affinity and had a highly prestigious bloodline. All the other beasts kneeled down before this overlord. An ancestor could sense its bloodline. Is this a Kuei from the myths? A divine beast? Kuei? Many were shocked. This was a true divine beast, not a self-proclaimed one like many others. This level of beings only existed in the legends. Fewer than few were actually spotted. One keen ancestor noticed a minute disparity with its tail. It looked like a snake's tail and kept on wiggling around, instilling a sinister atmosphere as if it was a lethal weapon. I don't think it's a full Kuei, but rather, an offspring of a Kuei and a coiling python, which is why it has this amazing bloodline. He speculated. A Kuei's tail wasn't like this, so he instantly made the connection with another monstrous beast, Coiling Python. Nevertheless, this mixed bloodline was more than enough to establish its supremacy over the rest of the creatures here. Its power far exceeded everything else. Even the gigantic ape and serpent earlier were prostrating on the ground. What's hard to imagine was how fast and precise each of its steps was despite possessing only one leg. It didn't take long before it appeared outside of the city. All the experts held their breath and didn't dare to utter a single sound. This scene of worship was shocking enough, so who would dare to provoke this majestic beast? Perhaps one stomp from it could annihilate everyone here. It moved to Li Qia's peak and swallowed the progenitorial coins there. The beast paused, clearly revealing its intent. Let's go. Li Qia pulled the two girls up to the beast's back. Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign were vexed to the limit. Losing the wealth competition was one thing, but this only added to the pain. When he sat down on that beast, he clearly surpassed everyone present because their beasts were kneeling down to his beast, making it seem like they were prostrating too. Alas, there was nothing they could do. Who was to blame for his beast being so unreasonably powerful? They could only look up at him now. Eventually, the beast brought the three into the city before the awed spectators. Before it left, no other beasts dared to move at all, so they could only sit there and wait. It looked as if they were participating in a grand ceremony to send Li Qia away, servants prostrating before the emperor's march. This was too humiliating for the two youths. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, even the ancestors. Rumble. The flood resumed in the same frantic manner once more towards the city. The first were the ape and serpent carrying Sword Sovereign and Coiling Dragon. Others either got trampled by them or have already moved out of the way. Boom! The mass began entering the city. Once next to the gate, everything suddenly became different. The space here was boundless, just like the sky. An illusion occurred, both beasts and cultivators shrank in size. The deeper they went, they became as small as a speck of dust. Of course, this wasn't the case. They have only entered a different dimension, an open canvas of stars. Anything else would seem tiny in comparison. Two possibilities were possible if one were to enter without riding the coin beasts. A weak person would only enter a hall with nothing but empty walls. As for the masters who knew how to break the spatial barriers, they would find themselves lost in a boundless space. Thus, riding these beasts were crucial in order to enter the real location. Countless beasts have entered by this point. Initially, this flood of creatures looked quite majestic and grand, but once inside, it was no different from a tiny river. No, not even that, just a stream of water. Gargantuan, the only word to describe this domain. Stars and galaxies floated above. The flood of beasts suddenly dispersed into different locations, no longer needing to crowd together. Buzz. Spatial fluctuation could be heard. These beasts began jumping on the different stars. Having an intruder made the stars brightly flash, seemingly giving them a boost and allowing them to jump a greater distance. After reaching a particular height, the beasts would hit a barrier and create a ripple, ending with their disappearance. They would show up again in a faraway location and repeat the jumping process. This is spatial leaping. An elder became startled after seeing this sight. This phenomenon allowed for long-distance teleportation, even more effective than Dao portals. Who knows the mastermind behind this monumental feat? Perhaps this was its natural form, already like this since the inception. The beasts leaped through space multiple times and traveled incredible distances. An ascender flying would require an interminable period of time to go the same length. The end of the path was a towering cliff, big enough to act as a sluice gate for the entire dimension. One could look up and down and would never be able to see its end. Alas, the beasts didn't stop and rushed forward. No. We're gonna get crushed. The riders became scared out of their mind. Strange enough, contrary to dying horrifically, the beasts seemed to be jumping into a lake. They melted into the cliff, leaving behind a faint shadow that would eventually disappear like water ripples. Chapter 23-27. The scene changed after Li Qia and the two girls infiltrated the cliff. They could finally walk on the ground again. This place was vast with a pristine and rich life force. This place has never been touched before by men, filled with a green color. Such a strange aura. Wu Bingning said. How so? Shima's cultivation was far inferior, so she couldn't feel anything strange. A rotten smell. Bingning frowned. It's hard to say. This is akin to a lotus flower in full bloom, but the earth beneath it buried a corpse. Yes, this aura is full of life, but it also masks the degeneration. Really? Shima started sniffing around and eventually blushed. My cultivation is too weak, I can't sense anything. Li Chia chuckled. She's right, two contrasting forces exist here. Beneath this majestic life force is an inconcealable air of decay. People have died here? Shima inquired. Certainly, and not just people. A lot have died, more than one can count. Li Chia smiled. Shima was naturally frightened by this revelation. Coin beasts too, so many lives were buried here. What the hell is this place? Bingning continued sensing the peculiarities of the area unlike Shima, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. With death comes life. Li Chia said, for you, this is death, but for other existences, it is a new life. Your corpse can serve as fertilizer for something else. Bingning shuddered with a terrible premonition. Looks like coming here isn't a good thing then. She smiled wryly. There's nothing nice about redeeming grounds. Li Chia shook his head. So magical with plenty of rules, are they created by nature? Are all of these rules formed by heaven? Did Bewildering and Coin Beast come out of nowhere? The two girls began to contemplate. When it came to Moneyfall, people wanted treasures or fortunes. Not many actually cared or researched about this issue. They took its existence for granted. These locations must have been built by someone, the girls thought. The next question became, who and why? Have you never thought about where all the coins go after falling on the ground? The amount is unfathomable. Li Chia chuckled. The two girls couldn't answer at all. Bingning couldn't help but ask, do you know? He stared at the horizon before plainly answer, to where they should. After all, a few living things are different from your imagination, they're quite unique. The answer was too vague and only further confused the girls. Nevertheless, they stopped prying. Where are we heading to now? Bingning asked. It will take us to our desired location. The stronger, the farther it can go, and the greater the opportunity. Li Chia tapped on the beast. It didn't make any sound and continued forward, one step at a time. This scary speed could cross through 10,000 miles in the blink of an eye. It seemed to know the destination, so there was no hesitation. In the beginning, there were other beasts around this area, but this swift creature overtook all of them. This land was vast to an incalculable level. All the beasts also diverged after entering, seemingly have their own goal. They traveled in a straight line without pausing, no time to think or select. Where are we going? The cultivators could only ride along, unaware of what lies ahead. Only heaven knows. The ancestors didn't know either and had no particular objective. So all of this is Coin Beast City. People thought that they would be entering a massive citadel instead. Forget it, let's get off here. An expert with several friends jumped down from their mount. This beast didn't care about them and only rushed forward on the same path. Let's look around, maybe we can find some eggs or Dao bones here. One of them said. Boom. Suddenly, mud and soil flinged everywhere, the ground beneath them started to crack. A massive skeleton came out of the ground, perhaps one of a giant tiger. Its form back when it was alive remained unknown, only the general shape is clear. What the hell is that? The reanimated skeleton frightened the group. Rah! It actually issued a tiger-like roar and bared its white teeth at the group. Ah! They were eaten by the skeleton before they could react. Crack! Their bones were pulverized. Blood flowed down the entire skeletal frame, painting each bone red. The thing seemed to have regained some life force. No, the opposite, its death energy grew denser as if it had just consumed something nutritious. Rah! It roared again and started chasing after the closest beasts with cultivators on top. It didn't take long before it successfully caught and ate some prey, both beasts and men. Oh God! The cultivators nearby were scared out of their mind. Boom! It wasn't until a powerful coin beast appeared and stomped the skeleton into smithereens did the horrifying hunt stops. What the hell was that? People were still frightened. This was their first time seeing a reanimated skeleton, and a flesh-eating one at that. Could there be spirits still buried down there? Chapter 23-28, Roar. One could hear the cries of beasts everywhere in this area, not just from the newcomers but also the skeletons crawling out of the ground. They came with all shapes and sizes. Some were massive while others delicate. But this didn't imply weakness for the latter. A few tiny ones were powerful enough to topple the large coin beasts down and slay them. Rumble. The miserable sounds of battle became inevitable along with screamings. These skeletons began hunting the coin beasts and intruders. Are these the remains of the coin beasts? Experts noticed something after seeing enough skeletons. A few pursuers looked just like the ones they're riding. Looks that way. Another added, they're not weaker than when they were alive at all. So strange. People didn't know how these beasts have died. Was it from the last event or from a distant era? Why are they coming back to life? Some were afraid because the eye sockets of these skeletons had a fiery glow, just like the fire of a soul. Is this a rebirth or are they mere puppets? One old expert wondered. The lack of answers frightened the crowd, especially the fact that these skeletons kept their power. A particularly terrible one killed more than 20 beasts and cultivators with a single slap. Of course, some living coin beasts were strong enough to slam the skeletons into pieces. They didn't consider themselves to be the same species at all and conflicts waged on. The problem might be the land itself. One ancestor elaborated, rumor has it that this place has something to do with eternal life, so the coin beasts have a chance to live again. Of course, no one knows the validity of this statement, but as we can see, these dead creatures are rising again. Really, many ancestors felt their heart thumping faster. After reaching a certain level and old age, these cultivators stopped caring about power. Eternal life became a fatal attraction instead. Thus, how could they not be interested in this land right now? Why are we here? The ancestor smiled, obviously for the beast springs, same as all the beasts here. Maybe this has something to do with eternal life. However, this particular statement wasn't wholly accurate. Not all beasts came for eternal life. Rah! One creature let out a moving and tragic howl after finding the desired spot, a cliff. It then lowered its head and lay down. After a long time, people became brave enough to come closer and tested its pulse. It's dead. They found that it died peacefully, resting its head on its paws just like a nap. In fact, this wasn't uncommon. Numerous beasts came to find a suitable place before passing away in this manner. The cultivators naturally became surprised and perplexed. They came so far just to die? One sect master murmured. So this is how the remains come to be. Maybe they die here for a chance of rebirth in this incredible land? One expert recalled what an ancestor said earlier. Perhaps reanimation as a skeleton was a different method to live again. Albeit, it would cease to be its former self. This only excited the crowd even more after seeing a glimpse of immortality. A few took a risk and got down from their mounts in order to do more research. One more objective of these beasts became clear to the crowd. They all heard a loud roar. Another beast climbed up a precipice and made its way into a cave. A while later, the cave emitted a blinding light. The brave came closer and saw a nest made out of straws with eggs in the center. They were as precious as gems, coveted by all. Beast eggs! Someone shouted. The beast earlier got inside and got on its stomach, ready to lay some eggs. It has to come here to give birth. The beast's goal became obvious to the crowd. Some spectators lost patience and rushed in before the cave could close in order to seize the eggs. Boom! The moment they got there, a massive claw came from above. A massive beast materialized in the sky and made mincemeat out of them, not giving them a chance to scream. So it turned out that some beasts came to lay eggs while others were here to protect them. Before the crowd could calm down, a creaking noise came as the cave began to close. Some came specifically for these eggs, so to specifically see the process only made them more excited. The legend about elucidation true emperor is real. He really got a divine beast egg from this place. People started believing this legend about the emperor and his Biyan, the beast protector of resting bull. There's a nest up on that mountain shrouded by clouds, 3 eggs in there too. A short time later, someone found something new. It didn't take long before experts started gunning for the mountain. Boom! Unfortunately, the guardian here was a skeletal beast. It slapped all of them into fleshy bits. Nevertheless, the remaining cultivators didn't give up and began a massive assault on this skeleton. Poof! The beast spewed out waves of lava, cueing the wails of torment. Events like this happened all over the land. People found eggs and others tried to seize it. However, the eggs were protected by both the living and dead beasts. Fewer than few managed to sneak off with their prize. Chapter 23-29. Beasts didn't only come to the city to die or to lay eggs, the beast springs were another focus. A minority of cultivators could stay away from temptation. They continued riding with their beasts, especially the older experts. Finally, a few beasts made it to their destination, a mountain stream or a pool of water. They patiently waited. Boom! These sources of water had spring coming out without warning. The liquid had the color of breast milk instead of a clear shade. The waiting beasts finally got what they wanted and started drinking their fill. What's going on right now? The young cultivators that tagged along were unaware. That's the beast springs. Come on, collect some now. The experts from the last generation came prepared. They jumped off their beasts and collected the liquid. What does it do? The youths jumped down to help while asking. Add lifespan by just drinking, or be used to refine pills. A senior couldn't wait and ordered his juniors to be faster. So it turned out that this liquid could prolong life. Though it couldn't reach the mythical level of immortality, delaying death was possible, especially for the ancestors who have used longevity pills before. They have reached diminishing returns, so they needed something different. This liquid was indeed one of the best options, so they risked everything to come here. At this time, some saw a magical scene. After drinking, some beasts started to shed their white fur, making it look as if they were standing on snow. Next, black and shiny fur started to grow. Other beasts shed their skin for an entirely new layer. That's incredible, it's like they're becoming younger again. The spectators gasped. An older cultivator immediately copied them. He got in the spring and started to crazily drink the liquid until his stomach bloated. Why am I not losing my white hair? Not a single strand of white hair shed, let alone growing a new head of hair. Idiot. His ancestor shook his head and laughed. It's called beast spring, so the effect is stronger and faster for beasts, not for you. Time is required to absorb the essences within. Because of this, alchemists take their time to refine this liquid. If one can just drink it and becomes younger, then it wouldn't be your turn to take them. Progenitors and powerful beings would have monopolized the liquid, and it would be called eternal spring, not beast spring. The old cultivator had a pained expression due to his bloated stomach and nearly cried. What should I do now? I'm too damn full. Just take the time to digest it. The annoyed ancestor stopped caring. Of course, it wasn't that easy to find this liquid. When there is an abundance, the beasts didn't mind sharing with the cultivators. But when the opposite was the case, the beasts wouldn't mind attacking instantly the men. Boom! Skeletons also crawled out of the ground and ran for the beast springs. start killing them. Battles broke out in these areas between the three sides. Blood and casualties became inevitable, the stench of death permeated. One more thing attracted everyone's attention, the Dao bones. A cultivator made it to a towering pinnacle and saw a divine tree hidden among the thick forest. It actually had a piece of Dao bone with a warm yet dazzling glow. Runes would periodically flash. A Dao bone. The cultivator wanted to climb the tree, ecstatic. The moment he made contact, lightning suddenly coursed through the tree and struck him, rendering him to ashes. Another noticed a yellow Dao bone deep in a valley. This caused quite a stir, so people started infiltrating the valley. One unlucky soul decided to enter despite the potential risk. Before he could react, a Yin energy appeared, causing him to be frozen. The guy fell straight to the ground, the end of his story. This scene naturally deterred the other spectators. Dao bones would only appear in the dangerous areas, virtually impossible to reach. The greedy would throw away their lives for naught. Furthermore, even those who actually obtained these Dao bones couldn't do anything since they failed to understand its mysteries. Could you explain these Dao bones to me? A junior became vexed at his inability to obtain one but remained curious. I'm not sure. His ancestor replied, rumor has it that occasionally, after the death of a coin beast, only its best bone would remain. This bone would be gestated by the heaven and earth and contain the profundity of the grand Tao. If you can understand it, you would be able to see the most primal mysteries, truly helpful to cultivation, perhaps even better than a progenitorial merit law. Why? These laws are created by the progenitors and are most suitable for them. But by comprehending these mysteries and morphing them to your own use, they can be the most suitable for you and become a part of your foundation. His juniors enjoyed this lesson about the Dao bones. A different ancestor added, elucidation. True emperor obtained a Dao bone as well. Because of this, he could activate the Dao source of resting bull. Otherwise, just his scripture alone wasn't enough to revive a withered Dao source. Unfortunately, obtaining a Dao bone was harder than reaching the heaven. Some extremely powerful ancestors tried, only to fail. The rarity increased the value of the bones. While everyone else was aiming for the eggs, springs, and Dao bones, Li Chia's group rode the kuei farther along, straying from the rest. They also met skeletons along the way, but these skeletons were far inferior to the kuei. They were smart enough to back off. Eventually, they saw a great mountain range presiding over the land like an imposing coin beast lying down. All the previous mountain ranges they have seen in their lives failed to compare to this one. Before getting close, one could sense a boundless air of the beast billowing as if the king of all beasts was here. This terrorizing aura naturally made people shudder with an indescribable feeling. Even the imperious kuei restrained its aura and slowed its pace, seemingly showing respect. Unbelievable, Wu Binjing was startled after feeling this beast aura. Our goal. Li Chia's eyes became profound. Perhaps there were other beasts capable of getting to this place, but they would stop before reaching the mountain range, only daring to observe from the distant. Chapter 23:30. The kuei also stopped after reaching a stream inside the mountain range. In the center was a pool filled with rocks, dried up, perhaps from overconsumption by the coin beasts since the start of time. The kuei stood in front of the pool, seemingly waiting for something. Upon closer inspection, if the mountain range was a massive beast, then its mouth would be here, drinking to its content in the past. What is it doing? Bingning asked about the kuei. Waiting. Li Chia closed his eyes, not in a hurry at all. The two girls had to do the same, ignorant of his goal in Coin Beast City. Some time had passed and came a splashing sound. A spring gushed from the bottom of the pool with a milky color and smell. More liquid oozed out in other parts. If one were to compare the liquid here to the other locations, they would find that it was thicker and milkier, and that the smell was purer and more refreshing. This seemed to be the origin of the beast springs. The other places were diluted and inferior. The Kuei began to drink without holding back since there was no other competition here. Beast Springs. Bingning didn't think she would be able to see this legendary liquid. What are the benefits? Shima curiously asked. Life prolongment, but for the beast, it can grant them youth again. Li Chia plainly said. Shima became tempted after hearing this. Of course, she was too young for this, but the old men in her clan did. Given their power, they weren't qualified to reach this place. Nevertheless, she didn't dare to do anything when the Kuei was around. Someone as weak as her competing with it for the liquid? Just one exhale could turn her to dust. You can go, it's good to bring some back. Li Chia chuckled, it won't be a waste of this trip. Moreover, the spring here is far more precious compared to any other places. You wouldn't have the chance to get it without riding a beast of this level. Shima became happy and got down from the beast to get some liquid. I'll do it too. Bingning also jumped down and took out a treasure vase. This would be a great gift for her seniors. Who knows if the beast heard Li Chia or if there was no other competition. It continued to drink after briefly glancing at the two girls. Li Chia also got a bottle before looking at the sky. It's about time to move on. Sure enough, the pool that was filled with springs suddenly became empty once more. Not even a single drop was left, same with the other puddles and streams in this area. At the same time, this happened to the other places in Coin Beast City as well. It seemed that when the time was right, the liquid would return to the land. Fuck, I didn't get any. One cultivator cursed. It's too late, the latecomers shouted with regrets. Some beasts were furiously shouting at the sky too. They didn't have the chance to drink just yet. Roars of anger and lament echoed, instilling fear into the listeners. On the other side, the Kuei seemed very calm as if this wasn't anything new. Let's go. Li Chia ordered. The girls jumped back on the beast, prepping for the next part of the journey. The Kuei moved deeper into the mountain range. Its familiarity perhaps indicated that this wasn't its first visit. The mountains spanned endlessly, decorated with lush trees and snowy peaks, almost as if jade dragons were coiling around them. The sceneries were beautiful beyond words. Heavenly waterfalls, lakes with jewel-like water. Anyone would be lost in admiration. Of course, treasures were unbelievable here too. As the Kuei passed by, there was a nest along the cliff of a mountain. This nest was built with divine feathers shimmering with a golden glow, soft, perhaps the softest of them all. Only a single egg was present, around the size of a bowl. It looked much more humble compared to eggs in the other areas since they were as big as water basins. It emitted a gentle green light, looking just like a jade work of art. One wouldn't expect it to be an egg. True fire would occasionally flicker. This was a monstrous type, even a true god would be turned to ashes upon touching it. Wow, Bingning's expression changed. It's a good one. Li Chia glanced at it and a smile curled his lips. It won't be a vermilion bird, but its blood is very close to being one. Perhaps it will become something similar to this one right here. Having said that, he gently patted the Kuei's head. The egg is that strong? Both the girls were moved. Though she hasn't seen the Kuei in action just yet, the prostration from all the other beasts indicated its might. Yes. Li Chia agreed with a nod but was not tempted. Why aren't you taking it? Bingning became curious since this egg was a coveted jewel. Only close to being a vermilion bird, not one yet. Li Chia chuckled. The latter case is a bit interesting, but this one is still not enough. This isn't an issue of whether it is strong or not. A divine beast has intrinsic value far above its battle potential. Instead of grooming that egg, I rather train a progenitor. For example, this fellow right here wouldn't have any advantage against one, and against an immortal lineage one? No chance. He continued rubbing its head. The Kiu seemed unhappy with that statement and let out a quiet roar. Nevertheless, it didn't become angry. It possessed true intelligence, far above ordinary coin beasts. Bingning was naturally astonished. grooming a powerful coin beast was quite desirable. For example, Elucidation True Emperor got a buy-in back then for his system. Shima took one last look at that egg. She didn't think about it because first of all, she didn't have the power to obtain it. Even if she did, she wouldn't be able to help it hatch or feed it in the first place. A beast at this level couldn't be kept by just anyone. Only the truly strong had this privilege. Chapter 23:31. As the group went on, Li Chia finally became interested when they made it to a stone wall. He chuckled and said, "A bit interesting. Friend, you can go now." He patted the kuei before jumping down. The two girls quickly followed him. The kuei didn't mind and went on its own, disappearing into the mountains. Li Chia turned his focus towards the wall, same with the two girls. It was located at the ridge area of this mountain. Below are a series of protruding edges, seemingly circling around the wall. The girls took their time and didn't notice anything. This was only a regular cliff. It had holes and crevices with rocks filling in along with bits sticking out, definitely not a flat surface. Its shade was a common gray, decorated with the random vines and weeds. The strange part was Li Chia's fixation, treating it as a beautiful natural beauty. The girls didn't get it at all. He leaped up to the edge of the cliff and touched the rough surface. He was gentle as he would to a lover. The girls also jumped up and stood on the protruded part with him. Such perfection, they could be considered the origins. He said with emotion. The girls failed to see the perfection in this ordinary cliff. They have seen too many like it in the outside world. They touched the surface and found it coarse enough to prick their skin. So why is it perfect? Bingning asked out of curiosity, unable to see the mysteries in this place. Look carefully. Li Chia's finger slightly touched the wall with a strange rhythm and order. Pop. The wall resembled more of a lake now with rippling waves. What the two girls saw became different, no longer their own shadow. Bingning saw a vast expanse and an explosion signaling the start of a universe. It came quickly but also left with haste. Everything was ephemeral and disappeared before she could see them clearly. Shima's vision also only lasted for a split second. She saw a divine sword containing the secrets of heaven. Unfortunately, she didn't get a second glance. When they regained their wits, they looked at the stone wall again. It was still the same as before, crude and ordinary. An illusion would be the logical assumption, but intuition told Bingning that the scene she saw earlier was real. What happened? She asked in astonishment. You're looking at a Dao bone. Li Chia was amused at their reaction. A Dao bone? This wall? Both the girls became wide-eyed. Indeed. He smiled. Bingning was greatly affected. She had heard of stories about Dao bones before. Normally, it would only be the size of a fist. A large one would be that of a water basin. But this wall, or rather cliff, was gigantic. Could a Dao bone of this size be real? It's way too big. She murmured. That's why no one can take it away. Its origin is ancient and earth-shattering, far more precious than a Dao scripture. Li Chia revealed. The two girls found it hard to remain calm. Bingning copied Li Chia and also touched the wall with one finger. However, the result wasn't to her expectation. Why can't I create the same images again? She wondered. If everyone can create the origins, then it wouldn't be considered mysterious or profound, right? He smiled. This required the power of a progenitor or another similar existence. You right now can't do it, unless you are born with an immortal heart. Would this allow one to learn the Tao? Shima had limited knowledge, but she had heard stories about Tao comprehension using Tao bones. It's possible, predicated on excellent talents, an unyielding Tao heart, great vision, and impeccable intelligence. Li Chia answered, just an ordinary Tao bone can be difficult already, let alone this one. With that, he sat down and began to meditate with his eyes closed. The two girls did the same, wanting to learn, for this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A hush fell over, only the sound of the winds and flowing water could be heard. Even their breathing became muted. As time passed, Shima couldn't sense or feel anything despite an earnest effort at meditating. Perhaps this Dao bone was rejecting her. Bingning fared better, seemingly grasping on to something yet losing her grip. She tried repeatedly to no avail, as if she was far from reaching the level of understanding the Dao bone. Eventually, she decided to give up, aware that certain things couldn't be forced. This learning opportunity alone was already a new peak for her. On the contrary, Li Qie seemed to be sleeping, staying as still as a statue. Nothing could distract him right now. Let's watch carefully. Bingning sighed quietly. The two of them stood nearby and tried to not bother Li Qie. 1 second after another, then minutes, hours, he still didn't move. Rustle suddenly interrupted the silence. Bingning raised her guard instantly. Someone's here. She darted next to Li Qie, realizing that qi deviation could happen if he were to be interrupted during his meditation. Shima came closer to protect him as well in spite of her meager cultivation. Sure enough, a group approached from the distance. All of them were strong, a few old men had the aura of a true god. Sword Sovereign, Shima recognized the young leader to her dismay, the ancestors too. She took a deep breath as her expression soured after seeing the rest of the group. Chapter 2332, Shima wouldn't be so frightened if Li Qie was around because he could shoulder a falling sky. However, the situation was perilous due to his meditation. She wasn't only worrying for herself but also for him. Qi deviation could result in death. She looked over and prayed for him to return. Get ready. Bingning quietly said with a serious expression. Shima clenched her fists and made up her mind. She shifted to the front of Li Qie, unable to watch him die without doing anything. Sword Sovereign's group initially rode beasts. They had knowledge of the city, so they found this place. However, their beasts didn't dare to come inside, so they had to walk. They were careful, not wanting to provoke any powerful beast in this dangerous mountain range, even going as far as ignoring eggs. They never expected to see these three here. Sword Sovereign's eyes narrowed after seeing Li Qie as he snorted, showing his strong dislike. Is that the junior? An old man from behind him walked out and asked. His weapon was a gigantic sword of unknown material. He looked muscular enough to wield this type of heavy weapon. Though he didn't emit a powerful aura, the rings circulating around him showed that he was an ascender. Solitary sword god. Shima blurted out after seeing his face. Yun Tian. Bingning was also surprised, not expecting such a high-level ancestor from Sword Grave to come. This was a 9th-level true god, far superior to Windchaser Matron. Moreover, he focused on the Sword Dao his whole life and had reached an extraordinary level, or so people have said. Because of this, rumor has it that he has never needed to use more than 3 slashes in his life. Speculation started like wildfire, that with his Sword Dao, he could contend against a new Eternal. His one regret was unable to study the core merit laws of Sword Saint, or he could inherit this supreme Sword Dao. I want to see his quick draw. His eyes became dazzling with excitement. The guy was fascinated with swords. He didn't like challenging others to mere duels, only sword contests. He stopped caring about the matters of Sword Grave, but the sovereign told him about Li Qie's invincible speed. This interested him enough to make him come out. Of course, this played into the sovereign's goal. Because the matron was utterly defeated, he believed that outside of Eternals, only someone like Solitary could take Li Qie on. He knew that he wasn't qualified to ask the sword god for a favor, so he only focused on describing Li Qie's peerless sword Dao. Solitary didn't come here to settle a junior's personal feud. He only wanted to have a sword Dao competition. Li Qie, this is our unbeatable ancestor from Sword Grave. He wishes to see your invincible quick draw. Sword Sovereign emphasized the latter part. Alas, Li Qie had no reaction. Our young noble is not interested right now. Bingning refused, hoping to buy more time. She didn't want them to realize that he was currently meditating. Humph, so arrogant, our sword god is a 9th level ascender. Sword Sovereign scowled. Nothing to be afraid of, our young noble easily took down an 8th level earlier. Bingning acted cool. She wanted to foster an atmosphere of contempt, so that they would mistake Li Qia's inaction as disrespect and scorn. In reality, this was nearly how it went in previous encounters. Li Qia always closed his eyes and ignored the crowd. Thus, Sword Sovereign didn't expect him to be in the process of meditation. Unfortunately, he couldn't come up with a response because the guy really defeated Windchaser Matron without any difficulty. Humph. It sounds like you wish to betray Vermilion Martial Court completely and join this villain's banner. Someone else coldly asserted. Another group has arrived. The speaker was Coiling Dragon Young Noble, and he came with more than 100 old men. The majority were ancestors of his system, mainly true gods and even ascenders. Coiling Dragon Young Noble, that's our business. If you wish to interfere, you should first clean up your own mess, especially the past matters of Prey Moon. Wipe your butt first before critiquing others. She didn't give him any face. Her title of martial goddess wasn't empty. When she decided to go all out, she was fierce and undeterred by anyone. This wasn't only a slap to him but also to his system, no, just Prey Moon. Many ancestors glared angrily at her, but there was nothing they could do. The history of Prey Moon was unflattering indeed. Long time no see, Miss Wu. An old man noticed Coiling Dragon being tongue-tied, so he came out. A bright light began to spread like flowing water across the area. He had numerous hands, each was far superior to Coiling Dragon's own and contained word-destroying explosiveness. Long time no see, King. Bingning calmly nodded as a greeting. Myriad-armed King. Shima immediately thought of someone and had to cover her mouth, stopping herself from screaming. Indeed, this was a participant of the alliance that attacked Insane Court back then. He came specifically for Li Qia. He didn't accept his defeat back then, thinking that it was a matter of place and time. If Li Qia didn't have control over that Dao source, they wouldn't have lost so miserably. He had just finished recovering and got news of Li Qia being in Moneyfall. The guy didn't mind traveling the long distance to come and settle the score. He believed that victory was possible as long as Li Qia didn't have a Dao source to help him. After all, the power of an ascender was not to be underestimated. He glanced at Li Qia before turning back at Bingning. Miss Wu, don't forget, justice and evil will never coexist. You are the successor of Vermilion and should maintain your stance. What is justice, and what is evil? She replied, King, don't forget that the agreement back then was signed by all the participating system, recognizing the legitimacy of Insane Court, so your rhetoric is incorrect. Are you reneging on your words? Of course not. Myriad Arms shook his head. I do not deny the validity of the agreement, but we should be vigilant, do not be tricked by others. I accept your good intention, but there is no need for you to worry about my choices. If there is nothing else, you can go. She flatly said. Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign couldn't interject because Bingning was also part of the alliance. In other words, she was qualified to speak to the king on the same level, unlike them. The strongest martial artist in that universe is Dugu Qiubai, a fictional character who is mentioned by name in 3 Wuxia novels by Jin Yong, Louis Cha. He does not appear in any of the novels because he lived in an era long before the events of the novels took place. Nicknamed Sword Devil, to reflect his prowess in and devotion to the practice of swordplay, he attains the philosophical level of swordsmanship without a sword, which means that he uses swordplay techniques in combat without the physical existence of a sword. Chapter 2333. More people have arrived at this moment. Many ancestors knew Moneyfall well enough to reach this place after getting off their beasts. They wanted to test their luck and find some eggs because rumor has it that Elucidation found his buy-in here. They quickly noticed this stalemate and became interested, watching from afar. A fight, maybe? The experts saw the numerous ancestors from Coiling Dragon system, so they quietly talked. Everyone knew that Coiling Dragon young noble and Sword Sovereign wouldn't let this go. Finding reinforcement was only a matter of time, so the presence of these ancestors confirmed the start of an inevitable battle. Myriad Armed was naturally unhappy with Bingning's aggressive tone. He scowled, "Miss Wu, you are way out of line here." The king had the same status as Windchaser and their power level was most likely similar. Thus, Bingning was showing disrespect towards a senior. "King, I have been plenty reasonable. Otherwise, I would be pushing for you to repay your debt to me." She pushed on. Though she wasn't being overly explicit, the intimidation tone was obvious. Myriad Arm's expression changed. He indeed owed her a debt after the alliance became prisoners to Insane Court. Li Qie wanted to kill them, but with the help of Bright Ancestor and Pill Kill, Li Qie decided to take Wu Bingning as a hostage instead. It wouldn't be outrageous to say that all of these ancestors owed her a debt. Plus, it wasn't flattering for people to know that grown men like them left behind a girl to be a hostage. Because of this, he didn't wish to dwell on this topic or they would become the laughingstock of the system. "Very well." Myriad Armed replied, "Then I won't bother you any longer, but you will not be able to stop this matter." "Thank you, King." She plainly responded. The king retreated to the back, still glaring at Li Qie. Though he gave up on pursuing Bingning's matter, he would still maneuver against Li Qie when an opportunity arises. As the conversation came to a halt, a flashing edge aimed straight for Li Qie's throat. Shima couldn't react in time, unlike Bingning who used her sword to stop the thrust, resulting in sparks splattering everywhere. The ambusher showed himself, Saber Devil Crown Prince. The spectators grew startled. Shima, on the other hand, became intimidated. She tried to block before Li Qie even more. She knew that she was unable to stop someone at this level, so she was preparing to use her body as a shield. "Martial goddess, no one can stop me from reaching my target," he declared. "Is that so?" Bingning replied before disappearing from sight. The Crown Prince was an ambushing expert, so his stealth techniques were flawless. However, he failed to spot her. Whoosh! A matchless ray aimed straight for his chest. Buzz! The Crown Prince disappeared as well, but was forced back into the open by another thrust hitting the space where he hid. He shuddered and used the same technique. Alas, the formula repeated. Die! Unable to stealth, he decided to let his saber roam free, sealing the entire area. Bingning was nowhere to be found inside the vicinity of his attack. In this split second, the cold glint of a sword emerged right in front of his throat. He guessed her position and focused on offense instead of defense. Alas, the sword disappeared once more. This repeated several times before the prince was carelessly struck. The wound was shallow and a non-fatal position, but this was still a great blow to his morale. She appeared again next to Li Qie after the successful exchange. "So fast," an expert commented. "Not just fast, her stealth is impeccable too," one ancestor said. "World-concealing grass." The prince's expression became unsightly, his stare fixated on her. He has always taken pride in his ambushing techniques. This allowed him to kill stronger foes. He had heard of stories about her grass of invisibility but didn't pay it any mind, even holding it in contempt. In his mind, using an external item for stealth was no big deal, until today. In terms of cultivation, she was not necessarily stronger than him. But with the grass, she definitely had the advantage when it came to subterfuge combat. "Crown Prince, you're not the only one well-versed in ambushing techniques in Myriad. The rest of us just don't care enough." She verbally attacked, staying true to her title. "That grass is incredible," one ancestor murmured. Everyone knew that Vermilion was famous for its peerless martial arts, needless to say about its successor. However, this made people forget about her particular treasure and her assassination abilities. It was just that she preferred not to use them when possible. Not bad. The prince uttered, "Martial goddess, I'm not here alone, that Li guy won't be able to escape today." With that, another group showed up with murderous intent. The leader was an ancestor holding a saber flashing with a bloody glow. One could faintly hear the stench of blood from a distance as if this saber had reaped numerous victims in the past. Blade Reaper True God and so many ancestors from Heaven's Start system. The spectators noted with fear. The name of this 8th level True God was Chen Baojiang, his title, Blade Reaper. This ferocious man massacred numerous enemies during youth, not sparing their clans and families either. The blood of his fallen foes stained the blade of his saber and their indignant spirits lingered there, hence his title. Plenty of people wanted to kill him for revenge, but he came from Heaven's Start, a powerful system. Others couldn't do anything about it. His arrival today meant that his system was going all out. Is it just a coincidence? Someone murmured. Coiling Dragon, Sword Grave, and Heaven's Start went all in with their ancestors. Everyone felt that it was a premeditated assault on Li Chia. I heard young Lord Mu had given out an order, bring Li Chia's head for a great reward. A knowledgeable expert quietly revealed. I see. People understood right away. No wonder why so many ancestors came. So young Lord Mu had given a prize for Li Chia's head. It was no longer about personal grievances. Chapter 23-34. The spectators took a deep breath to see the number of ancestors on the other side. One expert said, they want him dead since he didn't give any respect to young Lord Mu. Even Heaven's Start is trying to curry some favors. Young Lord Mu is prestigious indeed, the influence of his clan is a big deal. Another ancestor sentimentally said. Coiling Dragon System and Sword Grave were strong but not as glorious as they once were. The current leader of the former was the 8-armed dynasty and Sword Grave no longer belonged to the Ling clan. In short, they were on a downward path. This wasn't the case for Heaven's Start. The leaders were still the descendants of their progenitor. They had the complete versions of merit laws and Grand Dao, superior to the other two systems in this aspect. Moreover, their progenitor went on to reach the imperial level as well, according to the rumors. These three systems were the first to answer the call of young Lord Mu, virtually going all out in order to kill Li Chia. One could see how highly they thought of the young lord. Because of his status, few dared to challenge him, let alone not giving him face like Li Chia. Not only did Li Chia show no respect to the young lord, but he also held the Mu clan in contempt. This courage was commendable. That Li Chia guy is intense, to be so courageous. Another ancestor praised. Martial goddess, our ancestors are here. Saber Devil Crown Prince threatened. She remained calm and cold, so what? The Crown Prince continued with rising bloodthirst. Martial goddess, opposing the world for the sake of a villain, is it worth it? I don't need outsiders to tell me what to do. She replied. Avoid making this mistake. Li Chia is strong, but nothing good will come from opposing young Lord Mu. Coiling Dragon young noble joined in. I've seen plenty of hounds like you. Bingning interrupted. When I agreed to join the alliance, I was prepared for death, so you think I would be afraid of this young Lord Mu? The Mu might be strong, but it's still nothing more than a clan. So many progenitors from our world don't give a damn about them. This statement stirred the heart of the listeners, especially those fearing the Mu. Everyone feared young Lord Mu not because of his personal power. But with further rumination, the crowd found that their progenitors were also powerful and imperious. In fact, some of their progenitors weren't weaker than the Mu's progenitor. For example, Sword Saint. Unfortunately, their descendants didn't work as hard and succumbed before the might of the Mu. Coiling Dragon's face turned red, speechless. They were the three young nobles and sword saber duo. However, they chose to be submissive towards young Lord Mu. This wasn't due to a lack of confidence or weakness, it's just that they lacked the same courage as Bingming. What is he searching for? Solitary Sword God ignored the quarrels and only had eyes for Wuxia the entire time. This sword fanatic didn't care for anyone else and only watched Wuxia, a potential opponent. As a 9th level true god, he was observant enough to know that Wuxia had entered meditation. The rowdiness was interrupted by his comment. Everyone looked over and finally noticed the peculiarity. Wuxia was sitting there like a statue. He's meditating. They realized right away. A while ago, they assumed he was being arrogant and didn't want to talk to others since this was his style against Windchaser Matron. The two girls became alarmed. Bingning tried her best to stay calm so that others couldn't read her emotions. Unfortunately, Shima was inexperienced and turned pale. Everyone could tell from her expression that Wuxia was in meditation. Something is strange with this cliff. Solitary ignored the implication and turned towards the cliff, able to sense something due to his power and vision. No one cared about this cliff earlier since it looked as common as can be. Some used their heavenly gaze but nothing showed up. Solitary finally activated his heavenly gaze. It looked like a gigantic jewel emitting a clear light. The light fell upon the cliff and a slight resonation began. The cliff slightly glowed. Of course, this was far from the ripples created by Wuxia earlier. Myriad Armed and Blade Reaper joined the fun. They began dissecting the cliff. Among the ancestors present, Solitary was the strongest. More importantly, he only cared about the Grand Tao, so this allowed him to have greater comprehension. Myriad Armed and Blade Reaper knew they weren't a match. Nevertheless, they still noticed something strange. It's a Tao bone. After a long time, Solitary blurted out in astonishment. If it wasn't for Wuxia, he wouldn't have paid any attention to this cliff. Now, he was sure that it was a Tao bone. Sword God, are you sure? Myriad Armed and Blade Reaper didn't believe him. As 8th-level true gods, they didn't see any hint of it being a bone at all. Despite their skepticism, they had enough respect for Solitary's Tao comprehension to believe him. Solitary didn't bother answering the two and kept on looking at the cliff. I can't understand it. The other two took the lack of respect in stride. Solitary was famous for being arrogant and non-social. The spectators all tried to look at the cliff. The ancestors focused their eyes but failed to decipher anything. Chapter 23:35. At this moment, the cliff became the center of attention. So many ancestors widened their eyes in order to see some clues. Can a Tao bone be that big? That's impossible. Some remained skeptical. Tao bones did exist in Coin Beast City, but they were only around the size of a fist. But this one ahead was massive. How could such a large one exist in this world? Nevertheless, Solitary Sword God was positive and they had no reason to claim otherwise. It might just be one. After a while, both Blade Reaper and Myriad Armed gave their opinion, still amazed by the sheer size of the bone. It wouldn't surprise them if this was the largest Tao bone in existence. I can't see through it. The two had no choice but to give up, aware that they were no match for Solitary in Tao comprehension. Solitary himself failed to see through anything but didn't wish to give up. Can anything be better than this? People stopped doubting and thought about something else. One ancestor murmured, according to the myth, Elucidation True Emperor only found one the size of a palm, and this allowed him to be incredible. If one could understand this one, wouldn't the person become unbeatable for an eternity? This possibility made them salivate with desires. Of course, wanting and taking were two different things. Wu Bingming was worried at first, but this misdirection made her sigh with relief. Alas, this didn't last long. Coiling Dragon Young Noble and Sword Sovereign moved forward to her chagrin. The thing she didn't want to happen the most was unraveling. Wuxia, we will go to the death with you today. Coiling Dragon shouted, do you dare or not? The sudden challenge attracted everyone's attention. They knew that he couldn't fight right now due to being immersed in meditation. It was also his weakest moment and the best opportunity for his foes. A forceful severing would result in chi deviation or worse, death. This challenge was only an excuse. They wished to eliminate him here and now. As for the ancestors, they simply watched without stopping the youths. The ones from the last generation didn't want to do something like this, but they wouldn't stop the youths from doing so either. If you want to challenge our young noble, then pick a time and location. We will be there. Sword Sovereign smiled. Why not now instead of picking a different date? In my opinion, this is a great place to fight as well. Count me in. Saber Devil Crown Prince coldly smiled. Some of the crowd naturally looked down on this despicable method from the three. However, as the adage goes, no better time to strike than when an enemy is ill. This was Li Qia's most vulnerable moment. It would be foolish to wait. Despicable cowards. She glared at them and sneered. Outside of Coin Beast City, just one slash from our young noble frightened all of you into running for your life. Her reminder of the previous humiliation naturally vexed them. Their face turned red and ugly, shame slowly turning into anger. Martial Goddess, you're no longer a member of justice after conspiring with that villain and won't be able to escape death either. Sword Sovereign put on a tough expression and declared. Say what you want. She didn't mind her reputation being tarnished and sneered. If you want to challenge our young noble, you must get through me first. The crowd was impressed to see her willing to fight all three of them. That's why she became the successor of Vermilion Martial Court. One spectator noted. Coiling Dragon was also furious. Martial Goddess, you think too highly of yourself. Can you actually take all of us on? He was still annoyed that the three of them couldn't kill Conqueror. The guy's fame soared above them afterward. It was just one failure after another in recent days. Now, this challenge from Bingning diminished their prestige even more. It's arguable that they were at the peak of the young generation, but they weren't getting the respect they deserve. Today, if they didn't defeat Wu Bingning, it would be too shameful to stay in myriad lineage. Try and see. She remained imperious and glared at the three. Very well, we'll have a look at your supreme martial arts. The Crown Prince smiled. He didn't care about his reputation and fame, unlike the other two. He wouldn't miss the chance to have a 3-on-1 fight. So be it. Sword Sovereign also gave up at this point. Clank. He slowly unsheathed his sword. Its terrible glint deterred people from looking over. I suppose, why not? Coiling Dragon uttered, if you want to be buried with that villain, we'll satisfy you. Boom. His 8 hands held 8 treasures, exuding a massive power. Buzz. The Crown Prince also had his saber ready. It emitted a terrible evil energy that eventually engulfed its user, enough to make the crowd shudder. Bingning didn't dare to underestimate them and put away her sword, choosing a halberd instead. Coiling Dragon began the battle by using a treasure seal. It didn't directly attack her but rather hovered above him, pouring down rays of Grand Dao laws on himself for protection. Sword Sovereign also summoned numerous divine swords. They rotated around him and formed a defensive barrier. The Crown Prince chose to rely on stealth and disappeared from sight. They have experienced her ambushing techniques earlier and assumed a defensive stance. Get ready. She didn't waste time before fading away. All three opened their heavenly gaze but still failed to find her. Boom! A halberd thrust an empty space and forced the Crown Prince to show himself. He retaliated by swinging his saber and unleashing numerous slashes. Chapter 2336, forcing the Crown Prince out in the open also exposed her location, so Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign immediately attacked. The former unleashed all 8 treasures from different directions to crush the area, not giving her a chance to run. The latter's swords hemmed and gathered into a peerless slash, full of the sword Dao. It fixated on her head. The 3 of them didn't give her a chance to retaliate, deciding to go all out from the start. Unfortunately, Coiling Dragon's treasures couldn't seal Bingning's movement. She still disappeared after the failed attack. She showed off her own stealth techniques, perhaps superior to the crown prince, instead of just relying on the world-concealing grass. Whoosh! In the next blink of an eye, a white ray aimed straight for the sovereign's heart. Clank! The wall of swords activated, completely impenetrable. This allowed him to slash instead of parry. Clank! Her halberd successfully penetrated the wall of swords and slammed into his sword, resulting in a deafening collision. Blood finally made its appearance. Though she failed to pierce through him, her halberd still brushed by his back, leaving a deep wound. Kill her now. The other two rushed over and used their top techniques again. Unfortunately, they had no way of stopping her stealth technique. The three became on guard. The next ambush came straight for Coiling Dragon's throat. Alas, the combined effort of the three forced her back. There was no doubt that her power alone couldn't match up to the three, but the world-concealing grass was incredible. The trio couldn't catch her at all. She was superior to Conqueror in this regard. He could only defend instead of having enough freedom of movement to retaliate. That grass is so amazing. One spectator said. Everyone could see that without this treasure, she wouldn't be able to fare much better than Conqueror. The trio wasn't strong like Li Qie to stop the grass, so how could they stop her from moving freely through space? Nevertheless, the only thing she has accomplished so far was leaving trivial wounds on their body. The real damage was on their pride. Coiling Dragon's eyes fell upon Li Qie. He immediately had an idea and signaled at the other two. Hold her back. He ignored her ambush and darted for Li Qie with lightning speed. He raised a treasure pagoda and smashed down. Boom! A halberd naturally came to stop the incoming pagoda. Now! The other two took advantage of this. One devilish saber carried a crazy wave of sharp energy. The sword gathered the myriad laws that wove together into a mighty sword intent, aiming for her neck. Even the sun paled in comparison before this luminous thrust. She spun her halberd and created a billowing wave, encompassing both offense and defense. At this moment, she had no choice but to face them directly. If she were to disappear, those slashes would kill Li Qie behind her. Bam! The halberd technique stopped the incoming sword and saber, but she staggered backward from the reverberation. Blood ran down her lips. Taking them on one at a time was possible, but the duo completely overwhelmed her. The group finally surrounded Wu Bingning since she was forced to stay near Li Qie and Shima. They were using Li Qie to stop Bingning from utilizing her grass. Protecting Li Qie meant that she couldn't leave the area. Martial goddess, it is not too late to surrender or this will be your grave. Coiling Dragon threatened. Bingning snorted with derision, is that so? Try this move first then talk. Buzz. Her halberd became radiant and translucent. She threw it in the air with a speed surpassing lightning. Time seemed to be slowing down as a result. R.A. An ocean of lightning arcs emerged. A Leo emerged with claws sharp and agile enough to tear through the spatial fabrics. Nothing could stop its pounce. Boom! At the same time, two more figures also emerged, seemingly eternal. She didn't stop there, for this were three moves strung together as a series. The Leo was first, then the two figures, but because of her speed, they seemed to be coming out at the same time. This mighty power ravaged the Tao and the myriad ages. Everything seemed as fragile as paper. Lightning Leo down the mountain, wait, no, it's three variations in a row. One ancestor reacted with a shout. Everyone gasped and shuddered after hearing this. The 12 variations of martial ancestor were the top merit laws of Vermilion. They were his best techniques, completely unstoppable. Just one variation was virtually unbeatable, but she performed 3 of them in a row. The crowd saw a magnificent scene. The spatial area near her halberd crumbled like glass. Temporal affinity was being surpassed, everything else was slowing down. No, they were actually reversing in time. Perhaps this was an illusory effect, but the feeling was incredibly strange. The three variations starting with Lightning Leo was quite threatening. The trio could sense the danger and become alarmed. The Crown Prince was the first to retaliate, splitting the heavens. He stole the brightness in the world and condensed everything on his saber before slashing forward without any hesitation. In his mind, offense is the best defense, because no defense from them could stop that incoming strike. Thus, he chose to use his best slash and aimed it at her halberd. Boom! Chaos ensued, the stars lost their brilliance. The world fell into darkness after this explosion. Sword Forest. The sovereign turned into a boundless domain of swords. Countless blades became a supreme fortress, invulnerable to attacks. Treasures equal to the heavens. The frightened coiling dragon summoned all of his treasures before using his strongest attack. This one was both offense and defense. His treasures erupted like the suns. Chapter 23:37, Boom. The two sides couldn't pull a fast one, needing to rely on brute force and perseverance for this exchange. Space was blown to smithereens and the sky turned dark as if crippled to the horror of the crowd. Cracks appeared all over the ground. Bingning couldn't stabilize her stance and blood gushed out of her mouth. She turned pale, losing control of her legs. Using three variations together was exceedingly difficult because they have lost the complete version. Though the three she used were next to each other, learning how to do so was no easy task. She paid a great price and felt her energy churning in the opposite direction, nearly causing an implosion. Just staying alive and calming this surge was amazing. Nevertheless, she needed the help of her halberd just to stand. The other three weren't much better. Blood seeped out, drop by drop. Coiling Dragon's shoulder had a terrible puncture, essentially crippling that arm. Sword Sovereign's weapon cracked, he himself was laden with wounds. The least injured was the Crown Prince since the halberd only broke several bones of his. His advantages became apparent since he cultivated a complete version of progenitorial laws. Because of this, his cultivation might not be as strong as the other two, his defensive prowess was certainly better. If her attack was focused on only one of them, that person would definitely die. Unfortunately, the power diffused on three targets and weakened as a result. The atmosphere became serious, everyone took a deep breath while watching the scene. They finally saw the might of the 12 variations, truly frightening. She could take on anyone in the young generation with this combo. In fact, it would be a sure kill. Whoosh! Saber Devil Crown Prince went at it again. As an assassin, he knew when to strike. This was, without a doubt, the best opportunity. He didn't give her the chance to rest. The saber turned into a slash aiming straight for Wuxia, wishing to decapitate him. Bingning became startled and raised her halberd. Alas, the fatigue made her unable to stop the saber. Clank! Her halberd was knocked out of her hands. Everyone knew that Wuxia was dead for sure this time. In this blink of an eye, Shima didn't have the ability to stop the slash, needing to resort to using her body as a shield. She knew she was done for, but courage made her stand in front of him. Meanwhile, Bingning closed her eyes, not wanting to watch. Boom! Everything seemed to stop for a split second. When Shima regained her wits, she found that she was still alive and painless. Not even a drop of blood was dripping. Bingning also opened her eyes to confirm the situation. People saw the Crown Prince's saber being stopped by 2 fingers without any difficulty. Moreover, he couldn't pull it back and became horrified. The person stopping the blade was obviously Wuxia. Clank! He flipped his fingers and the saber broke apart. The prince couldn't believe it. This was a divine saber, but it felt like tofu before Wuxia. Silly girl. Wuxia stood up and patted Shima's head while shaking his own. He then helped Bingning, who was on the verge of collapsing, and fed her a pill. Little girl, you don't understand me at all. How can a few ants do anything to a sleeping dragon? He let her sit down and assisted her in recovering. With that done, he stared at the trio. They understandably turned pale with fear and started retreating backward. They were still very afraid of his unbelievably fast quick-draw. "What do you want?" Coiling Dragon shouted, sounding much weaker than before despite the loud volume. "You three deserve death," Li Qiye declared sonorously as if it was the truth. "The ancestors of our systems are here, they won't let you do as you," the prince shouted. But he suddenly stopped speaking. A sword flash appeared and froze everything. After a long time, one could finally hear the clanking of a sword leaving its sheath and time flowed again. Li Qiye had taken Shima's sword from her back. It was just that his speed was incredible. People saw the flash first before the noise. Thump. 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 The head of Coiling Dragon, Saber Devil, and Sword Sovereign fell to the ground. Poof. Blood gushed out from their neck like a flood breaking the dam. They could still watch their body falling to the ground, wanting to scream but not a single sound came out. The spectators were reminded of this terrible slash. Little bastard. Experts from Sword Grave howled. How could they stand their sect master being murdered? All three systems had furious high gods getting ready for battle. Several hundred leaped to the sky and unleashed their treasures at Li Qiye. Boom! These weapons illuminated the world. A terrible aura came like a tempest. Clank! Another slash surpassing time itself appeared, unspotted by the crowd. Thump, 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 one head after another started rolling on the ground. Blood gushed out of necks like rainbows, crossing each other and eventually culminating in a sanguine rain. They wanted to kill Li Qiye, but the moment his sword left the sheath, the result was obvious. No one could stop his slash. Members of these three systems, don't think about escaping. His eyes turned towards the remaining ancestors. Chapter 2338. The blood from several hundred decapitated experts of the three systems began to flow and overwhelmed the senses. Experts here were experienced, but even the true gods right now were trembling after witnessing the ultimate slash. The three youths were actually pseudo-true emperors, yet their combined effort couldn't stop one single move. This feeling of terror affected Myriad Armed and Blade Reaper as well. His words earlier still echoed in everyone's ears, not as a threat but as a premonition. Ascenders felt the same pressure. They were ready to face the toughest enemy, so they took out their weapons and maintained defensive measures. Of course, fury overwhelmed them as well. Li Qiye had just killed their sect master, successors, and several hundred experts before their very eyes. It was showing utter contempt for their systems, challenging their authority, a declaration of war. Li Qiye, you have crossed the line. Myriad Armed held numerous treasures. Their laws poured down to protect him like a divine wall. Li Qiye turned towards him and replied, so what? No one will be leaving today. The neutral spectators gasped. This was a prelude to a massacre. Wanting to kill all the ancestors here? The loss would be unreal, resulting in an irreconcilable feud, until the destruction of one side. They felt that only someone as fierce as Li Qiye would be able to do this. It was appropriate for his style. Our three systems have countless masters. Myriad Armed shouted. Whether it be flowery words or raising their morale, Myriad Armed needed to stay strong or his system would lose all respect. Just imagine, one system being suppressed by a single person. How could they maintain the authority and instill fear afterward? How could the other sects in Coiling Dragon system stay subservient to their dynasty? Just a bunch of losers. I spared your life back at Insane Court, yet you dare to wag your tail before me again? Looks like you won't take me seriously until your head is on the ground. Li Qiye interrupted Myriad Armed. This revelation left Myriad Armed's expression awkward and ugly. The crowd took a deep breath after hearing this as well. Prior to this, the Alliance didn't announce their victory, but from various leaks, everyone assumed that it was a success. This meant that the Alliance has been lying to everyone by not refuting the facts in order to maintain their reputation and face. Now, people became aware that the Alliance had lost to Wuxia in the past, so they were justifiably shocked. No wonder why this guy was so domineering. He had defeated these old men already. Wuxia, don't be arrogant. This isn't your court and you don't have the Dao source. We'll see how long you can act this way. Blade Reaper joined the fray since Myriad Armed was speechless. More than enough to destroy your 3 systems. Wuxia nonchalantly claimed. The crowd looked at each other. Even a true emperor wouldn't make this statement, but Wuxia had no qualms in doing so. Everyone, did you hear that? This villain won't change his way. We must work together for the sake of justice today. Myriad Armed finally regained his composure and shouted at the ancestors, if we can't kill him, Myriad will never see the daylight again. Go for it so I don't have to chase you one by one. Just 3 to 5 moves will be enough. Wuxia flatly said. All of the ancestors angrily glared at him. This group of the 3 systems and other experts had more than 1,000 members, and nearly 10 ascenders. Furthermore, Solitary Sword God was someone who could actually fight a true emperor. Very well, no need to reason with this villain, let's kill him. Blade Reaper roared. He and Myriad Armed had an implicit understanding, aware that they alone couldn't handle Wuxia at all. Working together and using their best moves? There might be a sliver of hope in that case. I'll fight you first. Solitary suddenly challenged while looking at Wuxia without batting an eye. He spoke the fewest words from start to finish. He has been watching the entire time since Wuxia's slash, brimming with excitement. Sword God, we need to go together. Myriad Armed hastily said. Among them, Solitary was the strongest. They considered him to be their main fighting force, believing that he could stop Wuxia's quick draw. But now, a one-on-one fight between these two wouldn't be favorable for them. I don't care about your business. Do as you please, even Sword Grave has nothing to do with me. Solitary didn't even mind the death of Sword Sovereign or the Alliance's request. The only thing in his mind was the Sword Dao. He became ecstatic after watching Wuxia in action and simply wanted to test his skill. Victory or defeat didn't matter. Sword God, Blade Reaper tried as well. Don't bother me. Solitary coldly uttered, don't blame my sword for being merciless if you choose to interfere with my duel. He couldn't be clearer with his intent, uncaring of his own system. Only the sword could win his attention. Blade Reaper and Myriad Armed couldn't do anything. They retreated together and tried to come up with another plan. I didn't expect this. A spectator became surprised. Solitary was the strongest ancestor of Sword Grave. Now, their sect master had just been killed, yet he harbored no intention of revenge. The existence of an ancestor like this was a bit ridiculous. That's why his title is Solitary. A different ancestor actually expected this, of course, he is qualified to be arrogant. His Sword Dao is mighty, Myriad Armed and Blade Reaper are no match for him. It's a shame that he didn't have access to Sword Saint's Sword Dao, or he would have been an eternal long ago. He was born for the Dao of a sword, a true genius. The only thing that held him back was learning a shallow law from the start. If he started with a real legacy, he might be on the same level as Dracoform Martial God. Chapter 2339. Words couldn't be heard in this area, for the crowd had nothing to say. A few experts prayed for Solitary's victory against Wuxia. The youth didn't know much about this particular sword user, but the older masters and ancestors truly admired his sword Dao. Solitary wouldn't care about 9th level true gods, even those so close to being an eternal. His love for the sword made him only train in the sword Dao, establishing an incredible foundation, something the other true gods couldn't compare to despite training in progenitorial laws. So fast. Solitary said solemnly, I've never seen something like this before, you will be a worthy foe. There was no antagonism in his tone, only a simple challenge. Wuxia looked at him and said, Your sword Dao is alright at the complexity to simplicity state, reaching samadhi with this Dao. Some were stunned after this comment. It could be said that when strictly speaking about the sword Dao, no one in Myriad knew more than him. But now, Li Qie said that it was only alright? Quite an unreasonable and haughty statement. Nevertheless, Solitary slowly untied the heavy sword behind his back and held it with one hand. He didn't emit an imposing sword energy, but he himself looked like a sheathed sword, as immovable as Mount Tai. Speed is not my forte, but after witnessing your slash earlier, I am jubilant. Please, make your move to determine the better between the two of us. Solitary said. Li Qie was not an enemy to him, only a worthy foe. Quick draw isn't my forte either. Li Qie chuckled. The crowd became slack-jawed, some even audibly gasped. Everyone has seen it, when the sword came out, heads will fall. Nothing else in the world could match it. This was something worthy of pride, yet Li Qie just said it wasn't even his forte? If this was the truth, it would be too terrifying. His real skill would be completely dreadful. Solitary's eyes narrowed, wishing to see some clues but unable to spot anything. May I ask what you are best at? Solitary asked. Killing, that's all. Li Qie freely said. For some reason, people could smell the stench of blood and become horrified. Clank. Solitary finally unsheathed his sword, very slowly and solemnly. However, not a single exquisite movement was unnecessary. With a serious expression, he requested, please show me your quick draw. Simplicity and power, the might of a heavy sword user. Li Qie said while looking at the heavy sword. This sword was unadorned, devoid of decorations, just a tool for murder. It's a bit boring if I use quick draw versus your heavy sword. Let's settle it with a heavy style as well. Li Qie smiled while shaking his head. A heavy sword style? Solitary's eyes lit up, overwhelmed with excitement. Just the quick draw style already stirred him beyond belief. After years of training, his Dao became simple, resulting in this heavy style. Each technique no longer needed variation, only weight and power. He never cared for powerful foes, only opponents skilled in the sword. Unfortunately, they were a rare breed. So now, when Li Qie wished to do this contest with his own heavy style, Solitary became thrilled as a master of this Dao. Li Qie said, I shall show you the truest form of the sword. Having said that, his body started glowing ever so lightly and began to float. Clank. The hum of a sword could be heard, but none was in sight. His body itself was the blade at this moment. Incredible. Solitary couldn't help but praise even before the enemy made his move. That's a sword indeed. Clank. The heavy sword in his hand resonated without showing great fanfare and radiance. In this split second, it seemed to be alive. More importantly, he also became an unsheathed sword. It didn't have sharpness, only an incalculable weight that could crush the firmaments. People couldn't distinguish between him and his sword, for the two have fused into one. He started floating up and stood directly in front of Li Qie. I'm ready. Solitary calmly said while being one with the sword. Suddenly, a colossal sword materialized above. It was large enough for a galaxy to float around it. Just one slash could split the world into two halves. Merit laws and techniques were insignificant in comparison, as brittle as dried branches. What is that sword? People looked up at the sky. One couldn't see it fully without relying on their heavenly gaze. This might be too much. Li Qie chuckled and raised his hand. The sword shrank in size, becoming big enough to fall into his grip. It emitted a bronze luster, simple and ancient. It also carried immense weight. This sword compared to Solitary's own seemed to be about even. Sword existing in the heart. Solitary sighed and said, what's its name? Bronze. Li Qie answered before test swinging it once. Bronze. Solitary repeated this ordinary yet memorable name. Everyone assumed that this name would have an awesome name, so they were caught off guard. Let us begin. Solitary initiated. You first, so people won't say that I didn't give you a chance. Li Qie smiled. Very well. Solitary didn't waste time. His eyes became resplendent as two suns, pouring out a light that could burn everything. Chapter 2340. Solitary became different, majestic and unreachable like the apex of the world. His weight was incalculable and immovable. Buzz. The raising of his sword affected the space nearby as if it was pulling on the entire area. Just one flick could flip the world over. People found it hard that this 9th-level true god would start with such a simple variation, only raising his sword upward without any preparation or difficult movements. This freestyle wasn't worth pondering about, as insipid as water. I'm starting. Solitary uttered each word clearly, carrying the same pull as his incoming slash. Whoosh. A straightforward vertical slash came about. In fact, calling it a slash might be inaccurate. He raised his sword then allowed it to fall down while maintaining a grip. There was no hacking movement. The two of them were far apart despite being on the same altitude. This gigantic sword wasn't going to touch Li Qie. It looked more like a child playing with a heavy sword, gesturing before the actual battle. Due to his reputation, the crowd was ready for a flashy move containing profound Dao and indecipherable techniques. However, even a 3-year-old child could raise a sword and let it go down. The disappointment didn't last long, interrupted by a rumbling sound. Space below the sword began to shatter as if it was a massive piece of glass. This horrific power gathered the weight of the world on the sword. Furthermore, it was perfectly under his control since only the space beneath was affected. It indicated his mastery over his sword. For example, a person might be able to lift a sword weighing 100 pounds, but that's it. Solitary, on the other hand, was able to lift a 200-pound sword with enough precision as if it was his own hand without any encumbrance. The speed was as slow as an ant, but there was no escaping this technique since he aimed it straight for Li Qie. It had nothing to do with space. Even if Li Qie was far away, it was essentially right above his head already. The spectators also felt this crushing pressure, imagining as if they were Li Qie. The ones who were disappointed earlier were scared out of their mind. Some even dropped to their knees. People started sweating, understanding Solitary's notoriety. He could definitely beat any true god before the eternal level. He established himself as the king of swords after showing off this move. Well done. Li Qie smiled before retaliating in a simple manner. He raised his arm, lifted his hand and sword. A perfect flow without any wasted movement. Time seemed to be frozen at this point. People couldn't tell the exact weight of this bronze sword, only that it carried the gravity of 10,000 worlds. Just like Solitary before him, Li Qie raised it without any difficulty. Moreover, the frozen image meant that wherever the sword stopped, nothing could ever get through since it was the thickest and heaviest existence of all. Solitary's slash was no exception. The two moves finally collided. Of course, the physical swords weren't actually touching due to the distance between them, but all spatial limitations were meaningless at this point. Contrary to everyone's expectations, a clank between two swords was missing. Only a loud boom like two heavy objects colliding. Imagine two hard planets' first impact. They didn't collapse or suffer damage right away, only sending out shockwaves. This injured people and made them vomit blood. The weaker ones were instantly turned to blood. This was only the inevitable fallout of the impact, not directed at anyone in particular, yet it could already harm the masters nearby. The unharmed ones fell on their butt, paralyzed from the massive power of the attacks. People couldn't tell the victor just yet. Li Qie's sword froze everything into a still while Solitary's sword stopped there, unable to advance. Intuition told the ancestors that Li Qie had the upper hand. Solitary instantly pulled back, wearing an expression appropriate for the most serious match of his life. My turn. Li Qiye smiled and thrust his bronze sword forward. His quick draw was well documented at being imperceivable at this point. However, the crowd was disappointed since it wasn't a swift thrust. In fact, it had nothing to do with the word fast. A new practitioner could thrust much faster than this particular strike from Li Qiye. He simply went with the flow and aimed for Solitary's throat. One would be justified in thinking that this technique was rather lazy. All of this instantly changed in the next second. The unremarkable and leisure thrust encompassed the greatest weight in actuality. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.